Because why wouldn't I want to end the year out on something that's a bit over the top and fitting within my style? Or, in this case, opening the year as long video is long. Indeed, as a man that typically likes taking the role of extremely talky characters, high charisma in Fallout, Bard Rogue Fighter Mix in Baldur's Gate 3, and Toreador in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, Disco Elysium is one of the most densely written games I've ever finished.
Pose. Restart.
Saying quite a bit here, as this is coming from a visual novel fan and an enjoyer of long-term RPGs. Also, as an even longer nail driven into the coffin I'm constructing, I haven't seen everything offered in Disco Elysium because of the freeform nature of the title. This is a game where failing upwards is a viable solution, so I couldn't even tell you how many scenes I've missed out on. That's what we're dealing with today. And, oh boy, is this a long one, I tell you. MGQ rules apply here. Where to start? Robert Kurvitz. Seems like a good starting point for the shitstorm that will inevitably be covered, as those already in the know have the knowledge of where the end of the road takes this story.
One favor, guys, please. Not in the eyes.
But for now, and because legalese isn't my forte, one of the pieces of this laborious undertaking would be future writer and designer Robert Kurvitz. For a backdrop on this tale, the former Estonian Soviet Socialist Republic, now Estonia. Keep this location in mind as it holds weight in the role of the storycraft. Born to Raoul Kurvitz and Lilian Moselainen, two artists in their own right, while an early childhood can't be painted by me as I didn't find much of anything, where we can pinpoint a proper beginning to this narrative is in Robert's adolescent years. Either because of his upbringing, I don't know how artistic parents raise their kids, or environmental factors, post-USSR dissolution Estonia, Robert wasn't one to be part of the system. Case in point, at around 15, he dropped out of school to focus on what could broadly be called world building. Rock Paper Shotgun's Alice Bell, when visiting Robert during the development of Disco Elysium, because to further my point I have to jump ahead a bit in the timeline, was given a tour of Zalm's then studio. Artist Mick Mesnett makes black coffee in the kitchen, and Robert Kurvitz, lead designer and writer, proudly shows me all the miniatures for Kingdom Death, pointing out in particular the Flower Knight, and a set of display stands for Arkham Horror the card game that they'd ordered specially from Etsy. Kurvitz collects TRPG rulebooks and other nerd shit, both as a stress reliever and as research. This checks out because Disco Elysium has its root in almost 2 decades of Kurvitz's nerd shit. Guy threw up the deuces and joined calling them a gang is a bit over the top. An organization? Nah, too formal. A band of misfits. The Overcoats, as they were called, a group ranging between 5 to 10 other dropouts that, I guess I'll use Robert's own words to describe them from his outro to the Disco Elysium art book. Desperation and willpower alone would not have delivered us from the bigness of the shit we were in. We also had Elysium, a collection of ideas in the form of another world, a paracosm we'd been working on since the turn of the millennium when we were about 15. Hence, Elysium survived contact with the real world through competition. It had its genesis during the turn of the century as a high fantasy setting, with, I would say, some interesting ideas. Back then, we were over the moon about it. We wrote incessantly, mostly spells, hundreds, if not thousands of them, each exactly 1 page. We visited Elysium via pen and paper role-playing, using a proprietary system that later became Disco Elysium's metric. We were a group of 5 to 10 high school dropouts called the Overcoats. It was terribly cold outside and we wore thick coats. Anarchists of some sort, with the motto, "Today we drink tea, tomorrow we rule the world." See, where I become intrigued in that not-so-infinitesimal quote I borrowed is leaving out the beginning. The Overcoats were outcasts, proverbial rotwood broken off from a fearsome ship. Before latching onto the idea shared between the Overcoats and his adulthood, Kurvitz would follow 2 paths that would lead him nowhere. A career in music and writing. Both are knee-deep in the guts of this history because Kurvitz's time of Ultra Melonhoon is where he would express the initial idea of Elysium, leading to the writing of the 2013 novel Sacred and Terrible Air. While publicly speaking, Ultra was apparently a follow-up to punk rock band Veniscond, I couldn't find a crumb of written evidence that states that outright. Best I got was that there was some sharing of musical influences, particularly prog rock of the 70s, and a clear aggressiveness on the behalf of Robert as a frontman and lyricist. The kind that makes you realize that perhaps the band is a front for more politically inclined actions. A longish quote from the Estonian website Kesgis gives the following. The author of the lyrics is the leader and singer of Ultra Melancholy, Robert Kurvitz. This is a band led by him, and it's no wonder that all the creations and ideas that 2 offers to the listener are a cover or module of the creative pattern that emerged from the intersection of the inner and outer worlds of Robert Kurvitz. Robert himself was born 24 years ago, and through it we've been able to feel the masculine air of Soviet Estonia, which surrounded all of us who were active at that time and saw the light of day in the middle of the last century. Hence the pleasant joy of recognition when listening to such songs as Prejostas? Timidas? 72? In general, it is worth saying at this point about the last record that without exception, all the songs on the mentioned collection seem seriously composed and played perfectly into the last beat. It makes you happy and, as an added value, creates awe for men's ability to work. After all, the material presented by the profile primarily shows respect for the listeners and is enjoyable in itself. This fact is especially interesting when considering Robert Kurvitz's sympathy for anarchy and promages at the same time. Apologize for the Google Translate there, making it somewhat hard to understand. That connection of anarchism was a trait shared between Ultra and Vineskond, both frontmen wearing their political leanings on their sleeve. For Robert, that was an unholy concoction of neoliberalism and communism. Or maybe just Marxist-Leninism, the bourgeois way of saying communist. You know, like saying you're a National Socialist or fundamental traditionalist. I say this because following the release of Sacred and Terrible Air in 2013, a novel I won't go into except to say it took 5 years to write, Robert's career would take a nosedive into obscurity, blackballing himself for political chicanery. The setup goes as such. The editor for Sacred, Kaur Kinder, a pretty important friend to Rob, was appointed into SERP, an Estonian cultural magazine, as editor-in-chief, leading to Robert's hiring. Quite nepotistic and dangerous as Kurvitz's outspokenness regarding his chosen political beliefs were kindling. This was a big no-no because of what led up to the hiring. From News ERR, after 2 weeks of controversy that culminated in the culture minister vowing to resign, the SERP scandal took one more twist when the Cultural Weekly's interim editor Kaur Kinder announced early Monday morning that he himself would resign, after just a week and 1 issue under his belt. Kinder's appointment, along with the firing of senior editors at the newspaper, had precipitated the whole affair. Some felt that Reform Party politicians, led by Culture Minister Ring Lang, had exerted too much influence in their matter after the newspaper was unable to pick a new editor. Basically, Lang turned SERP into a hatchet man, converting the magazine into a rag piece for the party, a rag piece steeped in neoliberalism and communism. I don't know much about Estonia or its politics, but something tells me a former Iron Curtain country free from the grip of the USSR didn't take too kindly to a party fraternizing with an ideology that left the East a ruin. Kurvitz postulates as such in the outro of the art book. By the time development on Disco Elysium started, we were full-blown pariahs. What's a village idiot who's not harmless? The village leper? We were that, fresh off an unsuccessful occupation of a national cultural magazine, a suicidal maneuver that constituted the pathetic crescendo of our national careers, an unremovable stain and unforgivable sin. We were somehow both far left and neoliberal. Here's the jiffy, Bob. We had help from the governing neoliberal party. The Minister of Culture resigned over the affair. It was big shit, and we were in it. Inside big shit, an unholy alliance of neoliberals and communists. Everyone who despised neoliberals and everyone who despised communists despised us, which was everyone. At this point, Zom, the cultural collective group, had already been formed by the Overcoats in 2009, leaving this collection of misfits the only place Robert and Kinder could go to, all because Robert, in his infinite unprofessionalism, had decided to drunkenly fuck around and find out by quoting the unpublished writings of Andre Allure in SERP, exasperating the ongoing tensions between the parties. Taken from the outro, either way, we lost our patience when it failed. We were hungry, angry, drunk, high, and desperate after 12 years of destitution. So when the opportunity for corruption presented itself, as it often does where art and politics meet, we commandeered a national cultural magazine. I said I was mostly drunk and I stand by it, but I'm afraid changing society was also a motivation. We had our Guy Fawkes masks on so tight they were squeezing our brains out of our noses. This takes us back to the real starting year for the whole project, 2005. Quoted from the makings of article from Games Radar is this excerpt. Then again, it did come out of a drunken Tallinn evening in 2005. We were just hanging around in total squalor and poverty, says Kurvitz, who is the singer in a rock band called Ultra Melahoon at the time. We realized we needed to do something about it, and we put on DJ Tiesto's remix of Adagio for strings because it's a really epic and stupid banger. The idea of making a video game wasn't remotely on their minds. They simply wanted to open a creative outlet and make their voices heard, and so formed a collective of artists and writers who, over the following decade or so, created music, paintings, and books, got into scraps with other collectives, and played Dungeons & Dragons. Sitting round, possibly by a barrel fire for the complete effect of poverty, was Robert, Martin Lugia, and Jury Sachs realizing how much they had blown it. Where people had made careers or educated themselves, the Overcoats had naught but friends to putz around with. What culture, as Robert puts it in the outro, did they have? Nothing but a big old goose egg except for the inkling of a framework. That was enough. It was always an idea the Overcoats would come back to, drawing in others from disenfranchised or dead-end backgrounds to create something greater than what life had given them. Zom. Argo Tulik and Alexander Rostov thought it was interesting and left their professions for the gamble that their Overcoat buddies had come up with. More would soon follow. Back to the personal words from the outro. Together we set out on a talent grab. An eponymous blog, Zom, became our beacon. We were doing some serious numbers. 200 daily visitors, sometimes 800. Success of this magnitude was bound to attract talent hungry to share in the limelight, and so it did. Our growing ranks included 4 crucial talent acquisitions: Jim Ashy Levy, Rudu Ulas, Kar Kinder, and Helen Hindepier. Perhaps the book failing and subsequent struggle with alcoholism and depression was that push Robert needed to finalize the dream. It was Kinder who proposed the idea anyway as a form of repayment. The two do have history on this front. Kinder was a fish that Robert had gotten out of the bottle. To Games Radar again, 3 years earlier, Kurvitz had helped Kinder out of his own alcoholism, and anxious to help his friend in turn, Kinder went to Kurvitz with a proposal. My kids were telling me, stop writing books, no one reads books, you should get into video games, says Kinder, so he suggested, why didn't they make a game set in this world Kurvitz had been creating? Tiny minor nag in the works. Kurvitz was so down in the hole that he figured since everything else he touched turned to shit, why should he put the effort into making a video game? Bolting out of the blue though was Rostov, jumping harder at the idea than me at the potential chance of seeing a real-life Sazabi. Why not fail at a video game then? The cogs didn't know the machine they were to belong to. Kurvitz, and in fact a lot of the others that were a part of the newly founded Zom, according to Game Industry, had never actually made a video game before. In fact, almost no one on his team has ever worked on a game. Kurvitz is an author and writer first and foremost, and his background in storytelling and games comes from years of playing tabletop RPGs like Dungeons & Dragons. But games, he suggests, are much like books in that they are perfectly positioned to show the audience what's going on inside a character's head. Flashbacks to Remedy, as it really was a couple of dudes trying their best to bring together a product by any means necessary. What Zom had was imagination and a setting, Elysium. Above all else, I do implore you to examine the art book. There is a wealth to explore in it that I won't get into, but the book is a defining document that fulfills the role of a pseudo-design doc. Why I'm specifying in this aloof manner is that the outro is simply a consolidation of the background that led to the game's development. Page upon page of art theory and discussion litter the upper halves of the book that go deeper into the philosophical tidings of the construction. For a brief dip into that, on the page where the book goes into an observation concerning Rembrandt and what distinguished him from his contemporaries, you get this. An important part of Zom's studio culture was hosting life and gesture drawing events at least once a week. With the help of designer Toon Verkst, we held a public weekly community event where some 20 people, professionals and hobbyists alike, would regularly come and draw with us. Our studio happened to share the same decrepit building as a small bookstore, and the two young women running it kindly invited us to use their back room for these events. Together, we worked towards re-establishing a tradition of figure drawing. This was all in service of understanding the visual layout of Disco Elysium under its isometric view, so that the team had a connective viewpoint on the one world they were creating. Underneath all the art the player sees, among which Rostov's work is front and center, is the toil of multiple talents. Zom's small team of artists comprises curious minds combined with a morbid dedication to the craft, is how the art book phrases it. But back to what I was saying as I've gone on a mini tangent, Elysium was a world crafted over the good bulk of an almost decade. Sacred and Terrible Air blatantly serves as an introduction to what would have been a spanning universe that you're just kinda plopped into with a personal adventure, a micro story in a macro location. For the layman, imagine the likes of the Dritz novels or the 40k books that serve as gateways into their respective settings. Places, people, events, all of it. Histories that birthed the likes of the Forgotten Realms and its gods, the Materium and its constant warfare, and Elysium with its rise and fall of political powers, left in the background to serve as an enticing lure as you read on. Robert's outro goes into this rearrangement of the variations of Elysium, so we took the previous discarded versions of Elysium, the Bronze Age and the Age of the Sail and the Industrial Revolution, even medievalism, and turned them into historic periods within the setting. Palm and Pine, the Franco-Nigerian century, the LGM. This allowed for distinct aesthetics, which in turn informed each other. Across 2 centuries, the oily black gold of Franco-Negro molted into the cream of DeLoreanism. The bright colors of Palm and Pine are still visible, faded underneath modernitas. The present horizon of Elysium. Want and or need a byline? D&D meets 70s cop show was the pitch, and what usually gets reported when describing the basis for Disco Elysium. As the founders of Zom were deep in the details of tabletop RPGs and their computer equivalents, the biggest structural influence on the game was the widely considered best CRPG Planescape Torment, a game that forgoes a lot of combat for dialogue-heavy sequences and exploration. Somewhere in there was also the aroma of Baldur's Gate, but that's a given. CRPGs of the modern era owe a lot to the original Baldur's Gate. When the ball really gets rolling is 2016, as that is when the first investments for Zom were finally raked in, providing a flight out of Estonia and into Birmingham, home of Richard Hammond and now Zom. See, for about 4 years, Robert and the team had stayed in Estonia in a little office, if it could be called that. Getting to go to Britain opened their eyes and led to thoughts of expansion and migration. Kinder's gone on record as saying that I moved here because of this Estonian similarity in an article for Raha, though it can't be overlooked that Robert and Kinder's names were mud. Political suicide is a bad look, which both were guilty of, though Kinder got in deeper waters for the novel he wrote after Sacred and Terrible's publication, Untitled 12. Of the level of Marquis de Sade, I would call it, Kinder thrown into a court case due to the graphic nature of the story, but acquitted because, well, it's a book. Fiction. Not real.
Anyway, Robert took the time to hit up the alternative rock band British Sea Power for a composing gig and shop around for VOs, landing musician Mike Goodman a prominent role in the story. Of course, with expansion comes all sorts of other problems. Enter two holding companies, Fortress Occident Holdings and Tutrecki. The venture capitalists at the head of these companies are Margus Linamy and Ilmar Compass. The breakdown is given in the Raha article. According to Kinder, the money to create the computer game was received from investors, but he does not want to talk about money investors in detail. I have no right to speak for investors and comment on their business decisions, he says. Therefore, what Kinder himself does not want to say is that the owners of Zom Studio are two companies. Fortress Occident Holding with 85% stake and Tutrecki with 14%. Fortress Occident Holding is owned by media and pharmaceutical businessman Margus Linamy, a Dutch registered holding company, Holdings BV. Tutrecki, which has a minority stake, belongs to Linamy's business partner Ilmar Compass. That 2016 investment I talked about earlier, yeah, it was made by these two companies, and quite concretely changes the trajectory of this whole story. Or if you're watching the People Make Games investigation video I have linked below, the first chapter, Follow the Money. See, the expansion of Zom led to a few studios and companies being formed under the Estonian umbrella, the important one for this history, the British wing, as it held the rights. Pin this for later. As I seem to be skipping over the inevitable, yes, Disco Elysium's development schedule ranges somewhere between 3 years if you take the founding as the start, to 6 years if you take into account the time after Air's release, the Zom collective learning how to work in the games sector. I personally go with the latter as it contextualizes the many delays the game had. At one time, Disco was slated for a 2017 release, when it was under the title of No Truce with the Furies, but was seemingly pushed back because the plot had expanded to a greater detail. It paints the lead up to the issue still being worked out today in dire straits. For the last 9 months, Zom, the development team, was crunched to an unfathomable degree. Everyone from top to bottom, Robert and Rostov included, but I'll get to that when going into the final cut. Argo Tulik's interview in the investigation video has a few highlights to recap. From for 9 months, I think I didn't sleep at least one night every week, to describing the way that Kurvitz has presented his side of events as dishonest, there are a lot of parts to pick. In fact, Game World Observer has a list of toxicity said to have plagued Disco Elysium and its revamped compatriot, The Final Cut, which was worked on pretty much right after the original Disco saw its 2019 release. Some of my favorites relative to the word include, at one point in time, Kurvitz allegedly told Tam Salud that he plans to work on a new game for the next 7 years, for which he only needs 2 writers and Rostov as an artist. Although Robert later retracted these claims, this was another example of his approach to forming smaller groups of people with preferential treatment. According to Tulik, Kurvitz didn't write a single word on The Final Cut, and Helen Hindpier wasn't really much involved either, despite being the lead writer. This was confirmed by other writers. And Keenan also recalled how Kurvitz, while on vacation, asked him to give 2 junior writers feedback that they won't be on the core team for the next project despite being great professionals. It later turned out that Robert hadn't even reviewed their work. It's what makes the mess of the shareholding scandal leading to the firing of Robert, Rostov, and other core members even odder, as neither side looks great. The only people I care for in this story are those still in the trenches, as Ilmar and Kurvitz have twisted the employees' words for their war. Neither side really commenting or disproving the allegations, except in throwaway manners that blame the other party. On one hand, you have the venture capitalists playing the long con of the money game. While Linamy and Compass had provided the initial investment, as Disco kept getting delayed, Linamy received more and more stake in Zom's Estonian branch. This ultimately led to the equal shares promise happening after Disco's massive cultural and financial impact. A 5-way split between Linamy, Compass, Robert, Rostov, and Kinder. A 5-way split so that no one held the majority of the company. This was only for the Estonian wing. The British branch housing the IP another 5-way, but replacing Linamy was Anu Raymond, connected to Disco's executive producer Tanis Havel, who has a part to play in the Baku investment scandal. Him and Compass are friends, as they originally ran Koha Investment before Havel's run-in with the law. In fact, placing Raymond as a shareholder is a way for Havel to get out of having to pay for the damages he accrued after Baku. Linamy's selling his portion of Zom to Compass was probably foreseeable, even if done behind the backs of Robert, Rostov, and Kinder. A wee little detail that seemingly gets left off the table in associated examination material surrounding the shares is if the Disco trio knew about Baku before signing on the investors. Baku went down around 2014, 2 years before Kinder sought out funding, so did, I don't know, Kinder woo Robert and Rostov into overlooking the investors' track record? Or are they that ignorant that one of the most well-known scandals in modern Estonia history doesn't ring their bell? If I give my keys to my friend and they steal my precious gun plot, that's one thing. If I give my keys to my friend who's associating with Crime McBad Guy, known serial robber and tax evader... Oh, and by the way, Kinder has played both sides, arguing for and against both parties on 2 different occasions, as Compass had to deal with him when it was alleged that Compass used Zom funds to buy shares from Linamy, and R&R had Kinder on their ass over the legality of Compass's deal with Linamy, as the legality of the purchase of shares has yet to be disclosed. Kinder would sell his shares to Compass as if to wash his hands clean of the insanity, so yeah. Allegedly speaking, so as to cover my ass, you can make a statement along the lines that Compass did steal Disco Elysium and Zom through wheeling and dealing. Legally dubious, but morally duplicitous. A crime. Allegedly speaking. On the other hand, it appears that Robert and the higher-ups were, either willingly or not, sowing discontentment within the workplace. Did I mention that Robert is a Marxist-Leninist? I don't typically take these levels of pot shots, political squabbling as an exercise in willful ignorance over atrocities minor and major to prove how correct your side is, but it's too perfect not to criticize. The invariable need of creating an inner circle, no relation to mine, as that's just a cool name I use for my friends, playing favorites, checking out of the company when the workers needed healthcare and other needs, and basically ghosting during the development of the final cut reeks of claiming to be of the people while directly shafting them. A leader is supposed to lead, to provide light in the darkness, especially since Robert was crunched alongside the rest of the creatives. He knew what they were going through. It feels like, to me, a betrayal of principles from Robert. From the many, one who will take the means for their own end. Like, Disco Elysium is a project made up of multiple people and influences detached from the world setting, so for Robert to conflate his role larger than what it was, stealing others' credit, running off with a smaller team for a sequel, and asking Petri to leak Elysium source code just, I don't know, angers me in a passionate manner. Greed is up front with the knife it wields. It and capitalism's evil isn't misgiving. They'll gladly stick it to the little guy with nary an ounce of shame, all for a quick buck. This happens in every industry and could honestly be considered inherent to systems of all trades this large. It's why IP ownership is a swamp. To boldly claim yourself as a communist, then completely reject the tenements that it's supposed to abide by, like everyone else peddling its flag has since its conception as an ideology, as someone in a major position of power to fight back against injustice and elevate the working class, well, the smile is full of daggers. At the center, 2 problems of degrees that intertwine in select angles, both of which I denounce for the evils they bring. There are no good sides, simply lines in the sand for those to dance about on, howling some tribal mating call of class warfare this and power of capital that, as if it absolves one's personal faults and the way they play into the problems created. It's why I distrust the statement capital has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself, thus those that critique it end up reinforcing it instead, as not only does it read like you critique society yet you live in one, it ignores that higher-ups in large power structures of all kinds can and will engage in corruption. That is a personal choice. Power will corrupt you if you let it, regardless if the backdrop is a money sign, a hammer and sickle, a swastika, or any other thing you can think of. Unless you can remake humanity so we don't have an id and free will, good luck on creating a perfect system where no one gets shafted. Basically, I hate this idea that because Disco Elysium was made under capitalism, it got stolen, allegedly, so to save my ass legally, when this same event would have played out under a communistic viewpoint, but there wouldn't be a big stink because any product made under the party belongs to it, i.e. no creative freedom and no ownership. Literal theft in its barest terms. The whole, I made this meme image. It's my party, right or wrong, an exception of injustice because it wears the same mask as you. Everyone made poor or underhanded decisions, and my heart goes out strictly to the peonies. It goes without saying, Disco Elysium The Final Cut was released about 2 years after Disco's 2019 release, the world seeing it on March 30th, 2021 for most major consoles. The difference between the two is that Final Cut includes a different set of voice actors and the cut vision quests. Unlike how I handle most PC games, my version of Final Cut was purchased on GOG before the controversy started becoming prominent, so ashamedly I did give Zom money. Addendum, as if this wasn't messy enough, 24 employees of Zom, including Tulik and Dora Klinzik, have been let go, the two providing a bit more insight into the shit show behind the scenes. As it could easily be guessed, the higher-ups were instigating a lot of baggage, Argo going on to say that the fish starts rotting from the head, not the tail or the midsection. Don't get angry at the junior producer, mid-level lead, senior artist, community manager, etc. They didn't know, were kept in the dark. It's not their fault. It was their love for disco, not dystopian totalitarianism, that brought them here. It's their worst nightmare too, before going on a curse-laden rant against the sailing shoes and bow ties that fucked everyone, included in are Robert, Rostov, Helen, and Olga. While Dora gives video games, I've seen good work done at Zom. I've also seen management and production staff terrorizing creatives, lying, playing power games, turning people against each other, destroying relationships and people's self-esteem. For this, there have been no repercussions. The PMG documentary sits in a weird spot in all of this, as while Argo does mention that it changed relations in Zom for the worse, he does applaud the doc for following the truth. This was a statement made against a lot of the hate directed at the video that seemingly took it as laying the blame solely on Robert and not an examination of the shadiness of Compass and Robert's own inexperience. We do get confirmation that Havel did disguise himself as Dennis Havel within the company. That's quite paper thin, and Argo calls it as such, begging my question before on why Robert and Rostov were okay with the choice on Kinder's behalf. Ignorance only goes so far before it becomes willing. Havel, if he couldn't be any more of a scumbag, was verbally abusive to Helen and let misogyny dictate leadership roles within Zom. What isn't addressed in the new articles are any of the allegations against the Overcoats, especially since Argo did have his own segment lambasting Robert as a poor leader in the PMG interview, and Dora's quote gives a blanket management and production staff, neither indicting or absolving the allegations either. At the end of the day, my point still stands. Compass and Robert are guilty of differing evils. This isn't saying that they are equal or justified. What Compass did to Elysium, Zom, and Robert was terrible, and Robert being a bad boss that let others down aren't mutually exclusive statements. Both can be true, yet discussion on this topic devolves like a single-cell organism into kinda overlooking one side with idealistic glasses. For a joke to end this off, don't visit the DE subreddit, you'll see what I mean. As a preface, I won't be covering all the events that happened within the story outside what I recorded for the video. This also partly includes information I would deem extraneous for a recap, as some character interactions exist to fill out the background lore of the world itself. Like, literally walls of text lore dump that is fine to read through on your own but does nothing for a recap besides materializing a massive stopgap for the plot. Did I mention that there is a book that goes further into that topic and relates to Disco Elysium with some pretty strong connections? I'm already gonna be here until they kick me out of the Whirling in Rags, and that's simply for passing along the buck of the main story. Disco is dense in a few definitions, so I might as well get to it. That said, our tale begins where many great stories end. The Obsidian Void, or someone's inky darkness home to fuck all. At least the raspy voice of the ancient reptilian brain can keep us company. He's a decidedly good influence alongside the limbic system and the many other thoughts and emotions hanging around in this null space. These seem to chime in when prompted, and as a bit of a pull away from the recap, I'll only relay to you the considered necessary tangents, as these skills can devolve into sputtering flavor text. Like Encyclopedia, who actually has an important observation to make. A Capri Kanema wakes us up from our sunless wasteland.
Death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meet around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
You can take it. You're a champion.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Somehow, you know what it is. A Caprice Kanema motor carriage.
Into a completely separate wasteland, one of controlled substances and trashed hostel rooms. I would say this was a raging party, if not for the fact that our guy has amnesia, his clothes are strewn all over the place, and a horrific necktie has been tied to the ceiling fan of the room. A gallows, maybe? It ain't a pretty sight, the apex of this sorry awakening being a look in the mirror. Yikes. Don't drink, kids, otherwise you'll end up like our nameless man here. Somehow, this expression belongs from somewhere, but not busying himself with that for now, our still anonymous man retrieves his full outfit, other shoe included, before speaking with a woman in the atrium of wherever this is. Besides learning that somehow our guy is an officer of the law, the convo goes nowhere outside of uncomfortable territory, with the no-name dick asking to have fuck with the disco dancer and an ominous warning. Her interrogation later on will suck.
Can I bring you something?
She's right. Something wants to come out through your mouth, right in front of her, right here. It makes you put your hand on your stomach and swallow.
Sir, you've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
The words have already left your mouth.
What was that? That's not even how words are used. What did you say? Come on. Say it again. No, you see, that's not what you said. You said... Come on, man. Freddy, please. One more time. Goddamn right you did. You crazy asshole, you. What kind of cop are you? Okay, that's cool. Or if I can just maybe ask you to elaborate on that superstardom a tiny bit. I have certainly been entertained. Thank you. Whatever you are, you should stick to it. Otherwise, it's gonna suck for you later when you have to interrogate me. And for the record, no, I didn't do it.
Believe that's called foreshadowing. That on the back burner, Mr. Superstar Cop heads downstairs and sees a bespectacled man in a brightly orange bomber jacket, a half-brother of the law. Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the 57th Precinct. Our guy belongs to the 41st, leading to a bit of self-discovery. Mr. Nameless has been here for 2 days, binging and fobbing off his job. No interviews have been conducted, nor has the hanging body been removed out back from this establishment. A body that has been in the tree for 7 days now. Whoops. No time like the present now, as even if our guy has literally replaced all his body water with alcohol and lost his badge, there have been worse cases in the RCM. Revachol Citizens Militia, for short. They're cops, signified by the white rectangle watermarks on their outfits. Our cop duo's task chain looks like this. Conduct interviews, remove body from tree, and find our guy's badge. First up, interviews. Gart is the manager of this hostel, the Whirling in Rags, and he's had to deal with the nonsense of the 41st. A dead body, a sudden shift in the workplace, and the greatest fuck-up to step through the front doors. Sylvie, the previous bartender and the one who called about the body, up and left, forcing Gart to take direct management of the Whirling, leading us to the present. Seems Sylvie leaving was a combination of the body and Gart overstepping boundaries by asking for her number, which peeves off Mr. Feminist.
Crying lady, I'll help you. I'm a feminist. I'll make sexism my bitch. Sexism will be like...
What a time to develop an inexplicable feminist agenda. Other than some minor directions and a rundown on the damages, Gart's interview comes up slightly bust with only a phone number and huge debt to... Oh yeah, Mr. Feminist has to pay for the damages to his room. Money? Real? You don't have that, so taking the advice of his horrific necktie as, yeah, that thing's alive along with the other parts of our cop's brain, Mr. Feminist attempts a daring escape.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must be merely imagination. But...
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
one moment you're running like the wind, then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger, furiously, with both hands. Why? That's true, yes, and it's worrying. But let's not fixate on it. Look at that stupid bartender instead. He has no idea what's going on. You and your fuck you fingers floating in the air. Barkeep's got his mouth agape like an idiot. You showed him.
Watch out!
Too tight of pants ensures a catastrophic outcome, accidentally crashing into the wheelchair-bound woman also in the Whirling. Thank you, pants, and apparently spinal cord as the inky blackness of the ancient reptilian brain illuminates for us. And yet, this outburst lowers the debt of Mr. Feminist, so to each their own, 130 down to 60. Matter of fact, the old lower neck and arm injury jostles a thought from Encyclopedia. Where is home? Is our guy a hobo cop? Perhaps time will reveal the truth. Seeing as we've crashed into a hello, the woman our apparent hobo ran into is Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife. Her husband Morel and friend Gary are on a local expedition, leaving Lena by herself with not a lot to do, besides give our guy a bit of a lowdown on where he is. Currently speaking, Mr. Feminist Hobo is in the Whirling in Rags, a hostel within the city/district of Martinez, one of many regions/subdivisions of Revachol, itself split into east and west, where we are located, which was the former world capital on the Isola of Insolinde. But that's a general history, one I will go into later when a certain statue gets brought up, Lena not knowing much outside of that context, and neither does our guy. He needs a lowdown on reality. At least he got a cool green 8-pin for basic world trivia. Leaving the whirling and talking to a gardener who provides some directions around Martinez and an extra set of rubber gloves, our detectives will be dealing with a dead body after all, a light jog takes our two to a small port. Joyce Messier has parked her sloop and has been seemingly waiting for our officers, as while she may represent Wild Pines, the owners of the local harbor, she was sent in to deal with a strike, not a supposed lynching. Wild Pines itself has a storied history connected to Revachol's past, being an original Indo-tribe provided free assets by the suzerain of olden time. Basically, the king let the company become a monopoly, their chosen field shipping and freight. He's gone, but Wild Pine shipping and other Indo-tribes like St. Baptiste Pharmaceutical have stayed, raking in a casual 20 billion real for its 72,000 employees. As Joyce says, the company is a shark, always needing to move forward lest it die like some of the other Indo-tribes. 15 in total, and now only some remain. Moving away from company talk, Kitsuragi and our still nameless hero go to interview Joyce, but required paperwork is needed. Damn badge! Either it's produced or the cops can suggest a favor as compensation. While Kim doesn't like indebting himself to Joyce on the basis that the Wild Pines union issue is disconnected from the hanging, there is an ongoing drug ring acting blatantly within Martinez backed by the union.
What can I help you with? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode? Oh dear. Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Drug investigation it is then, Joyce pointing her bony finger to the lorry drivers running through Terminal B as the smugglers. Company secrets for finding the drug runners. Easy, right? Not like the lorries are going anywhere with the terminal shut for the moment on behalf of Wild Pines. Before going on that tangent though, our detective seems to be hung up on Joyce's boat. A symbol of the bourgeoisie. Only the rich would have a sleek pleasure craft sloop in this area, which Joyce admits with no shame, though with a touch of sadness after our dick cross-references the boat with the local buildings. What was the point of this? I don't know, but something smells a bit communistic in the air. It fades away as we see an officer of the law beg for 60 real with no shame. The room at the Whirling is paid for, and the Emergency Act covers donations for the RCM, so this isn't illegal. As the twosome go to leave the dock, a lady by the name of Cindy, titled The Skull, calls to our pigs for a brief conversation. She's been watching Joyce with disgust, as the economic disparity can be cut with a knife. all while practicing her graffito, which our guy approves of to Cindy's annoyance. Stimulating isn't the word for it, as the two cops leave her to talk to some lorry drivers. First up, Tommy Lee Hom. An artsy type, he seems to not bother with the drug running on account of the legality of it. Prefers his highs on the contemplative side of life, though there is a touch of something else. A hint of sadness draws in our detective, causing Tommy to open up about his family and home. Half-Light barges into this somber conversation to warn about a hunter smelling of apricots and sorrow. The past.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind?
In his eyes, an unfamiliar longing. Flecks of brown and gold. It's hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
Excuse me? There are things even a cop can't fix, my man. There's no helping in absence, you know? I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home. What about you, cop man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I feel for you, my friend. It's bad enough to know who you miss. Missing like that doesn't feel like it has much of an upside.
Keeping that thought to himself, the detective instead flexes his artistic sensibilities in front of an impressed Tommy in conceptualization. Why is art? Can one be a, dare I say, art cop? You'd need some sort of degree for that. In the meantime, and seeing as Tommy is clean like a nose, our would-be art cop pays Gart the money owed to get it out of the way, something he'll have to do every night going forward at the going rate of 20 real. As luck would have it though, a plastic frit bag has somehow found its way into Martinez, our guy taking up tear collecting as a side hustle to get the funds. Dropping them off at the local frit, the cashier doesn't know about the body, making her a pretty unreliable source of information. Out the door, an unseen force seems to guide the dicks to Kim's car, as if realizing that Kutsuragi might have some useful tools for the investigation. Mainly a flashlight, pry bar, and chain cutters. It also wouldn't be bad to check in on the radio, Officer Alice Demetri of the 57th, acting as central command for the duration of this mystery. She connects our man to his precinct so he can run damage control over his missing badge. An action that opens up a can of worms, as not only is it obvious the rest of the 41st has been witness to events like we saw in the aftermath of the hostel room, our main Dick's partner, Satellite Officer Vikmar, going on a curse-laced tirade as the other officers joke and snicker, missing alongside the badge as our officer's gun. As Half-Light puts it, holy fuck.
Soba, ask him. Ask him if he's lost his gun too.
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you lost your gun too. Over.
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you? Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
Don't sweat it, Bratan! You don't need a gun to have fun! We can still have fun! It's not all over!
10-9, coming officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Lying over the phone? It's easy. Just say it like it's the truth. And then it becomes it.
He says he didn't.
Thank God for that. That would have been a nightmare. I don't even want to imagine the poor prick who has to relay that kind of news to the captain. Losing his badge is bad enough. Tell him to find it, and fast. We can't have some gangbanger running around with it.
The necktie doesn't make it any better, but lying is easy over the phone. Drama does it all the time. Add finding the gun to the task chain. The rest of the call is a dud, comms Officer Jules refusing, out of pride or confusion, I don't know, to answer Mr. Feminist's questions about himself. The hole in the head remains as Esprit de Corps presents us a window into the 41st. Time is of the essence indeed. Closing that call, the detective radios the only other contact he has, Sylvie. What follows is a pretty awkward conversation as, yeah, our guy was the reason she left, not Gart. Turns out waving around your cool gun in front of others describing what a self-inflicted gunshot wound looks like isn't a socially acceptable thing to do. Neither is selling your mandated armament. In better news, or worse depending on how you look at it, Sylvie didn't actually call the cops, knowing that the Union would handle the body. So in essence, the Union is both a workers' union and a crime syndicate. Good to know. The Hills have eyes and ears. Before ending the call, the Dick apologizes for his misdeeds directed at the Whirling, mainly the destruction of a stuffed skua, the room, and the ruining of a song, though this does prod Sylvie to bring up our cop's papers. Another thing to find. Oh, and Sylvie does like Gart, our guy, offering to pass along that news. Speaking of, with all this apologizing, Suggestion brands our guy the sorry cop. At least with all this talking about, he's earned it. An actual art degree.
Totally okay. You can dual copotype from sorry to anything. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen. Actual art degree. Trite, contrived, mediocre, milquetoast, amateurish, infantile, cliché and gonorrhea-ridden peon to conformism. I fucked me. Affront to humanity. War crime. Should literally be tried for war crimes. Resolutely shit. Lacking in imagination. Uninformed reimagining of, lip-wristed, premature, ill-informed attempt at, talentless fuckfest, recidivistic shit peddler, pedantic, listless, savagely boring, just one repulsive laugh after another.
Passing the buck to Gart, the nameless Dick spends some time learning about the history of the statue at the roundabout. It depicts the old Philippian King Philip III, one in the line of monarchical suzerains who ruled Revachol until the communist anti-centennial revolution overthrew them, leading to the world government, the coalition, and moral intern to glass the communists, and establishing the zone of control in Revachol. There is no government, though the duty of law enforcement is a touchy subject. Seems like rhetoric has latched onto something, as apparently it's time to build communism again o'clock. Like that hasn't been tried before and failed with catastrophic results. Will it be real this time? People will say it wasn't because it failed again, and they're idiots. Just do as Divine says and everything will work out alright.
Kill everyone now. Condone first-degree murder. Advocate cannibalism.
Are now, what is he, communist art sorry cop? Just kinda wanders aimlessly until he decides to talk to the book crier out in front of the bookstore. Annette is her name and cold is her game, the tough economic climate forcing her mother to turn her into a worker. The local curse makes this cycle worse, and despite Kim voicing his disbelief in the supernatural, the nameless one finds the topic nigh interesting. Alongside the topics of books Annette goes into, a dip into romance producing an odd thought from the detective. Finished with books for now, our Dick showcases his deduction skills. Annette chews her fingernails because of the stress induced by her mother. Gives the duo another reason to enter the shop. Doubly so since Annette has seen our cop running around with party eyes like, I don't know, a superstar cop? Composure thinks so. And just in time for our scruffy-looking cop to learn about the positives of being a hobo cop.
Fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on. Hobocop. Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old L'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon, then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are all yours at last.
With as much as he can learn about the world from the locals, seems now's the time for the Dick to learn about reality from Joyce. A massive time sink that I will skip over as I'm feeling deja vu?
Our guy's having the opposite of it?
I'm skipping over for sanity reasons, as what I've said above and what I will say later on regarding the world of the game is the gist of it. It's interesting stuff, but works more in a lore video rather than a story recap. Kim gets it, and for now, the basics of reality are left alone. The duo still has a strike to learn about, but any direct way into the harbor has been cut off, and the scab out front leading the protest seems odd in manner of speech and cadence.
Yes, people get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it.
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down. We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes. Good. We're fighting for a cause here.
Right to work! Right to work!
He points to two harbor workers, Call Me Manana, the personable watcher, and Measurehead Ni Jean-Luc. 10 tons of Simonese supremacist who our duo will have to get around, either by besting him in physical combat, or by subscribing to his ridiculous race theory. A past as prime drunk ain't winning any fistfights, but who says that you actually have to believe in the crap Measurehead spews, as our guy does just that to the initial worry of Kim before seeing the path of least resistance.
Your race descent has only one. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then to you. He lets out an audible sigh.
You are obviously a liberal, Saillight. A polyculturalist. I can see it from your love of microtechnology and your sartorial choices. Do not deny your friend the truth you have denied yourself. There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races, and the vile CF race cauldron of pederasty. Which one do you need education on? cruel, to entertain ourselves with their deformities. Were there any able-bodied races you needed education on? You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is the race enigma? You have not even worded the mystery, let alone solved it. You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vasholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease?
Actually, that might not be correct, as concocting a solution to the advanced race theory requires subjugating yourself to Measurehead's long-winded racist piddle and a thinking time of about 2 hours. With that bomb now ticking in his head, the detective and Kim make a preliminary scan of the crime scene, finding a nearby trash receptacle closed and locked. Gart would have the key for it, and a slip round the backside of the yard has a bizarre encounter happen with a person known only as the smoker on the balcony. He's in a rush and doesn't feel like speaking, though someone else has gone rounds asking questions about the body. Someone muscular and with comp support down to 2, it is a safe bet a third party has pried into the case. Other than that, the smoker tries to leave, but a quick suggestion gets him to point out a hidden apartment complex key before his departure. A look at the apartments has the 2 coppers bump into the cleaning lady, who points out where some of the tenants are, mainly the smoker and Cindy. Her room is not what I would call living standard, as it is a coal room, though it does have fresh jeans that someone forgot to clean out, as it has an apricot pose. Apricot cum wrapper? God. Though it does have fresh jeans that someone forgot to clean out, as it has an apricot gum wrapper in one of the pockets. There's that fruit again. And the smoker won't be back at his room until tomorrow night. Well, cock. Back to Gart and the mystery of the trash container, which gets derailed by a brief dip into communism. A huge doubt lingers over the sudden communist if he thinks he's cross Mazov, this world's equivalent to Karl Marx. Stepping away from the ideology talk, a quick ask gets the keys where the 41st and 57th find a few things of note among the waste. The victim's clothes, military type, which are properly packed up as evidence, the nameless one's RCM ledger, which has his previous cases and notes in a few forms, and one racist mug. While massively antiquated and offensive, the presence of the mug posits that a person other than Gart has been dumping trash. That's a pin to stick. All this dumpster diving and references to the past seems to jog a memory, however, for our detective. The 15th Indo Tribe.
The 15th Indo Tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo Tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo Tribe was your Indo Tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you remain.
And then there was one. An hour is left deciphering Measurehead's spiel, a return trip to Gart to give back the keys, and a meeting with Annette's mother, Plaisance, eats into that time more. To describe the bookstore owner, easily duped by psychic hoopla, believes in the mystic greater world. Weird. An attempt to direct the duo away from the back room winds up with our cops getting Plaisance to lay off her daughter and taking on another case. The mystery of the doomed commercial area and the woman at the center of it. That curse that Annette mentioned earlier. But right as the duo pull back the curtains, the answer to advanced race theory has arrived.
Oh,
do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse. What you discover in there.
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. You see a set of tattered... You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the back, covered in dozens of scary little Seminese wards, your shadow looming over it like an omen.
Oh!
Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
It ain't a theory, but loose word association. An insult from Measurehead later, and the two cops are in the harbor. Not 2 feet into the office, and a horrid realization comes across our race theory rejectionist. Oh shit, what the fuck is actually going on? Or, as in, what this case is really about. Asking Kim, he gives a decent brief on the goings in Martinez. 3 days ago, the RCM learned of the hanging body who may have belonged to a personal security detail that connected the victim to the dispute between Wild Pines and the Union, properly known as the DeBar Doors Union. The killing was specified as a lynching, yet the caller wasn't identified, probably because of those eyes and ears on the hill. No legitimate government under the ZOC means you make it yourself, the Union acting as the police of Martinez, despite the insistence of the RCM, who operate under what is colloquially known as a legal twilight. The RCM is self-organizing and dangerously close to a Peace Corps, but its authority is rarely questioned. Quite a landmine the strike is. So too is the nature of Martinez's location. Technically speaking, 2 precincts operate in the district, meaning Cop Forget-Me-Not and Kim are in a pissing match. More on this later. Done with his dump, Kim withstands his own from his partner/competitor. The usual runabout of amnesia. The cure, a debrief after 9 and another call to the 41st. Minor small talk later, detectives work on a good report, you know. It's time to scan the office. Up on the chopping block, the phone. An unseen specter guides the detective's hand to a number, a video rental store located within Revachol. Freaky physical memory there, but why? The file cabinets, meanwhile, provide a bit of a time waster with logistics and spreadsheets. If only our detective was some kind of superstar to see through the lines. Oh wait, he is! And another thought pops into his head. The mirror of déjà vu is jamais vu, the feeling of first acquaintance rather than familiarity. Derealization.
Getting blurry. The drawer slides shut smoothly. Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one. Jamais vu derealization. Jamais vu, the opposite of déjà vu. Not already seen, but never seen. Everything that should be familiar appears strange and new, like some half-forgotten day in your childhood. Only now. That's the feeling you've been having. And for who knows how long. You should go and ask Joyce Messier about this. What world are we in? This is a fundamental question.
Joyce may have more answers on the world now, but with those new breakthroughs in mind, the scrabble of boring paperwork condenses into a note left for a worker by the name of Leo from the leader of the Union, Everard. A simple checklist that could mean nothing, but special whirling borscht is fishy. Exiting the office and entering the harbor proper, our superstar finds a missing piece of his uniform, his cloak, before following the singular path down to the boss's office, stopping to shoot the shit with Leo. Truncated, Everard knows about the lynching, giving his men a vacation for their role in it, has a twin brother by the name of Edgar, and it seems like the Union is trying to take over distribution from Wild Pines in this area. Connected to the brothers and Union is a Miss Beaufort acting as a representative lawyer, and loose lips sink ships. The borscht is clearly spiked with Al Ghul. A talk with the local bigwig is in order, and yet it's like walking into the Dragon's Den. Who is this Mr. Dubois Everard is banging on about? Why is this chair so uncomfortable? Oh God, Everard is a briber and knows about the missing gun. Lost gun.
He simply stares at you.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me? Or...
No.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Nah, that don't matter. Harry's a bad cop with the expression oozing corruption. The composure is unreal. Too bad Everard is the master of moving goalposts, asking for his own favor not unlike Joyce. Instead of a drug ring, though, Mr. Clare wants a door opened. Optics and outcomes aren't great, but playing both sides is perhaps the only way to go here. This might be another weight around the neck in need of some rigorous self-critique.
Harry, just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught. You held a young woman by the arm and kept her in your apartment for 20 minutes against her will. That's right. These are not flights of fancy. These are real deeds, Harry, emerging from the darkness of your past. You tried shooting a fleeing suspect in the foot, but hit him in the pelvis, crippling him for life. And, above all, you let life defeat you. All the gifts your parents gave you, all the love and patience of your friends, you drowned in a neurotoxin. You let misery win, and it will keep on winning till you die, or overcome it.
If Everard is calling Mr. Nameless Harry and our own brain use the term Harry, that must mean our guy has to be Mr. Harry Dubois. The Census Bureau file Everard has confirmed that, so Harry it is then. And Harry is a well-known hustler on that savoir-faire ultra-liberal grind. Bread, fat stacks, fuck them government taxes. All rise the free market. Money all day like Mr. Krabs style of all the greed and less than stable self-worth it entails, even if Harry is already a communist. A communist and a capitalist. Next he'll become a fascist.
I just spot my land in the meadows. Now I'm getting paid cash without.
As the next joke has been laid in wait and armed with a card to leave the harbor, Harry and Kim get the key for the door from Mignana before heading back to the bookstore to continue with that thread. Advanced race theory did barge its way in after all. If you were expecting ghosts or ghoulies, sadly the back area of the bookstore is filled with the boring kind. Failed businesses and forgotten ideas. A gym, some skiing business, and a radio board game studio are left in the ruins, the third of which had probably the most attention put into it by its development team, Fortress Accident. The radio computer owned by the team still works, their roadmap is still up, the comms still go through, though the filament is password protected. Funny little elf games will have to wait then. Basement time, as there are a few more oddities to find. A large bear freezer that has been left on, draining untold amounts of power and money from the building. A note inside that states the off-site filament for Fortress Accident has been placed in the nearby ice cream maker. Budgeting issues like with any startup game company. And there's a tiny little hidey hole revealed via flashlight. Compared to the other remnants, this hole is a revenant, a stark reminder of the revolution, a cache of rifles. Inoperable, but with one looking finer than the rest, it could catch a penny or two for the whirling fund for tomorrow. Finding an alternate exit/entrance to the dilapidated portion of the building, Harry figures now would be the best time to examine the body, but the stench is so hellish that he can't help but clear out his system orally. Ammonia would help, the gardener providing some free of charge. As if reminded of the fragility of his health, a call to the 41st Lazarus is in order, but Nix's assessment could have been made by a child. Harry's a wreck that isn't getting any younger. At least the memory issues mean he shouldn't have any baggage with the past. A fresh start, you could say. Still not wanting to feel the joys of throwing up again, a look through the ledger gives Harry a solid-ish ground to work off when it comes to his profession. Forms for misconduct fines, autopsy reports, and station calls. a series of closed cases he'll have to review on his own time, a permeables container that'll have to be opened up somehow, and the usual watermark that would contain information regarding Dubois' career history. With the extra space left for an open case and having Lena's green 8 pen in hand, Harry formulates the task chain for our now named investigation, the Hanged Man.
They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. There is, for precisely 1 more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. The tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas? Furies. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that it refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know? Think, what would that be? A good normal name.
Yes, you know what that normal name is, but it's so plain. Anything else, please.
Great, that's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now.
And with postulations from Kim and the evidence from the watermark, Harry's been a busy cop, taking at least 2 cases per week, solving a total of 216 cases in his 18-year career. Only 3 fatalities, too, a low ball for a member of the 41st. Harry was good police. Let's see if he still has it. Books and balls. Renee and Gaston are playing pétanque, and despite physical instrument wanting to shot put the ball into the ocean, Harry throws a pretty good ball even if it felt like his theoretical sister's breast. What was the purpose of this? Anyway, back to the drug ring investigation. Harry plays fast and loose with his task chain. Tommy knew squat, but a racist lorry driver, who is indeed racist, might know the source of the drugs. Too bad the wall of racism points our 2 cops to Xiling purely out of racial profiling. Tribe this, purity that, and the guy doesn't even have a name and he's built like a refrigerator. I could beat him up in a fight and I don't even have proper limbs. To his credit, Xiling is on that hustle grind selling the merchandise from his truck for his own profit. That can't be legal. It's small potatoes to the loaded fries of the drug ring. The union and the other drivers are backing the operation, led by some lady driver. Back to the racist, a shakedown later gets the cops the location of the lady driver's lorry. The 4th driver out of those on the roundabout, by the by, is the pale driver, who seems to waver and fade in between the past and someone else's memories. She's not all there, but not because of age. Heading back to Xiling to buy some new duds, Harry notices that the water lock is down and won't be open till Wednesday on the account of someone jumping the gap and knocking down a sign. Whoever this driver was, they also tore open the gate leading to the Hanged Man, their preferred vehicle, a Capri 40, popular with cops. Oh. Let me just set this series of punji sticks here for Harry to bumble into later, and as that is planned for further on, 2 other events are by Harry, getting plastered on the account of electrochemistry and singing karaoke despite guards' protests. Gadzooks, though, Harry is all out of music tracks and hasn't found the right song to sing, so this will be yet another down-the-line deal. Akin to the box reserved for the Union's loudest subset and the barricaded cobalt blue door in the back of the Whirling's kitchen. Waiting is the name of the game, and time is a tickin'. Since side tasks and such frivolities have been exhausted for the moment, Harry shuffles his way back to the body, but before retesting his fortitude with ammonia in hand, visual calculus scans a set of footprints in the yard.
And forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46? You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The cold must have preserved them. 5. Another standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 44. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace. Same make of boot, but number 41. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole, however. The right sole is smoother, more worn.
8 pairs of boots, 3 outliers on part of their outline, a light step, a deeper set, and a smooth imprint. The grouping of 8 infers that the victim was carried to the gallows, possibly after death, so the lynching didn't take place in the yard, if at all. Steel-toe working boots cast aspersions on the Union with the odd sole and smooth print, possibly revealing their wearer's job as a lorry driver. Mayhaps the lady driver? Conjecture this is, as the RCM duo need more evidence to prove the hypothesis, in spite of the horrific neckties one-sided celebration. The body still needs examination, but ammonia and suffering a mind-wiping hangover is a raw combination. Mr. Superstar Harry Dubois once again upchucking any remains left in his stomach and system. Both I and Kim agree that he needs to get his shit together. Forced off the trail again, Harry begrudgingly walks away from the body to flip through his previous case files, learning that during one named the Unsolvable case, he busted open his ledger by beating a perp badly with it. A solid knee strike might snap open the permeable slot then. Seems even before now, Harry needed to get his shit together, and with the volumetric shit compressor, he can do just that.
Volumetric shit compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Like many times before, though, something else has caught Harry's attention other than his job. The permeables. Crack! Our boy gets it open to find 2 ticket stubs for a zoo in Revachol East and a handmade postcard. The synapses in Harry's mind fire off, warning him not to read it. The smell of apricot strong with the cardboard, but holes need to be filled. A woman has written a note for Harry, though the contents of it are quite darkly prophetic, as if this love letter is a headstone for the lost. Apropos of nothing, Harry faints from reading the letter, the reptilian brain and limbic system welcoming him back to the void. The shadow has become more pronounced, a vicious phantom of the past. With it, white mourning and the bow collector.
Get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector, a streetcar distancing. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia. That's me. Blue eyes, that's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy. Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Yeah, man. What was that about? Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause. Your name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry. Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And it's...
What they mean needs closer inspection. Thankfully, Kim was by Harry's side when this episode happened to avert any major disasters. Even he recognizes the dangers of the past. Surprisingly, the shit is still compressed, and with it, a proper look at the body can be conducted. While deep in decomposition, the hanged man has his secrets on display. His boots are closer to Sabaton's and are made of a weird ceramic plate. Alien and out of place here. Perhaps he was a part of the Wild Pine security detail. With the rest of the outfit missing, who knows what happened to the other armor pieces? Vultures to a carcass, I guess. A serial number grants a lead on a background check. With it called in, it'll take a few days for the armor paper trail to end. Looking closer at the hanged man's face, it appears he was in some form of enjoyment during the moment of death. An odd clue, but not as odd as Inland Empire giving life to the deceased. Good. A dead man and a tie. Harry's imagination knows no bounds. A few put-downs later, Harry figures that the hanged man doesn't have any information on who he is or what happened right now. Intuition kicks in, as maybe when he's down, the hanged man will have more to say. Tying him to the tree is a cargo lashing belt directing the detectives to the harbor, but again, without a cause of death and the unsuredness of the lynching, who knows what actually took place in the yard. In layman's terms, he was hung and that's it. Riveting commentary and police work from me. Dotting the torso of the hanged is a web of tattoos of unclear origin. A picture is taken by Kim, someone in Martinez knowing what the symbology of that starry sky is. Taking one last look at the hanging body, Harry spots that his discoloration is consistent with the proposed lynching, but an autopsy will need to be conducted to confirm. One problem: how does one get down a hanging body when it was a one-way trip up? The lateness of the day leaves it a problem for tomorrow. Now would be a good time for that debrief Kim mentioned earlier. Lighting up a pair of cigarettes, Kim has only one for the day, the case is ran down. A preliminary investigation of the body gives the duo a few leads, though the interviews led to some red tape that will need to be cut down. A good first day. On the other front, Kim informs Harry of the role and background of the RCM. Limited in scope, the RCM has little power to enforce their authority, relying mainly on fines, which has spun out into bribery because officers are paid so little, and arrests, which are essentially a slap on the wrist. RCM officers don't take detainees to station, instead issuing a station call slip that is the equivalency of giving a robber the keys to your home and telling them not to rob the place. It somehow works though, as no one wants to become a fugitive. Lethal force is allowable though subject to heavy scrutiny, thus the kill count statistic. Dead Meat would be proud. Handling the backload of the officers' work is the coalition government, the moral intern, the de facto world government. Made up of moderate left and right, they follow the guidelines set forth by Innocence Dolores Day to continue humanity. They're well-meaning, but the years have been long for Kim. While he doesn't know where to stand on the political board, he chooses to believe in the RCM. They can do good in this forgotten district.
The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. It's probably more honest, yes. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralists International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
Off hours, time to continue searching for the curse haunting the doomed commercial area. A furnace in the basement of the bookstore screams to yell up into it, Harry doing so receiving an answer. The curse who turns out to be a novelty dice maker. While having a good vantage point out into the yard, she didn't see any crimes happening and mostly removes herself from the world via radio stations so she can focus on her work. Interestingly enough, her workshop is made out of the chimney of another building, isolating itself from the curse that apparently expands to the whirling. Something doesn't add up, leaving Harry a pin to return back to later. Plaisance isn't gonna like the answer though, as every other business has failed in the area, some due to moral failings and other general incompetence. Can't blame capitalism on that one, Fortress accident. Oh, and drugs. Lots of people did lots of drugs in this building. The intercom system connected to the DCA reads like an obituary, aiding in the Dice Maker's stories, but one business stands out as an oddity. Slipstream SCA, a representative of Tricentennial Electric's answers, but sounds distorted and unreal. She seemingly has a break when conversing with Harry, but no, she's a ghost in a sense. A recording on repeat for infinitum. A lost relationship of the past. Here's hoping this doesn't abstract itself to something personal. That would hurt Harry even more. Heading near the waterlock, our two officers enter the pawn shop owned by Roy, a peculiar collector of the strange. Figurines, radios, a lamppost. He's on something. Coupled with his stressed way of speaking and 24-hour business schedule, dude must be loaded. Buying a headless Fallen Rider figure from him, Harry receives the awful news from Roy that, for real, Harry sold his gun that was bought by a random passerby. You thought it, Kim. Wow. Here's hoping this pig isn't the openly violent type, otherwise the RCM's reputation would go further down the shitter in a place it already isn't liked. Switching up the investigation again, Harry leaves Roy to check out the lady driver's lorry. Smash! Pry bar to window is a perfect key to a locked door. Movie posters, loose set of tools, advanced radio equipment, and sandpaper on the right pedal of the truck. Odd Soul is the lady driver who also runs the drug ring. How pernicious. The Union is looking closer to a criminal organization, even if they do uphold the old code of the Mafia. And who knows how the Padre Madre Syndicate is involved. Narc will have to crack down on this later on the road. Much like figuring out who owns the apartment that Everard wanted Harry to unlock. Whoever this person is, they are a massive traditionalist with symbology of the monarchy hung up on the walls, and part-time racist with a gaudy mug collection lining a shelf. Seems to me this is the racist mug's brothers and sisters. Access to the Whirling's trash receptacle should have only been given to Sylvie and Gart as they are the operators, so that's a bit disconcerting. Well, whatever. Kim doesn't feel bad now for doing Everard's business, and maybe the bigwig will be more forthcoming to the investigation. All this abstaining from political opinions has jostled empathy awake to the idea of moralism. Gotta achieve world peace slowly, after all. If at all. The landmine of fascism lies in wait for the time being for Harry to step on as he and Kim return to Joyce to disseminate their findings. She don't sleep, you see, and has hidden resources watching the cops. Upholding their end of the bargain, Joyce does hers. A civil war is brewing. The Hanged Man's squad mates will want their own form of justice, a tribunal of sorts launching their own investigation into the murder. It's a sham, a reason for vigilantism in the worst caliber. The suspects of the lynching are in the firing line. Crenell, the current name of the security outfit that the four mercs belong to, are blasé on the affair as their organization routinely hires discharged soldiers and other war fighters with known issues, primarily trauma and stressor disorder, PTSD, for work in third and fourth world countries. crimes. Optics aren't great for the mindset of the employees or employer. War crimes are a statistic and a must on a resume. The mercs aren't fit for an urban environment operation, and they've stopped all contact with Joyce. Apparently, the dead one was a bit of a vagrant, sexually assaulting a local Martinez woman near the whirling leading up to the lynching, but this is hearsay. Accepted hearsay. The strike has worsened matters as Everard bars entry to the harbor from any and all representatives of Wild Pines, seemingly wanting the Civil War to happen. A real shit show. Hornets to a beehive. Harry and Kim at least have some names to operate on. Laylee, the nickname of the deceased, Cordy, and Phyllis DePaul. A background check will need to be ran on Laylee, though Joyce's observations of the man paint him in a humanizing light. A facial scar made it hard for him to speak. He seemed personable. The others aren't worth contacting. They hate the RCM and regard them as ghetto savages. Damn ZOC and its lack of government is a thorn in the side of lawfulness. But since Kim still has a working brain compared to Harry, we know that the scab the two chatted up earlier would be Cordy. A bad actor is a bad actor after all. Paul, meanwhile, is on squad site Overwatch. Time, as I've said previously and will continue to do so, is limited. Laylee's tattoos, by the way, are a close approximation of a sailor's map. A tour of duty? Cordy would know more, but that's a dangerous route. Continuing over the details of the surrounding events in Martinez, it seems that the union wants each of its workers a member of the board, all 2,200 of them effectively stalling the process of Wild Pines' decision-making. A logistical nightmare. The union wasn't always like this, but the rise of Everard and Edgar, who played twin magic to get around foreman limitations, has transformed it into the mob it is today. Let's call what happened to the previous four women an accident. Just then, a little click goes off in Harry's intestine. Boom! He's a fascist now.
Would you like to see
Increased national pride, brotherhood, and hatred of minorities, anyone slightly left of far right, and women. Men of war. Basically as reactionary as communism and equally as lame. In fact, none of these political slants are great looking in the light of Revachol. I think my mindset would be less obtrusive and more upfront on the matter, actually. Sometimes honesty is better, especially when you go to kill a person and eat them. Back to Joyce, she's more than willing to gossip under the ZOC about Everard and other curiosities, but that is for a later time. Time to continue the lowdown on reality. Kim would prefer to stay out of this, and notably, Harry sees him off for the night to continue the lecture with Joyce. Condensed and shortened, Harry exists in a world called Elysium, a fractured world home to various island continents strung out across a sea of pale. The one we're on is Insulinde, discovered during the DeLorean century, and is considered the greatest discovery ever made by humanity. Pale, on the other hand, is... think of it like a cloud of corruptive radiation. You have to travel by airship or boat to bypass it, and even then, contact with Pale via any means like looking at it does funny things to the mind. See the Pale driver from earlier, and Joyce herself has constant contact with the phenomena. You go insane, but to what degree is indeterminable, and different classes are registered for differing levels of exposure. Citizens 6 days a year. Business agents like Joyce, 22 days. All that can be said is that you start witnessing the past in real time, explaining the recorded message from earlier for Slipstream. Pale can bleed into anything. It is safe to say that the Pale is the end of the world. Off we go into the wild Pale yonder, just as the dead man said. Stepping away from the Pale, Revachol itself has seen numerous disasters and fuck-ups away from the failing of the monarchy, one of the worst, a nuclear pile meltdown, and to keep a short story on the outside happenings, The moral intern is benefiting vastly from keeping the place as a zone of control. Currently speaking, the moral intern is hands-off and wants it to stay that way, letting corporations have free run of Revachol to the point of hyper-capitalism. The RCM, while created under the world government, is at odds with the moral intern simply because they uphold the values of peace, despite, as we will learn later from Kim, an inter-precinct kerfuffle about who runs the Martinez area, the pissing match that determines which loser will have to work in the district. They picked up the pieces where everyone else, the suzerain, the commune, the ultra-liberals, and moral intern failed. That was the revolution. As the fascist monarchy and communist revolution duked out red shirt to brown shirt across the Asolas, sparked by a pandemic and materialistic rights, the ultra-liberals placed bets on the victor while the moralist coalition took control of the land and people to end the fighting. 40 years of this current status quo, of failure and hopelessness. Blood is on, so many hands, Joyce supposedly as well, as she is an ultra-liberal. But we all try to live for something, good and bad decisions included. Joyce, her daughters, and husband. Harry, we'll see. People are people at the end of the day. I can't hate the bottom rung for what the top mandates for it. Revachol, West, Jamrock, home.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting. Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat. Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world. Humid, your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
It makes you want to start drinking this well of information, which our guy does because it's after hours, and the pale driver has more mumbo-jumbo to sling his way. The assassination of Dolores Day intermingling with thoughts of Motorway South. A terrible nostalgia. Back to grounded pursuits, Harry orders a whirl untethered dice from the dice maker, as why not have a memento Fortress accident? The die's description sounds cool as well, made of animal bone and having an icy aesthetic. It'll be ready in 8 hours, so that'll be for tomorrow, leaving Harry off with only one thing left to do for the day. Sleep. Or at least it would be if a terrible nightmare didn't engulf our guy during his sleep. As the hanged man warned, Harry's now seeing him in his sleep, but as himself. A bloated corpse of a drunk. Of the past Harry can't remember clearly. Of the loneliness and regret. Of failure and hatred. The ancient reptilian brain and limbic system continue their tirade, but as an officer of the RCM, Harry can trust in his duty even if he can't in himself. He can do good and right if he applies himself.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? What it says on the can, Harry? Answer the question. Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there, one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
Small quibble, though, in the morning. Speed withdrawal. So that's how a debilitated drunk was able to accomplish all those tasks yesterday. It might be better to wean off speed than go cold turkey in this scenario, thus Harry opts in for looking for the substance on electrochemistry's behalf. Day 2, and things are already going a bit nutty as the Union box owners in the Whirling have shown up. The Hardy Boys, as they're called, the police branch of the Union. Paying the daily tab for the Whirling so he has a room, Harry proceeds to speak to the cook of the hostel to put a kibosh on the borscht by removing the vodka from it before confronting the Hardys. Led by Titus Hardy and advised by Elizabeth Beaufort, the lawyer Everett sent to college for lawyering, who isn't actually a gardener, the bunch try to act somewhat above their RCM contemporaries, but Harry and Kim have their ways. 7 of the 8 boots are accounted for with a scan, with the odd soul out giving us 8 Hardy Boys in total. By name, they are Titus Hardy, the leader, Shanky, the Lightstep, Fat Angus, the Deep Prince, Eugene, Theo, Glenn, and Elaine. Where's the 8th Hardy? A question that riles Titus up slightly. If that wasn't bad enough, the Hardys theoretically confess to helping run the drug ring as a means of cleaning up the streets. A state-run monopoly of drugs would push out local unorganized dealers after all, though all it would take is one link in the chain deciding to help itself for it to fall apart. Clean and organized works if people are automatons, not what we are now. Getting to brass tacks, Hardy confesses for the whole group to the murder, but Lizzie shoots that all 7 are liable for the lynching, an anti-arrest technique as Redrick posits. That, and they think they're the law here, so what the Hardys did is technically legal under the ZOC. Damn ZOC! But while Titus tries to affirm that he calls the shots, he leaves himself open for Harry to bring up the lady driver as the leader of the boys. Rage ensues, forcing Lizzie to step in. Titus and the boys do confirm the victim as a mercenary connected to Wild Pines, who stayed at the Whirling before his death, and that he was rowdy. But the de-escalation from rape to harassment to threats seems bizarre, to phrase it that way. You'd build up to the worst of the worst, leaving this a point of contention to return to. An autopsy would make questioning Titus easier, as details seem muddy about the murder, but the body is still in the tree. What a conundrum for Harry and Kim. Leaving that for later, Alice has information on Laylee's armor. It was issued under one of Crenell's earlier names. Corps de Pharmacie as it was called back then, so Laylee's been with Crenell for a good amount of time. Longevity means a paper trail, means a record of who Laylee was. Hopefully, Alice can get the scoop for Harry and Kim. Wandering a bit away from the body, as Harry has the attention span of a cockatoo, our detective winds up conversing with a working-class woman. An odd detour, Harry misunderstands that the WCW's husband is missing, opening up an investigation of sorts that leads nowhere for the moment. Like, Harry and Kim find a drunk, but he isn't the husband, which leads to asking where the kids are, finishing with Harry getting slandered as a cockatoo and the woman opening up about her husband, who is possibly missing. Perhaps the bookstore has something on the bird, which it does, and who knows if the husband is on the other side of the waterlock. Heraldic bird and missing husband, here we come! Later. It gets quite Harry his name an adjective when he has a hugging session with the woman, opening up another scar from the past. Yelling seems to crop up a lot in the back of Harry's mind. Figuring it would be best to get this out of the way now if he's going to be killed, Harry approaches the disguised Cordy, picture in hand. Colonel Laley's tattoos, as retold by Cordy, are the theaters the Crenell mercs fought in. Deep-seated racism and war crimes spill forth from Cordy's mouth, evils carried out by men under the duty of the faceless organizations that own them.
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface. His face is unmoving. You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin and hair.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in. Yeah. What it means. I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here? Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission.
Benital is one of the inhabited islands of the Seminese archipelago near the Pale. Covered in jungle, it was anchor point for the Seminese nationalists in the proxy war held on the islanders' territory.
He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion, this is about to get really graphic. Last moment to back off.
A return trip to Everett seems quaint in comparison, the Union leader moving goalposts again, as the door matter was simply a matter of personal justice for Everett. Can't have a fascist in the heart of social democrat land. As if to highlight the frivolity, Everett tells Harry and Kim practically the same things that Joyce did in regards to the lynching, only a bit more skewed to the left than the right, bringing up the Hardys and reminiscing over the previous attempts of Crenell to strike bust. There's still that missing gun business Harry has to take care of, and with Everett again withholding information like the mound of goo he is, Harry is forced at missing gunpoint to take on another task for Everett. Get 2 signatures from people living in the fishing village across the waterlock. A youth center will be built in the area, but something is fishy and it ain't the village. That'll need to be completed tomorrow. In all this excitement, a white morning comes to pass, as if warning us, the player, to get as far away from Harry as possible. The fourth wall won't protect us. To the paperwork Everett handed Harry, there are no loopholes. The fishing village will be gentrified and the current residents kicked out via indirect means. Forgery is the way to go, but the hills are watching and listening. Somewhere secluded beyond the waterlock is where the forging must take place. Again, save it for Wednesday, Detective. Returning to the empty lot of the body, while it is imperative for Harry to continue to investigate it, a hidden door blocked by a panel of roof tiling catches our guy's perception. A shack with some fetishes inside. It belongs to Kuno, who clearly loves magnesium and dope. Not a worthwhile amount to open a case, and the roof access leads to the harbor in the event Harry wanted to try jumping in instead of dealing with Measurehead. Seemingly doing everything in his power to avoid the body, Harry enters the bookstore to cheer up a homework-stricken Annette, the little lady giving him a cool hat styled after Dick Mullins, and informs Plaisance about the curse and its intricacies. Dottie, lying. Blame it on a third entity. The third presence, to be exact. Now we can talk about birdies. Cockatoos are a lot like Harry. Needy, talky, and loud. Yet they're also proud, fond of company, and the life of the party. A major majestic cockatoo is a perfect fit. By the way, what is the bow collector? Well, the third presence.
the bow collector. It's early in the morning. The world is dark blue. The sparks light her face, a delicate composition of triangles. The streets seem to grow longer, like in a dolly zoom. And there's something in the air as you stand there and wave back at the shapes growing smaller and smaller. Something that has always been there. A great see-through world. The tenderness you feel. The ghost of Revachol between you, carrying your signals. The holy messenger.
A shiver jumps up Harry's spine, realizing how long he's lived with third man syndrome. His holy messenger who comforts and consoles in the dark times. We've heard her before, as if the city itself is the third woman. With that realization, Harry returns to the body, wondering how to get it down. Shooting it would be a novel idea, as the belt has a defined weak point, and Kim is down to shoot some gun, but his poor eyesight, bad choice in firing stance, and ill-fitting tool for the job fail him. Measurehead is an option, but leaving dock workers to get the body down when dock workers put the body up there is a recipe for tampering. Thus, Harry opts to have a go with the pistol. And while many factors are going against him, Harry's training shines through in a perfect hit on the belt. Slumped down in a kneeling position, the hanged man blames communism on his death, which, to be fair, is a pretty reliable response when bringing it up. Aces, highs, and lows all around. Autopsy time, after a bit of case filing with the previous crime solved. Yellow gardening gloves on. Sadly, Harry doesn't get to poke around the body as Kim came properly prepared with his latex ones. Great. Boring paperwork it is. Prelim writings aside, as in case identification, participants, DOB, and other identifiers, it's time to delve into the decay. Step 1, external. Clothes, armor, and tattoos aside, as Harry and Kim already got them earlier in the previous ventures, Laylee is pretty athletic for a man pushing 50, a merc after all. His hair is quite soft too, there is something odd regarding his headspace. Numerous post-mortem wounds are on display, though the ligature mark is still concealed by the belt. Snip, snip, Harry cuts the belt apart with the chain cutters, after steadying himself by agreeing with Kuno that he is his pig. Yeah, forgot to mention, Kuno and Kuno-S have been watching the whole time, goading our officers or messing with the body, explaining the bruising on Laylee post-mortem. The ligature is consistent with hanging. Inspecting Laylee's genitalia, a semen sample is requested by Harry as it would serve a nice companion to the records Alice is looking for. The rest of Laylee's body is covered in scars consistent with his background. The last item on this list, his hands. A pull string on a doll. Checking the hands causes an outburst from the hanged man, but nothing else is of note. Step 2, internal. The hyoid bone has been cracked, but that's small tier compared to when Harry peers into Laylee's mouth. The hanged man begs Harry to ask what treasures are within it. This internal third of the autopsy is filled with a lot more NAs on the form, and though Harry and Kim can request a toxicology screening, only one test can be requested per regulation. Semen it is then, a common occurrence on this show. Hypostasis does match hanging. Step 3, description of injuries. Before continuing on to the final third of the autopsy, Harry takes the time to question the hanged man about what he meant with his mouth. Ancient materials buried forth. Could that mean? Leaving it for the end, 4 injury fields are open. Bite marks are due to predation, not fatal. Contusions are due to Kuno skipping stones, not fatal. Ligature mark that snapped the hyoid bone lacks any clawing on the neck. No signs of a struggle. It couldn't have been fatal then, even if the victim was knocked out cold. Harry seems surprised at this conclusion, and the third presence reassures that his observation was correct. He wasn't lynched.
Bite marks. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck. with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured, the cervical column intact. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. Depth of the mark, 1 centimeter. No signs of clawing on the neck.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around his neck is visible. He is deep in thought, eyes fixed on the bright red ring around the dead man's neck. A column of cold air encircles you, rising slowly upward in the shape of a courtyard, bordered by cracked plaster, windows, seagulls perched on air conditioning units. A small green enclosure in the middle of a corral of tenements. Cape-side apartments, whirling in rags, and the fortress wall of Terminal B. Above it, a thin blanket of coastal stratus clouds. Higher yet, coalition airships guard over the 21 cordons of the zone of control. The air is crisscrossed with radio transmissions. The hair on your neck rises.
You will.
Why do you say that?
Autopsy complete, it was thorough on the surface, but it keeps coming back to Laylee's words. The mouth. Deep in the dark recesses of the crevice, a grim discovery is made. An abrasion collar. A tiny entrance wound reveals a metal memento. A bullet casing. Abrasion collar, an entry wound consistent with rifle shot. Fatal.
Your arm reaches out and your eyes close, as if by their own volition. It's dark all around. You feel cold, dead flesh through the latex glove. It's right under the palm of your hand. His face, his cheeks, his nose, his fat, swollen lips. Like a rubber spider, your gloved hand crawls on his features. Everything is silent, all around. The oral cavity is cold and moist. A ball-like tongue attaches itself to the base of the mouth, lolling around like a scallop. You're on the right track. You see a hole, barely visible to the human eye. It is swollen shut, almost vanished. No larger than 0.4 centimeters in radius, the edges appear darkened. An abrasion collar. This is what we're after.
Abrasion collar.
Kuno is silent. A black trickle of liquid runs into his throat from the wound. Your index fits right in there. A tight tunnel of flesh opens up. Tissue damage. Wide enough for 2 fingers. As you push both in, you reach through his mouth, right into his brainstem. The object that is in there stops just short of the skull, in the encephalus, knocking this tiny fracture into the cranium. This is the irregularity you felt before, the one that was too tiny to register consciously.
We have the makings of a very small exit wound here.
Forget about the fucking exit wound, Beano. The pig is wearing him like a fuck puppet.
Her voice is absolutely sizzling with excitement. You pick the object between your index and middle finger. It feels sharp, like metal. With your face twisting from pain and concentration, all you need to do is just...
My pig's fucking got it?
He's watching his old man get the big prize at the claw game.
What? What is it?
The inside of the head feels cold and smooth, like a glove. Sweat dripping down your brow. Careful not to lose the prize between your fingers. With a plop, your hand emerges from the mouth. The garden glove is covered in blood right up to the wrist. Between your fingers, a small flower. A blossom made of lead.
Fucking beautiful! No!
A bullet.
The bullet falls in the bag, leaving a smattering of blood on the plastic. He raises the bag under his eyes and says,
A non-caliber. Rifle. Some kind of brittle alloy. Fractured on impact.
The lynching and hanging, all treatment. Laylee was dead before Titus and his boys tied him to the tree. The body will need to be processed, which will take Kim out for the rest of the day, but there's no harm in letting Laylee sit in the yard for a bit longer until nighttime. Onto the jacketed bullet. The rifle our twosome found fits the category of the murder weapon, but isn't the exact make and model. Whoever shot Laylee, they did so with an old-style breech-loading rifle, a rarity in Martinez today. The last time they'd been used was during the Revolution. You can find stockpiles like the one our detectives found earlier, but they weren't in working order. An old hand would have to be the culprit, someone extremely anal about their gun preferences, as antique enthusiasts and modern guerrilla fighters don't fit the scene, and crime is handled by the Union, making it almost non-existent. But the perpetrator would have to date back to the Revolution, and not many veterans have survived that long. Renee is the only one that comes to mind to Harry, but he seems far more content with petanque and guard duty. He knows a good gun when he sees one, but Renee doesn't produce any worthwhile revelations. Selling the rifle as it has played its part and buying some sneakers from Sai Ling among other trinkets from Roy, Harry decides it's time to get back to Titus. Mentioning the bullet gets the rowing captain and his posse uneasy, the charade unwinding, and with the looming tribunal, the bluster turns to silent panic. The statuistic Titus crumbles before Harry's stronger authority, recognizing how close the Hardy Boys come across as his own precinct. A bunch of jack-offs jerking it as crime goes unattended. Something about a rape victim, Kim adds. She needs help, Harry finishes.
It's you again. What is it?
As you look around this room full of sweaty men, swearing, drinking, spitting out tobacco, does this look familiar? You believe the place was called Precinct 41. It was also filled with, almost exclusively, men, sitting on desks, talking shit and wasting time.
Huh? You got a problem with beer now?
Not quite there yet. Push on.
You saying we don't help people? I've been doing this job for 10 years. Martinez was a dump before we put this outfit together.
They don't know, man. They weren't here. We had 3 shootings a week, kids dead, fucking graffito everywhere. You cops haven't shown up since the 30s.
Congratulations on the graffiti removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that. One more push. Quick. Just don't antagonize him. You have this already.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You wanna help her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you help her. But you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
In the corner, Titus gives up the ghost. Clausier Amandu, the disco dancer. Cool. Great, even. Harry totally didn't say he wanted to have fuck with her. He absolutely didn't insist on superstar copdom. He didn't. Rebounding from a broken composure, Harry gets a few more things out of Titus regarding Clausier. She's a drifter, was supposedly raped by Lily, and had a relationship with Mr. Hardy, but that is all that is gotten out of the man. An interrogation of Clausier will need to be conducted, but before that, Kim needs an explanation of the outburst we all witnessed. Clausier never came up until right now, so at least Kim can reassure Harry that this is nothing. It's going to be alright, even if the questioning hasn't begun. Ms. Disco is upstairs in her room of the whirling, but damn near having a heart attack. Harry needs something a bit more light. A bit more... Hey, is that a key? Near the Union box? That none of the Hardys knew of? Wonder where it goes. Oh hey, it fits into the cobalt door of the whirling, unlocking a pinball workshop with an upstairs office. Immediately, Kim gets a right kick in the pants. He's Kimball, the pinball police officer. What a horrid 9 months in the 15 years of his junior officer time period. 38 years old and still playing with balls. There's a joke somewhere in here. Anyway, Harry scores a new high score on Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats machine to Kim's applause. Upon realizing, though, oh god, the Whirling used to be a pinball shop before a hostel. Another failed venture. Harry and Kim connect the dots to the DCA. The upstairs office has not much of note besides a worrying sight. A track left in the dust of the shop, and a peephole looking into Clausier's room. The prints match none of the ones out in the yard, but how they're connected to the case is undefined for the moment. Same breath goes for the peephole. Gart will want to know about the workshop and its lurid history of failure, and while Harry does explain its connectivity to the curse, Gart's self-assured that the whirling will stand. He does love this hostel and is more than willing to bend over backwards to keep it running and at a hospitable place. All this talking with Gart has made Harry notice that Lena has moved from the front door to the bar, the cryptozoologist's wife worried that her husband and friend haven't returned from their expedition past the waterlock. The Whirling's phone isn't working and other phones are inoperable, thus the house sitter for the zoologist doesn't know she will be working overtime. Oh, and the expedition party is missing, looking for a rare insect, but their status of loss is due to the waterlock. Still, missing people are missing people, and Harry has a knack for taking on a heavy workload. The RCM does aim to please, honor cop Harry keeping his word, even if the two officers on the scene have conflicting views on cryptozoology. Harry enjoys the fantastique the world can hold with a plethora of bizarre and rare species of creatures Elysium hides away, while Kim views the study as pseudoscience at best. Still, hard to blame Harry's enthusiasm as Kim lets him load up on cryptid stories from Lena, one catching the inner ear of our recovering speed junkie, the Col de Mamadakwa, an invisible anomaly almost driven to extinction. On to more pressing matters. A description of Morel is given by Lena so the officers know who to look for past the waterlock, though their history is skimmed over as if Lena doesn't want to go into specifics. The reason for the expedition, however, was because of another cryptid, the Insulindian phasmid, a reed insect closer to a ghost. Harry's eyes light up as Kim ponders what choices on the force led him to chasing cryptids. Morel would have more info on the bug, so Harry's gonna have to find him. Stepping out into the cold Martinez air, a ringing besets Harry's ears. The Col de Mamadakwa! Wait, no, don't run away! And it's gone. Ear training needs to be conducted to pick the bird out amongst the industrial noise. Ear and muscle training, as Coach Physical Instrument has decided now would be a good time to complain about Harry's pétanque game. This is mostly because Harry wanted to talk to Renee and Gaston again to learn about the old monarchy. Let's just say that greed and cocaine led the suzerain to the revolution. Guillaume did abdicate to pursue venture capitalism when the going got rough, leaving his nephew Freecell a bullet in his head. Getting away from history, Roy might have a tape on the Dakwa with his cavalcade of trinkets, but nah, just the invention of ASMR. Checking their watches with all the diversions that have happened since getting Clausier out of Titus, the cops see that it's nearing 10 p.m. Prime smoking hours. Prediction coming true as Cam said it would, the smoker is back at his apartment having stepped out after finishing his business with the Sunday Friend. Said character an official of the moral intern.
Pose.
Wait. Oh. The smoker is a gigolo. The Sunday Friend is a client. Off to probably continue his night on the corner, the smoker lets Harry and Kim interview the bureaucrat to an annoyed outcome. Charles Village Ronan speaks in circles. Most of what he tells about the hanging is leftovers already thrown out the fridge, pays to be good police, before digging way too deep into the moral intern well of boring topics I won't waterboard you with. Glad to know that true blue moralists love their picket fences. Highlight here, the coalition considers the revolution a disaster, as if coke-snorting, treasury-emptying monarchs were a better alternative. One milquetoast conversation to the opposite side, Harry indulges in speaking to Kuno as he's been in the yard the longest than anyone else has in Martinez. He might know something about Martinez and its secrets, but it does take some finessing though. Kuno don't trust no cops, and Kuno S is puppeting him from beyond the fence. The two children are constantly abrasive, but in their youth do speak out of both sides of the mouth. Kuno does have a lead on the rest of Laylee's armor, but points Harry to Mañana, who gives a rundown on the pieces. They're ripe for the taking if they can be found. Minus the Sabatons. Further digging in the Kuno hole has the boy go on a rant about Night City, not that one, an imaginary land that Kuno S thinks is lame, but Kuno is all for. The only way Harry's gonna get through to Kuno is to befriend him, by secluding him from Kuno S. Of the two, she's the greater evil compared to Kuno. He's overactive and has his fair share of slurs and drugs under his belt. She's in for emotional manipulation and possible murder of the weak and vulnerable. A real piece of work, probably having a hand in some snuff radio shit. Kuno and Harry's mental scape imply that she's an illegal immigrant from Saros, having snuck into a fruit crate, and Kuno first saw Kuno S forebodingly standing near his apartment shoe closet, dripping wet from rain. And yet, he's oddly defensive of her, giving Harry the opportunity to gain the red-haired boy's trust. Business is on the table. Speed and fawn pants. Discounted for the latter, ka-ching, but a little errand needs to be run for Kuno before Harry can get the nose candy, stealing it from Kuno's dad in their apartment. Despite building up his father as the scariest motherfucker in Martinez, Kuno's dad is the sad reality of the city. Drunk, uncaring of both himself and his kid, and on death's door. Preferable to beating his son, I have to agree with Kim. And while Harry does return with the gram of speed to split with Kuno, a few words seem to steer Kuno ever so slightly away from trying to emulate his father. With night rapidly descending onto Martinez, leaving little options for our detectives to take, it would be best in Harry's eyes if Kim takes Laylee to processing. Bye-bye, Sabatons, Harry knowing he won't get the full set of T-500 Fairweather armor. Right. Perfect time for some speed as Kim is gone. And what's this? Roy is open 24/7? He might have drugs for Harry to save her. Pyrrolidon it is, a strong hallucinogenic given to victims of radiation sickness. It treats radiation. The psychedelia is a side effect. Roy does have a history for needing the drug. He was a first-hand emergency responder to the People's Pile cleanup, that nuclear meltdown Joyce mentioned. Roy felt he needed to do something to help his hometown in the wake of the accident, even if all he got for his troubles was a terrible case of pains of all kinds. The bitterness at the failure of the pile seems directed towards some higher standing. Why else would the poor and distraught try to generate some electricity for themselves, even with the most dangerous of methods to the untrained? Thank you, Roy, Harry thanks, before snubbing some dawn off the man.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out.
There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
A long day's end, the superstar jaunts back over to the whirling, washing the dead guy smell off his body, as an autopsy will do that to you, before giving the mirror a good long look. The expression came from somewhere. Guillaume Le Million, a disco star of the new style. Wonder what happened to the guy, and so does Harry. A bit of nighttime reading gets Harry in the mood for bed, as we all know the reptilian brain and limbic system will be on their bullshit as they usually are, lamenting over the nature of people on Elysium. This time, however, Harry's skills seem to stand up for him.
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting, but it's yours. You've earned it. The bed is still cold from the wind blowing in from the broken window. The mattress creaks as you close your eyes and try your hardest to fall asleep.
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are coming, carrying you away. But you can't go. No, you have to stay. Always half aware of yourself. You're not cooperating, brother man. It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a vague discomfort suffusing it. Your belly and your sides are unpleasantly tender. You wish you could curl up into a fetal ball of safety. But you cannot, because of the pain.
That pain in your right side is your enlarged liver, by the way. As for your kidneys, you've really been compounding the damage lately. Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
Now, you're finally thinking about something other than yourself. Let's see how far that'll get you.
There's no dignity here. Only reflections of your body mass. Flashes of the day. You keep coming back to yourself in the mirror. But why? To admire all your accomplishments? You're just stuck here, in the half-world. Could try looking at other people, really looking. But why would you want to start doing that? Sure you do. They're all so friendly, aren't they?
Some of them are. Some of them are nice. Others are scared. At least they're interesting. Each one has a process just like yours, running in the space between their ears, full of secrets. People are beautiful, statuesque, parodies and tragedies of themselves. A great democracy of creatures.
Morning of day 3, and who the hell are these gits? More officers from the RCM? Harry doesn't think them too important as, hey, the waterlock is fixed. On the other side, a dismal little fishing village. Another reminder of the unimportance of Martinez, or tragic unimportance, as the ruins that litter the town are shadows themselves, of Feld and its meteoric rise as a technological giant before the revolutionaries did what they did. Seizing the means of production killed the company's chance to develop home computers, as the tech was repurposed for war and to be used to write the March Decree, the commune of Revishal's announcement to the world, a beautiful little document built on the blood of the innocent. Sorry, Feld engineers, intellectual working class types get the wall too. They, the company, sell ink cartridges now. Trant Heidelstam finds the history of the village a fascinating little piece of lostness, sharing his knowledge to Kim and Harry, though he apparently knows Kitsuragi on a first-name basis. Though Harry latches onto a set of silly words forming the basis of an art center, so his mind is too preoccupied to pick up on the cues. Cursory glances around this side of the pond are met with a lot of decay and minimal interest. One house is open, owned by the net picker on the pier, which has a stuffed bird. Harry's brain goblins urge him to stuff it into his pants as a gesture of apology, broken skua and all that. Coincidentally, the map Harry thought he had on him disappears into the ether, removing any spatial awareness our guy had regarding the town. Glitches, man. I'll work them into this plot somehow as failings of Harry's mind. New grounds might mean new leads, but an old one comes to mind. The armor. Going down the line of Manana and Kuno brings us back to Cindy the Skull, who points the duo to the open shack of the netpicker. Little Lily, as precocious as a child can get, directs the officers to a sandcastle she made. Gauntlets acquired. If that wasn't enough, a little trickery from Harry, goaded on by the necktie, gets the detective 97% hospital-grade spirits for cheap from a group of drunkards. Something about a spirit bomb? Whatever spirit inhabiting the necktie, its rank in clairvoyance is nothing to sneeze at. Call it the fourth presence. Contemplating the mysterious and seemingly ominous words of the tie, Harry buys a map from Plaisance to replace his lost one that fell into the void hole that opened up in his pocket, before finally accepting this factoid. It is called the Wompty Dompty Dom Center. Postmodern art. It's a scam.
For some reason. A shame the project never got going. Would be nice if someone fixed Martinez up. All these ruins are bad for business. Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center. You're at home, stupid cop. Not with the art crowd. You hate them. Everyone hates them. Even they hate themselves. It's nauseating, an industry built on sprezzatura and sparkling wine. And, let's be honest, tax evasion schemes. The Wumpty Dumpty Dom Center is the heart of this unholy symbiosis of aesthetics and tax optimization. And now that you've internalized it, you can have a piece too.
With another piece of mental real estate claimed by an orbiting thought, it's time to get back to business. Questions. The washerwoman seems a good start, but is met with more scar tissue. The RCM is the Black Hound of Baskerville. Kim's composure is rattled under that assertion, but the distrust has been made manifest time and time again. The moral intern and its tendrils have scarred the land. This doesn't dissuade the women from giving Harry a key to the only other accommodations within the village. No more paying for a room at the Whirling, and the change of scenery would do Harry some good, even if Volition thinks opposite. A visit from the third presence confides in this thought, but leaves with a command. Look under the floorboards. Spooky. Alone now, the hills quiet in the comfort of the shack, forgery is committed and sent without a second thought. Harry isn't above getting back at Everard for his enjoyment of red tape. Right as the forged document lands in the mailbox, a hum is picked up by Harry's ears. Or is it? It's the cold de Mamadakwa again! Not. But damn, Harry has good ears.
A week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
Alright, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
Call the Mamadakwa. It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper, light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room. A candy wrapper falling on dry grass. A drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away. In fact, you haven't heard the Call du Mamadakwa, but you have discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
A return trip back to Everard has a brief stop at Renee's security booth to pick up an old photo before a bombshell is, well, not dropped, but tipped over by the Grima worm tongue of the Union. He's set up a meeting for Harry to get his gun back. At night. With a person called the Pigs. Goody, it's all circular. And what was confirmed earlier about the Union is confirmed here with Everard. The Debardors won a war. Bees blanket the Hornet to kill them after all. Never mind the meat grinder visual. Workers are replaceable as long as the queens live, right, Everard? Edgar? As long as the public views the Mercs and Wild Pines as evil, you could send countless young, poor, disenfranchised, old, and forgotten Revisholians to their death for the Workers' Revolution. Pawns to be played till the last move. Nothing more or less as the kings get fat off their revenue and high on their cult of personality. All roads lead to totality if you look past the idle pleasantries and optimistic dissociation from the human model. Everlist was the realest G when he said bad side of good, good side of bad, as Everard and Joyce have displayed here. Joyce was upfront on the matter of the previous forewoman, while Everard provides a strange alibi in saying that she missed the election due to leaving her oven on. And while the Wild Pines rep is trying to get into the harbor to no avail, the Union's rep has barred her from the premises. Stimulating as it is talking to Everard and picking apart political nonsense, Harry's in the fix for something light. Music. Buying a boombox from Roy, Harry can finally play the track he picked up while looking around the fishing village. The smallest church in St. Sains. Soulful, melancholic, and perfect for karaoke. That'll be for later when the whirling is full. Back in the village, Harry takes a fine-tooth comb to the place as a bit of a come down from the interaction with Everard. A loose pair of glasses and a shit-covered jacket aren't the coolest of finds, but they beat what the detectives uncover at the end of the boardwalk. A dead body. Unconnected to the hanged man, of course, as the presence of alcohol and broken floorboards assure this man died of head trauma due to a slip and fall on a bench railing, but his personal effects fit a description. The jacket was the one sewn by the working class woman, and a library card continues the connection. Chalk this up as another task in the chain, a look over the card and some cross-referencing with the Central Jamrock Public Library endorsing the worst outcome. The working class woman, Billy Majon, will need to know what happened to her husband, but not right now, Harry decides. Too early in the day. Skua to grouse. Gart takes the bird from Mr. Dubois, effectively getting an IOU pass for karaoke later on tonight. Following the badgering of Gart is the badgering of a poorly disguised Jean Vicmar and Judette Minot, two of the voices Harry heard when he radioed the 41st. Too bad Harry was poor at the face-voice game and mostly receives an earful from his partner, not Kim, Jean. His words do hint of compassion, if understated compared to Minot's. Enough time has been put off in Harry's mind dealing with the rabble of the town that it's time to pull the band-aid off. Clausier's interview must be conducted. A precursor to the woman is her medicine cabinet, stocked up with numerous pills and drugs of varying types, including medical-grade speed and an opioid antagonist. All it's missing is the Vicodin for a bum leg to make this a real party in a bathroom. Pocketing the speed not unlike a certain MD with his pills. It could be evidence, you never know. And questioning how much magnesium it takes to become a life form based on the stuff, Harry and Kim take the long trudge up the stairs to the roof, Clausier's domain. A slight breeze is carried in the air of Martinez, blowing with it a white maybell flower that Harry ninjas out of the air. Strange. It's still winter in Revachol, and no other place has flowers growing. Minor detail, but Harry keeps the blossom in his jacket for later. On to the main event. Clausier is an Oranje native specializing in Oranese lit, running away from the place for an unnoted reason. She lacks her passport, having hid it from the law and global powers on the coast of Martinez, and was expecting an interrogation on Harry's behalf, though her persona is hard to read. Too calm and aloof to be worried. Clausier's been in Martinez for 4 months now, wintering as she calls it with the amount of drugs and free time she has, though her prolonged stay has let some things fly under the radar. The peephole she knew nothing about. That's worrisome. Ms. Disco Dancer also lacks any knowledge about the flower, but that is a drop in the bucket compared to this revelation. Laylee didn't rape Clausier. Once again, Harry's caught the Hardys in a lie, but questioning Clausier about her relationship with the deceased takes precedence in this situation. In a twist of irony, Laylee and Clausier had an amicable relationship, regularly blacking out in whirlwinds of drug-taking and love-making.
Say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
It's all very organic. Her mannerisms, her movements. If she's acting, she's quite gifted. By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier. Pretty much.
Warming them.
We partied. With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
This partnership began a month ago, Disco Dancer the one to snitch to the RCM by way of dickering with the copper wiring of the Whirling's landline. Moving to the hard biological stuff erects a wall in front of Harry, Clausier still seeing how Laylee was up in the tree, but the line of thinking gets all three on their roof to agree that they saw the man in their dreams. The bullet, though, gets an astonished reaction from the interrogatee and messes with the timeline in our guy's head. What happened that night? Who killed Laylee if it wasn't the Hardy Boys? All this confusion directs Harry to Kim for a battle plan, and then back to Clausier. Compromised. None of Harry's personalities can see it except volition. Clausier is a perfect liar and manipulator. All of Harry's observations have been middle of the road, refusing to cast her in a suspicious light.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Soft, light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You too. Me? What did I do? These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore. I'm sorry I didn't catch it sooner. It takes conscious effort on your part. There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume. All of them. Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature. How it always does, through subtlety. There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do. No. It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not? Yes, Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies. That is correct. And omissions too. A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her. Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer hair. A light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. It sparkles. You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one who usually does says, she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. You doubt it's something truly insidious. See? It's oddly moderate, probably compromised. Don't worry, it's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this. The silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
God, no.
Miss Oranje won't be upfront about her manipulation either, leaving Harry a dead end on this front. Goody, Mr. Dubois thinks. Back to Titus. With recent discoveries, the second in command of the Hardy Boys lets the mask slip in an angry tantrum. Hail Mary it is then, the Doom Gunner Megamix. Laylee was caught confessing on tape to his supposed misdeeds, but it literally screams of lacking context, locker room banter, and treatment of evidence. Still, as Kim puts it, it opens up a few more questions for Clausier to answer. With Harry to ask them, the lie of the Hardys is busted wide open. The mixture of military atrocity and absurdist violence in his rhetoric became Laylee's running joke of sorts, a normalcy in all the bullshit that his life saw. Dude was probably better hanging out with Clausier destroying their nerve endings than on duty, as preposterous as that statement is. Thinking about such good times has Clausier open up about Laylee's biometrics. Hailing from Lelystad in Oranje, Laylee was his army name as if his real name and possible past was an albatross, and he's always been a career merc. No love for Mother Oranje despite serving in the national service. Only hate. 42 of age with baby blue eyes and a Mike Tyson voice, Laylee's appearance bellied his mannerisms and personality of a soft-spoken charismatic type. The tattoos were his military history, but mostly for showing off to the ladies. Scars and tats get Clausier into the mood for some Oranje lit, but also to spill some more history on Laylee. Like any good old boy from a poor background and small town, he was drafted into the military and turned into a killer. I bet the theaters he fought in were harsh jungles where the trees speak. Rhymes with see it bomb. Anyway, his enjoyment of his death and the line about communism killing Laylee leads to a bit of waffling and a muted response from Clausier, as they aren't normal questions. Wrapping up again with his favorite actor in this play, Visual Calculus runs the math for Harry to a disturbing answer. What's his age? Laylee was 42 despite all the nastiness, and Kim and Clausier think Harry is older, so what is the superstars bracket? Off to the date of birth generator. Harry's 44 as he never completes the thought. Back and forward means it's back again. To Titus, Harry verbally bitch-slapping the former or current rower with the newfound information from Clausier. What does grow is the disconnect between the Hardys and Clausier, Titus now openly hostile with the dancer as if tossing a layup to Harry to sow more seeds of distrust between both groups. Poking and prodding out Angus Hardy, yes relation, as the weakest member of the boys but draws the ire of Theo, his .38 pistol, and every other associate of the Hardys. Ever the consummate professional, Titus handles the situation by spilling the beans, causing Elizabeth to drop a strop and leave the hostel. Turns out Laylee was already dead to begin with. The bullet fired way before the Hardys got their hands on him. The Sunday night, according to Titus, goes as follows. Clausier came downstairs after Laylee was killed, a bullet hole earmarking a broken window that was patched up later by Tibbs Hardy, yes relation. He's not the 8th, if you're wondering.
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't shoot him.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
Firearm. A Glass 08 or a .38 caliber pistol. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Fatty! Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
Clausier, the minx that she is a deeper shit than first expected. A public enemy to the moral intern. A red flag if flagged in a database. Perhaps a target, as Titus conjectures. The shot came from outside. On the subject of the hanging, it was number 8's idea, but Clausier would be more willing to kiss and tell Harry than Titus. Finally coming to an understanding with his union mirror, Harry is back to forward, going upstairs for another round with Clausier. That bit concerning the coalition government and moral intern, yeah, that's honest from the manipulative dancer. Death is what they desire for her, for someone formerly in competitive intelligence. A spy taking from conglomerates who have open and hidden operations. Line of dairy products as the mask, consummate world destabilizers as the face. Like Hershey, companies aren't friends or worth emotions, unlike the people who have to sift through and reject the bollocks. On to relevant information, the night of the murder plays out mostly like how Titus said, though Clausier brings up that Laylee and her were having intercourse. Score 1 for Harry's ridiculous observations. There was no second shot, however. Laylee was the singular target. Yet, Clausier didn't hear the shot, making the following interaction she had with the Hardys and Ruby, the 8th and leader, puzzling. No one heard the shot, a factoid I'm bringing up now as no one else does until after the point is relevant. Ruby handled the hanging for Clausier, leading to what the cops saw in the yard. The leader went underground after the event to a location only Titus would know. Great! Back to him after this round of questions with Clausier. Our shooter for the time being is still unknown, and Harry's emotions can't seem to agree on a singular suspect. Even Kim is confused on what to do, as Clausier is a suspect, but is an arrest warranted? Lie capacity on the overload. Drama finally sees that it has been lied to, granting Harry some clarification on the previous answers Clausier provided.
What brings you up here in the rain?
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No rush. See?
Basically, Clausier may have not made the call, she might not have that as her real name on her probably fake passport down by the coast, where Shivers seems to project a scene into Harry's mind of a spindly creature messing about with it, and she is arrest-worthy. Throwing her own gambit at the uncertainty of her arrest, Clausier throws Ruby under the bus off a botched relationship, leading to the lady driver getting real possessive. One quibble about this long con that is a deliberate obfuscation. No one heard the shot. Titus and the boys were surprised about the bullet, so they didn't hear shit. Gart and Sylvie would have been frank about micro-explosions if asked, but they didn't hear anything either. The shot was nowhere near the vicinity of the whirling. Dumb as dishwater, our boys with the funny rectangles fall for this blatant lie, yet do give Clausier a station call. Either she turns herself in within the time period, or becomes a fugitive.
The people after me could be in jail. Or maybe Revachol.
There is desperation there, in that silence. A cornered animal looking for a way out.
Maybe Revachol could be free. I could be tried in a free Revachol. An independent state that doesn't hand its detainees over to the moral intern.
A free Revachol. There is a low, distant rumble on the motor tracks. A great machine shaking the pillars down south. Electricity runs up your spine.
I find that hard to believe, miss.
It's coming.
Don't. The world can change. It has changed before.
That's not the answer she was hoping for. Thought that you were some kind of patriot or communard, did she? This was her last card. There is nothing more she can say. The final decision is yours. You alone stand on the throne of your mind.
If time doesn't justify her first, a warm breeze seems to envelop Harry as he peers up towards the dark gray cloudless sky. Le Retour, the return. A political miracle said to be born within the hollows of Revachol West, harbinging a vague future free of the now. Something is coming. Kim worried as well of the hot spring in Revachol's future, the shiver leaving Harry as he returns to the job at hand. Examining the window in Clausier's bedroom provides 4 points of interest where a shooter could have lined up the shot on Laylee. A prime, the rooftop. B prime, the boardwalk. B double prime, Land's End. And B triple prime, the islet. A can be ruled out, too close to not be heard by everyone. B prime isn't the choice either, the boardwalk's poor state making a sniper's nest improbable at best and life-threatening at worst. Land's End hasn't been explored, and neither the Islet, leaving 2 locations for a shot to be taken. Harry saves this for later, as the Ruby line of questioning needs to be followed through by Titus. A solid theory I've debunked later, as Harry does a recap for the Hardys to react to. She's down by the coast. That's it. Might as well be a fart in a windstorm. However, we finally get a bit of closure on Harry's past as a cop. He's the human can opener, uses suspects against themselves to get answers and arrests. Real A1 capo that spooked the inquisitive radio junkie Ruby into hiding. Friendship established with Titus, Harry leaves the whirling to move on to what feels like the halfway point of the investigation. Ruby, though, is a faulty suspect, not one to carry around early century breech loaders with jacketed ammo. The pinball workshop is still a mystery as well, her odd soul not matching the one found there. And for a third time, no one heard the shot. As the investigative breakthroughs happened back to back, Harry drags Kim along a breather tour, buying a few items from the bookstore like a tabletop box set before returning to the dice maker to pick up the custom dice. The time in between the last time Harry conversed with her and now has made our guy arrive at an answer for why her business hasn't failed. The chimney has a different address from the DCA. I've probably already said that in the recap, but time does funny things in this precarious world. A roll of the dice, they say. And it seems to be a nat 1, as Harry and Kim feel that now is the time to deliver the news to Billy. Considerably restrained, Harry, aided by his new partner, informs the working-class woman of the tragedy that befell her husband. The hardest part of the job.
You've done this before. Just keep your focus. Yes, that's the most important thing. Use that word. No euphemisms. This is what you came here for.
What did you say?
A great and terrible spike. The blood freezes in her veins.
Oh. But he was just...
But he was just here. Alive.
We understand this comes as a huge shock. I want you to know that me and my partner are here for you if you have any questions. Take your time, ma'am.
What happened to him? Was he drunk? I see. And you just found him there, lying in the cold. How long had he been there?
If you say 2 days maybe, it will be etched in her mind forever. She blinks, eyes welling up with tears, as her hand starts searching for something from the pockets of her dress. The handkerchief. A small, terrified smile quivers on her face as she takes the handkerchief and wipes away the tears. She looks disoriented.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend, a family member, someone who could be here for you?
No. I just need to tell my girls.
It burns like acid. Unreal.
God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home?
No. A day.
Good. That's probably the right thing. Thank you. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him?
We've taken him to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact him earlier.
A very good call.
Is there anything else that the RCM could do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still... Thank you.
thank you for telling me. I'll call if...
We should step outside and talk.
Right next to contemplating if you're Crass Mazov or not after a little B&E. Wouldn't be this show without the running joke of an old-fashioned breaking and entering, this one with the least amount of consequences compared to the others I've covered. Time wasting away now, the internal clock in Harry's mind strikes the sacred hour. Karaoke.
Stage is all you feel a little...
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the...
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there. To the tiny church there. The smallest church in San. Though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there. Down through the mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there. In that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters. At all.
Huh. So that's how Harry sounds to the world, and what Kim has to hear day in and out. A dedication to the chillest partner ever, learning about the homosexual underground from the smoker who's moved to the hostel, and a cleaning session for the shit-covered jacket to make it spotless. The washerwoman is Harry's first choice of asking where Ruby is. The reply isn't noteworthy, except for the fact that Ruby did stay in the shack before Harry did. Thank you, Third Presence says under the floorboards is a 9mm bullet. Not for a breech-loading rifle, but the implications are bleak, as Inland Empire dissects. Ruby's been good to the fishing village, so the surprise of the bullet leaves the washerwoman in shock. However, she hasn't been here since Monday, the day that Kim arrived in his Kanema. Somewhere up the coast still, but speaking of Capri, one has crashed into the ocean near the fishing village. Harry, you drunk, reckless son of a bitch. That's a lot of money down the drain and time lost as the duo had to wait for the tide to fall so Mr. Dumbo could realize it's his car, and a dash chain slot that was self-evident. However, the boons trapped inside the sinking ship are a badge and uniform, both belonging to Harry. So that's settled for what it's worth. With time calling to the meeting, Harry and Ken wind up having a showdown with the pigs, who is the traditional archetype of a bag lady, just decked out in police memorabilia waving around Harry's thankfully unloaded 9mm pepperbox revolver. She's a mess and needs help. Retrieving his gun and cap from the woman, and confiscating some free drugs from her as well, Harry and Kim remind themselves to alert Titus to the dilemma as the pigs is within his jurisdiction. What this does mean, though, is that Harry has his full uniform and his belongings, sans car. Glad that's sorted out before any more officials pop up on the scene to ask clearance or verification. Marching up the coastline away from the pigs and past the one more door, it doesn't open. B double prime is scratched off the list of potential sniper nests. Awkward angle and awful environmental support leaves the islet as the last spot. A thing to note, however, surrounding Land's End are countless fallen menthol soldiers of a singular brand, Teometeri. Geezers like the lack of filters and increased tar, providing insight to our would-be killer. They ain't young if we also take into account the jacketed bullet needing a breech-loading rifle. Ruby, I would assume, is around the same age as Titus, give or take, making her decidedly less likely by the minute. Passage to the islet is blocked at the moment, rough seas, and the net picker has to refurbish her jetty, so continuing the trajectory half of the murder case is forced to the back burner. That leaves Harry and Kim with little options, especially since the spot Clausier told the duo where her passport was is empty. Damn. Can't catch a break at all. Even looking for Ruby proves to be fruitless, the ruins of the fishing village offering up little but insights into the atrocities taking place during the revolution. A firing squad and row of victims, but without indication of allegiance. Death, the ultimate unifier, the real tragedy of the sequence of events. Oddly, Harry's forlong remembrance of this blackened piece of history calls him back to the Feld building. The wind is calling. No, more like the city itself is directing our detective to a specific point on the coast, but the breeze that carries Revishal's message dies before it can explain its secrets. Kim does his best to confide Harry in the probable locations where Ruby would be and who would know where she might have gone, but the mural draws our main cop's attention again. The message of the city finally patches through. She's down there. The basement of the Feld building. Whether by drainage pipe or roof access, Ruby's in there somewhere waiting for the RCM. All that's left is to confront the instigator, but a premonition warns Harry that when he does so, that time will be upon him and Kim. So instead of calling upon the hammer of the Tribunal right now, Harry and Kim take a detour to see why a girl's hanging out on the ice. Fair warning for this bit of the recap, this entire sequence is mostly optional to the plot. If you want to continue with the main story, there's a chapter that'll do that. Otherwise, here is the Cliff Notes version of the longest side quest in the game. The girl on the ice is a cell, suffering from a lack of respect for cops and self-esteem for herself. The trademark Harry treatment gets her to open up about what she is doing, and a free hat. Recording sounds with her contact mic. No, not the boxer. See, Cell is a part of a group called the Speed Freaks, made up of leader Andre, Lancer Noid, Party Boy Egghead, and the aforementioned Cell. They really love their Anodic dance music. And drugs, what with the selling of Cell's headphones, bottles upon bottles of purified water, Nosifed, and ether floating in the air of the guys' tent. Ether as in the medical substance. The main goal is to turn the local church into a club/drug den hybrid, Harry agreeing to get the group into the church if they drop the drugs. Egghead is all for that, the freaks having suffered failure after failure in their other plans, and, well, Revishal is a drug-infested pit of misery. You don't need drugs to start up a club and make it a place of some form of betterment. Side notes, Kim is basically pulled around on a chain for this whole side task due to his trauma and stressor disorder. Blame pinball. And of course, Everard is the one backing the drug operation half of this venture. Estelle tells us at the end. Why the freaks haven't taken up residence in the church is a mixture of two fears. Of crabs and people. Looks like crab, talks like people. The spook is climbing around in the rafters being a weirdo, but there's also an older lady who's claimed a stake on the spot and has essentially set up a lab of sorts. It's scientific, not drugs. Sadly, the Crab Man isn't some horror starring in a VHS vignette. He's merely a former meskbanger turned prophet of a wacky form of self-made religion. Tiago's chill as fuck and more than okay with the club, though his condition and proselytizing about the Mother Silence airs closer to pale radiation than other supernatural forces. Endlin clued Harry into this earlier by relating the church back to the DCA. Real end-of-the-world stuff if Half-Light is led to be believed. Leaving Harry and Kim with the password to the radio computer hooked up in the church, Tiago clambers away as the duo read about who set up shop here. Surprise, surprise, Suna, as we will learn in a few moments, took up residence in the church to run experiments on a literal hole in the world producing audible silence called the Swallow. She was a part of Fortress Accident before it went bust and has a dislike of the Speed Freaks because she knows that they originally were going to make the club part drug lab. That puts the club plan on ice for the time being, but mostly because errands need to be run for the programmer. Suna is still bitter over Fortress Accident's failure, but perhaps the Swallow should be more than a one-person team. All Suna needs is the off-site copy of Fortress Accident's filament locked in the ice cream maker that was seen in the basement of the DCA. Better toolbar in hand, as the maker has absolutely frozen over, Harry takes some time before leaving to admire the stained glass window of Dolores Day in the church. Quick run through her. Her innocence, Dolores Day, is the mother of humanism and basically what amounts to the precursor of the moral intern and coalition government. Her reign marked the discovery of Insulinde and a move to a modern age. To really shorthand her down, innocences are rare, and to live in the same time period as one is an honor. They are the personification of the world spirit and are the closest representational figure for someone like, say, Jesus to Christianity, Muhammad to Islam, or other prophet savior figures. As such, Day was assassinated by a member of her personal guard strictly because he thought she wasn't human. Bit of the old manifest destiny coupled with striking down God. As he said while being taken away, we were supposed to come up with this ourselves. Day's time as an innocence was marred though by peculiarities, particularly her willingness to engage in war crimes and approval of the resettlement programs, all enforced by her standing army of humanity. To Harry, though, on the micro scale, Dolores' mere appearance invokes forgotten pain. Dark pain. Pain near and dear that smells like apricots and wears a cloak of memories best left in the past. The mother of humanism also liked figurines, though where Harry is supposed to deposit his headless fallen rider isn't clear. Reconstructing the broken stained glass gives Harry and Kim the phrase after life death, after death life again, which just so happens to be the password to the off-site copy filament, though all it coughs up is Anne River of black ink. A singular dot is the only perceptible irregularity, so maybe that is what Suna is looking for. Heading back to the church, a hawthorn tree catches Harry's eye. There's an unspooled tape caught on the branches. No matter, Roy can fix it with some convincing, and the tape seems to add to the Speed Freaks' current music project. Back with Suna, she finds the same dot when going to print the filament, the location of the Swallow. Moving the water bowls to their new location, the Swallow is finally caught on the tape. It sounds like nothing, or would if Suna's sound system wasn't too weak to pick up the noise. And the Speed Freaks and their sound system get the two antagonistic crowds working together on both their plans. Thus, in the newly dubbed Disco Elysium, the sound of the Swallow is finally recorded. Of all the people to cut off the pale noise, it's Egghead claiming it was too hardcore. Suna did record it though, thus giving an explanation for why Fortress Accident's off-site copy got erased, as concentrated pale parses differently based on formats.
4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds until the air around you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off.
The mic is nothing. This has nothing to do with Mike.
Andre, pull the compressor! The place is gonna come down!
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down. And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
Humans hear it as that unexplainable white noise, while technology infers it as numbers and mathematical equations leading to data loss. Reminds me a bit of Fate's imaginary numbers. The swallow is the coalescence of a new pale site from which the substance will spill out of, akin to a blossoming mold or spreading cancer. The DCA is another location for this phenomena, nay, a coffin for containment, confirming that Martinez is in fact cursed, but not by otherworldly entities or magicians. The Pale has already begun infecting the area. It does demystify the crosstalk from Slipstream as well. Hopefully, as long as the businesses stay, the Pale can be kept at bay. Speaking of, passing along the Pale recording from Suna to Egghead, the track he was working on is finally complete and is a groovy little ditty. So much so that Andre and Harry catch the dancing bug, our boy calling on Kim to dance, which he does reluctantly, but definitely gives it socks. Really getting into the groove, Harry blacks out and within the void hears the third presence again, speaking directly to him this time and finally giving him a name. La Revacholier, the spirit of the city of Revachol. Her method of speech is the wind, so innocuous and yet so all-reaching. She bears the history of her people on her shoulders and breathes, loving each and every one of them equally, while the officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia carry out her purpose, to protect her people and her spirit. In 20 years' time, La Revacholier will cease to be, drowning in a sea of nuclear fire, the center of the return. Only if the dedicated officers of the RCM let her go down in flames.
The chance. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost memorable. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Here we go again. Hardcore filthy air. The sound above my head.
What now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man.
Okay, this is too imbecile. Excuse me.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church, built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center. An officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
I am La Rebachelière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill. The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, jaunt in rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
Waking up from the prophetic conversation, I thought breaches its way into Harry's mind. What if life is just a series of rooms? Can someone or something clean them out? Knowing that a few people need to know about the hole in the world, Harry hits up the dice maker as she's the only one open this late an hour. At the end of all this running to and fro, Harry finds the time to look at his badge, giving us his full name and rank. Lieutenant W. Frater Harrier Dubois of Precinct 41. Two things: Harry outranks Kim, and our boy declined promotion to captain twice. Probably because he wants to stay on the beat and not behind a desk. And Kim has been nice to Harry not because he outranks the 57th lieutenant, but because Harry is that damn good of a copper. So good, in fact, that an impromptu cop-off gets Kim to spill his secrets. One time or two, he smoked pot. The devil's lettuce, I tell you. Everyone's done it. Could be worse, Kim. Harry's into graffito as he paints a mural on the blank wall leading to the apartments after getting ruffled by Cindy a little bit. Late as it is, Harry begins heading back to the fishing village to sleep in his new quarters, but Joyce has just arrived on the pier, leading to a bit of a recap for her on the events circling around Everett and the Union, and some discussion on the state of the fishing village. The chips are down. The Union wants the terminal, and there ain't much that Wild Pines can do. It is best, if the Debardors have it, to lessen the bloodshed that will happen. The Insulindian miracle was merely that. This continent was discovered without human blood spilt, and now it too has become like the rest of the world. Joyce, dropping her full name of Rejoice Layton, hints at how high her connections to Wild Pines are before leaving Martinez, both to keep up with the Clares and their progress, and to hopefully slow down the Tribunal.
God.
You've thought it a million times.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lizargique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high, On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later, the first living, autonomous organism, proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae, or they discovered us, all in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies, or they came to do the same for us, or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the Skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain, revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism.
Everett will want to hear this, but seeing as he's asleep now, Harry preoccupies his time further by talking to the netpicker Lillian, a strange rattling in his jaw finally becoming unbearable now. The quirk seems to happen whenever Harry calls himself an officer or something to the effect, Lawbringer being the final straw. If you couldn't guess, Lillian is a single mother and fisherwoman, her husband a dead drunk. Ooh! Single? In her 30s to 40s? And probably on a dry spell? And Harry's now a regular law officer who switched from the bottle to Prolodon? Here we come! Harry's electrochemistry and suggestion getting in on the action. A fine walk on the beach with the netpicker leads to some rediscovery for Harry, that the world and its people are beautiful, that this world is worth fighting for, even past all the bullshit. That even if you think no one is on your side, someone is, whether they be family, a friend, or a personified version of hope, like the sun or a god. All from this one conversation with a person he doesn't even really know. Harry starts letting the gears turn in his mind, the dream this night filled with his skills fighting back against the brain and limbic system. For the greater good. For the city. For the wind. For the picture puzzle.
Now, you can never forget this shit.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Firestarter, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class. For the money, baby. For the greater good. For Revachol. Always and only Revachol.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Cause only love can break your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time.
The first of the listed reasons, coincidentally, is presented by Empathy, the card holder of moralism. Someone needs to take law responsibility for the utter butt-fucking Martinez and Revachol has taken. It's time to contact the Coalition. How does one do that? So as Harry finally removes the expression off his face, realizing that to move forward he must let go of the past, he asks him about how to get in touch with the moral intern. Today might not be Sunday, but Harry will need the friend. Even though it might be a break between confidentiality, perhaps the smoker knows where the Coalition rep is. On the way back to the Whirling, Kim and Harry spot two delinquents practically gushing over Kitsuragi's car. Not given real names, Fuck the World and Piss, who I will short down to fucking Piss, are posers of the highest order. Wannabe skulls holding conversations with cops. Idealistic youngins who haven't seen the crimes of the skulls firsthand, something that Cindy probably has as a right proper one. She's probably the only one in Martinez. Back to the non-skulls, Harry's synapses seem to light up at the phrases on the back of fucking Piss's jackets. 2 jackets, 2 cops. It takes some convincing from the capo, but not only does Harry get Kim on the jacket business, he manages to get his beleaguered partner to wear Piss's one while Mr. Dubois gets fucks. That issue sorted? It would be best for Harry to continue his courier side gig, seeing as Joyce has left Martinez, and Everard might just burst at the seams with hidden information. Actuality, Everard finally stops disguising his true self. He's equally as bad as the monster he's trying to fight. All this cloak and dagger business, Kim decides to leave this whole affair out of the report and suggests Harry do the same. And that's about it for Everard. He has better things to look forward to, such as, well, not thinking about the Tribunal, as he hasn't lifted a finger to put that down. Squashed against that brick wall like a coyote who drew one up, Harry and Kim continue to tie up loose ends before heading to Ruby, such as notifying Titus about the pigs and getting the smoker to kiss and tell about the Sunday friend. For the former, the boys will make sure the auntie gets some help, while the latter points Harry and Kim to the coast. More walking, but before continuing this boogie, Alice has finally gotten back with the personal data of the hanged man. Ellis Courtenaire is our victim, much of what Clausier stated to be confirmed by Alice. Few quibbles though. Ellis was thrown into a leaf compactor after birth, the Oranje government placing him into neonatal care before offering him up to adoption. From foster home to military to mercenary work. The rest of his records are off the books. Still though, these tiny details give a name and identity to an anonymous victim, humanizing Ellis in the process. Off towards the coast, Harry finally finds the Sunday friend, who's still as cryptic and banal as ever. The singular granular thing of note he says that it would take a strong computer and radio tower to contact Warship Archer, hanging above Revachol to get the Coalition's attention. Lifting up one half the statement I said regarding the club side task, the other, if you were wondering, is the conversation with La Revacholier, Suna has mostly all that in tow. But as Harry drags Kim back to the club, Morel and Gary, the 2 men Lena wanted our cops to find, come into view. While somewhat averse to the RCM, Morel is more than welcoming of Harry and by extension Kim getting back into the cryptid puddle, discussing the Insulindian Phasmid's traits. Briefly, it's a stick bug hiding in the reeds that hasn't been seen except in short glimpses, such as the teens that saw it a few weeks ago before Morel launched an expedition. It is also supposedly large for a stick bug, at least the size of a man's forearm, and can reproduce asexually. Thus the reason why Morel is using locust-filled traps designed by Lena to catch the phasmid. Granted, it is hard work for little recognition. Few cryptids ever get discovered, and there's the whole public scrutiny of the science. Harry is in the public, though, and proves his burgeoning knowledge in the field to Morel by his usual approach, asking questions and going down the line. Gary, on the other hand, who's labeled a crypto-fascist, which sounds like an unholy combination of a tech bro and totalitarian cult of personality enthusiast, so every tech bro ever, is less than forthcoming. He's the owner of the racist mug collection and did dump some stuff in the whirling trash, worthy of a fine. As he goes on his diatribe, a ceramic click is heard underneath his coat. The kudos. Add it to the gloves Harry does before leaving the cryptozoologists to their work. Lena needs to be told where her husband and friend are. Granted, she tells Harry and Kim to convince the expedition duo to return, so it was a fruitless gesture. While in town, the two lieutenants warn plaisance about the hole in the world, see the club side task if confused, before taking on law responsibility. In short, Suna will need a powerful radio transmitter to get to Warship Archer, requiring 2 pieces. A big enough receiver and a separate transceiver. The statue at the roundabout fills one half the equation, so I'll have to find more equipment. Oh, but before then, Morel, go back to your woe, man. It takes some convincing, mostly because Lena is the reason why the expedition is happening since she saw the phasmid as a child, but Harry gets the 2 scientists to go back to the whirling by offering to take up trap duty. Spray him down Morel with the untested chemical concoction, it's time for a bug hunt. Yet, somehow, while searching for the traps in phasmid, Harry winds up in a lengthy series of stories told by one of the drunkards on the coast. Idiot Doom Spiral. The two did hit it off during the pre-blackout era of Harry's time in Martinez, so what the hell? Tell him some stories, Doom Spiral, like the one about the Headless Fawn Rider. In the midst of this piss break, Harry does come to realize something about his time in Martinez. It was as if some force was cleaning out the rooms of his life to have a fresh start. Waking up in a new life by the seaside.
As a headless rider in a found tracksuit, though. No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Aye, I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
You too, Tequila Sunset.
Okay, let's step aside for a second. I have something I want to talk about.
Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away, for you to slowly open one box at a time, so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors, the dark shadows. Leave only the still lifes. The blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon. That is all.
On the topic of seasides, all but the last trap is empty. Empty of locusts, to be exact. Someone went and locust-napped the 4th trap. I would do the rhymes with joke here if I didn't already do it, and we all know that Kuno is the culprit. Boys like bugs. Going on to relay this discovery to the cryptozoologist gets Harry a new tie, one of an avian creature, and the tale of Lena seeing the phasmid during her childhood. A story she tells to all the guys. Insisting on Kuno's involvement in the bug abduction, Harry and Kim find that the boys made a city for the bait. Rage City, Night City, City of Locusts. Because Harry and Kuno are cool, the boy opts into not stealing any more bugs. Returning to the cryptozoologist, down Gary as he's gone back home done with the cold temperature, Harry once again spearheads the search for the phasmid, as it is clear Morel is coming down with something. Just have to put bait in the last trap and hope for the best. On the return trip to tell Lena the job has been completed, Morel has gone back home, a little tinge in the wife's demeanor catching Harry's discerning eye. She's afraid that her relationship with Morel was built on the back of a hoax. The encounter she had with the Phasmid might not actually have happened, but as Harry waxes poetic, the memories that the wife and husband made along the way are real. Their love is real and nothing can take that away from them. And, well, Harry's not convinced that the Phasmid doesn't exist. This whole investigation in Martinez has led to some truly bonker epiphanies, so maybe a mysterious stick bug is in the cards. This will be one of those things that resolves itself then.
Hello, dear. It's good to see a familiar face. Thank you for doing that, dear.
Her smile is weary. Her earlier ebullience has left her.
That really is too much, sweetie. Thank you for your dedication, but I can see you're coming down with a cough yourself.
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given up.
Different? How?
Answering a question with a question, for example. Defensive isn't her usual style.
Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that? A story? Or a dream?
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even smaller than she is. Like a sad young girl.
Seeing the Insulindian Phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was real or not. Morel's so proud of it. He always tells everyone.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but doesn't write anything. He's hiding. These things are tough on him. Matters of love, not violence or deceit. An acorn is not the same as the tree. That requires time, diligence, and care. All qualities these two seem to share in abundance.
But it is. We've spent years searching for the Phasmid, hunting it together. Without it, what are we? Just another pathetic old couple. If I hadn't led him down this path, he could have a steady job lecturing at a university.
You know, this reminds you of the Prudentian theory of love. In essence, love is a relay out of death. Generation by generation, our love remains in our progeny. Lay some of that on her.
What you have to know is, the Insulindian Phasmid probably does not exist. Let us fools chase our ghosts. There are a million better things to do with your life.
Are there? Some of the other things are pretty bad.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. The real memory of it, how it was there. Not the memory of the memory, but it's so hard to tell the two apart.
Rising, unfolding from the reeds on a hot summer's day, like a benevolent god.
Unlike contacting the Coalition, but thankfully Ruby isn't using her transceiver, so Harry nabs it for Suna to set up contact Warship Archer. Before heading back up that way, though, Harry has one last conversation with Renee and Gaston, mostly on their affairs, particularly Renee's career as a soldier and what he does now, and to ask a question. What is the Maybell flower? Ironically, it was a symbol of the monarchy before the communards began using it, both parties giving the flower to soldiers for good luck. Renee's veteran status consolidates a clear picture of the perp, an older veteran possibly connected to the revolution. There are no other signs of the flower growing in Martinez, so that leaves places that haven't been looked over. The islet. And because it is specifically a Maybell, the perp would have to know its history, Otherwise, it would have been any other flower.
Seasoned combat veterans in service of King Fristle I during the Revolution.
For bravery.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisell thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
It's painful to even think about. Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
Right. So I grabbed the prick and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frisell to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him and Drisant. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself. It's there.
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and these kinds of bloody heroics are only impressive to men like René himself. Certainly not to me. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Patron. Duty is something you will never understand.
With a good set of threads tied up, it's time to contact Warship Archer, and though it does take a while for Harry and Kim and Suna to get through, they do. However, when speaking to the hive-like mind of Warship Archer's communications officer about the hole in the world's soon-to-be new Pale, Harry comes to realize something quite funny about the situation. In trying to elaborate the severity of the situation in Martinez regarding the Pale to the Coalition, wouldn't Harry be shirking his own law responsibility? He's an officer of the law, a lieutenant of the Revachol Citizens Militia. This case of the hanged man known as Ellis Courtenaire is his responsibility. It's obvious that the Coalition merely view Revachol as a buffer, so who knows what they would actually plan on doing to Harry and the information he gives them. What truly matters is the here and now, making a real stand, not letting some unseen committee dictate from afar and slower than a slug. The kingdom of conscience must be built brick by brick, action by action, not by busybody bureaucrats who wish for things to stay the same. God is in his heaven, we are here on earth. And what Harry is on this earth is a bringer of the law, who happens to have Lawjaw.
with your voice, an achievement she never thought she'd witness. The lieutenant looks up toward you. He starts to open his mouth, then appears to think better of it. He's spoken his piece, he thinks. It's up to you now. You cannot leave. So much hangs in the balance.
Repeat that, Lieutenant. What do you mean, you can't? Are you being impeded in some way? We have to say, this is extremely disappointing to hear, Lieutenant. What the consequences will be for your refusal to accept responsibility, we cannot say. For your sake, we pray they are not more than we all can bear.
The lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones. There's relief on his face as he turns toward you.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective. Your real work is done here.
Bringing of the law jaw. Okay, so we now know why you have law jaw, why you say the law in a weird manner, and why your jaw does that thing. You had polio as a child. You hadn't gotten vaccinated. It must have been right after the revolution. Not a lot of vaccine going around then. So you got infantile paralysis due to polio, and this jaw thing is a complication from that. Admittedly, it's not very funny, but you overcame it. This little infant survived and became a sharp-shooting super cop. So, fuck you, polio.
Day winding down, and with a newfound belief in his own actions, Harry and Kim scope out the basement of the Feld building hastily to get a lay of the land in there for tomorrow's raid. Darkness would give Ruby an advantage after all. So, as a bit of a mind game, Harry, to Kim's curiosity, spends a bit of time in front of the drainage pipe reading the various books and baubles he has on him. The Worrell box set winds up giving him a partner figure to the Fallen Rider, a communard soldier, 2 peas in a pod, a few other minor errands like buying more books, listening to the rest of Doom Spiral stories, which amusingly leads to looking for the man's jacket that Harry is already wearing, and getting Clausier's half of the night that Harry lost his mind. It's exactly how you think it went. Ends the day. Another dream, another dance with the brain and limbic, but as a twist, despite their open hostility, the two had been trying to keep Harry from a slightly sinister sounding last dream. They are in Harry's corner in spite of their connotations. Top of the morning, day 5. After cross-referencing with Clausier on her documents and the Maybell flower on the roof, it's time for Harry and Kim to tackle Ruby. While not found on the initial scan, a hidden room is uncovered by Harry dedicated to Krasmazov and communism. Ruby didn't set foot in this side room, but this was a strategic location for someone either in the past, now, or both. As there is a singular path down the halls of the basement, unwittingly Harry and Kim blunder into a trap.
We'll set in motion events we have no control over.
You will upset the balance of power in Martinez. The deadlock between the company and the union will destabilize. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail. Someone's been a very busy boy. Good on you.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done.
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise.
I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to.
Lying in wait was Ruby the Instigator, who's trained a pale emitter at our boys with the funny rectangles. Pure pale blasting through their spirit, Harry and Kim still managed to ask questions through the pain, leading to an unfortunate wrinkle that I called back when. Ruby has no idea what the cops are saying. Clausier lied about the two's relationship so that suspicions would be on Ruby. There was no jealousy, and she wasn't politically motivated either. In fact, it was Clausier who called off their tryst with some wishy-washy bullshit per Ruby's words. She didn't kill Ellis during the supposed time she left to go take a leak, as Titus timelined, Ruby not even knowing about the pinball workshop, and the plan to even hang the body was Clausier's idea. Spies aren't exactly fragile when it comes to the deaths of others. This goes without saying, no one heard the shot. A shot coming from a breech loader that Ruby doesn't have because they are impractical. To make matters even worse, Ruby has jacked into the radios within Martinez, keeping up with the RCM's investigation and the local goings-on. That's how she knew to be on the lookout for Harry and Kim, casting our guy as a peony for La Puta Madre, as well as assert that whoever the culprit was, they're practically underground. Great. Harry, you might actually be a criminal if it weren't for volition and logic cutting apart Ruby's argument. Fair point, Harry didn't come into Martinez alone, meaning Jean and Jadot are also on this case, but there was a third man of blonde hair and chipper disposition. Hang on. Trance? That guy's no cop. Good thing Esprit Decor fills in the blanks to the answer. It is Jean Jadot and Trance. Having suffered enough direct pale sound exposure in his lifetime, Harry muscles through the pain to break the compressor, leaving no other options for Ruby. Gun to her head, Ruby planned one final exit, but the silver tongue of Mr. Dubois lets her go. She's a criminal, but not the perp. Ruby's tent is her smoking gun, more worried about her drug running against Madre and her time in the basement.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options. You know. This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives. She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude. Doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
Day of miracles. I'll take it.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call. I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
He couldn't take it like you. It irks him. Then he gets over it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
The most recent entry is from today. It reads, "Even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning."
It looks like she might have been framed.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to arrest her. Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Weda's. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
A dead end. Like with Everard, like with Clausier, like with everything else in this investigation besides the bullet. Back to the drawing board for the boys, which means digging deeper into Clausier. Right as Harry and Kim are about to leave the tunnel, the horrific necktie chimes in, warning Harry that it is finally time, that the tie's purpose is right around the corner, and that it must be shoved into the bottle of 97% spirits. All that grime and grease washed off, the once pathetic-looking piece of cloth looks vibrant and vorpal, a sickly worm into a fierce serpent. Fused and fluid together, Harry now has a Molotov. What great will that do, Necktie? Necktie? And just like that, Harry's lost connection to his tie. Good thing it did warn him of the coming danger, as right up ahead at the Whirlings Plaza, the Tribunal has started. One side stands the Hardy Boys plus Elizabeth, the other the Crenell mercenaries. 3 mercenaries. Rude has been lying in wait, unlike Cordy and DePaul. Makes sense as he's the outfit's sniper. Gun and bomb in hand, Harry and Kim rush in between the two groups, hoping to defuse the situation. Courtenaire, like with a few of the other characters Harry has met, has dropped the mask. Worker to mercenary in the blink of an eye. From the outset, the mercenaries are drunk, but it's also clear that Cordy has let grief wash over him. He needs justice for Ellis. If Harry and Kim want to get out of this, they'll have to talk Cordy down as he's directing the other two. The Molotov is also an option, but presenting an argument might mentally shake the leader. First off, who is this Rude, Harry asks. Answer, a killer. 50 kills mark his helmet, 48 black stick figures with 2 white ones making up the rest. Simonai was his theater with the other mercs, the remaining 2 people from Revachol. All he knows is how to kill, and that's that. Arguing that Ellis's killer isn't someone at the Tribunal gets Cordy twitchy with annoyance, but logic deters him at the last moment from shooting Liz. The Hardys are guilty of abuse of a corpse, not murder. DePaul still eggs on her leader, so Cordy's nowhere near from backing down. However, putting out that the mercs are drunk causes a bit of infighting between Cordy and Paul, and a further distraction that Harry pulls, mentioning Joyce, seems to compel a certain sadness in the merc leader. This moroseness grants Shaky a window to leave, so at least one Hardy Boy is getting out of this alive. The rest, willing to fight alongside Harry and Kim so that the mercs don't storm the beehive. The person who could explain the intricacies of the case to the mercs is missing. Clausier's run off to God knows where. Mercy is rarely a fault, but it doesn't like covering the tab. As all else has failed, Harry goes the emotional route to get to the root of Cordy's anger. Ellis was his brother. Raoul and Ellis Courtenaire. Foster brothers sent through the same shit. Abused at home, abused in the military, and abused now. Beaten into the shape they are now.
Yeah, I don't fucking act so well. Laylee had a hard-on for making faces with you natives. Fucking food aid shit. That shit is done now. Trigger time. Sergeant Major Raoul Courtenaire, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenaire. The dead man's name is Elise Courtenaire. He's brothers with the deceased. No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer. We're all sentenced to death by lead.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the phone?
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
Okay, good.
Who? Laylee?
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
Fuck do you mean, talker?
We've heard testimony. People say he was charismatic, a nice guy to be around.
Yeah, he liked to chat up the natives, share leaflets, squeeze a bit of kit tass here and there. Great fucking idea that turned out to be. If Laylee was here, he would spare the lot of you. Maybe shoot one for show. But me, I'm not a big fan of public affairs, clay monkey. I'll gun every one of you down for what you did.
Ready to open fire, Major. At your command.
Our colonel did what he had to do. It was either one cunt or 100 of them. Rude here.
In your ship pipes, right in the fucking...
He likes to fire mortars at random coordinates. Wipe out mud huts like that. When he gets bored, Laylee knew how to command.
He was a good commander. I can see you miss him.
Oh yeah, he would have commanded this fuckhell way better than I did. That didn't happen, because Hayseed, Bill, and Kipty the Kipt here fucking murdered him. Had him stink the village up for 2 weeks after. And you fucks did nothing.
Listen, man. We told you we...
Told us what? What did you say? Who said that? Tattoo fuck. You'll die first! Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down plots. Find his killer. Cop, his killer, stands right there. Shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting him. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Yet there is still emotion in the living brother, anguish taking over for a brief moment when Harry and Kim pass along that Laylee was locked in a leaf compactor as a baby, but not enough to stop Cordy from going through with the Tribunal. He's dead set on this frontier justice, no amount of swaying, recalling the past, or reminiscing on Ellis getting through to Cordy. He believes that the Hardys did it, a logical argument falling on deaf ears. Death is waiting at this corner, so best not keep him waiting. Lighting the match, Harry chucks the spirit bomb fair and true, right at Cordy. In the milliseconds of the crash and Cordy realizing he's on fire, the formerly horrific, now beautiful necktie shares one last talk with Harry. Besides some fondness over their first meeting and time spent together, the necktie, sounding closer to the limbic system now, offers condolences over how Harry's past relationship was a failure on both sides, and that deep down inside our guy, he's a good man. Oh, and one last thing from both me and the tie. Watch out, Harry! Rude is trained on you! Time kicks back into motion just enough for Harry to get a sight on Rude. The long arm and inebriation is doing the killer no favors, but Kim has lined up a frankly inauspicious shot through the mask's eye hole. Kim has already proven himself to be a poor shooter, so Harry will have to dodge and possibly retaliate. Boom! The sound of rolling dice emanates from Harry's chest. He got shot, but thankfully the kudos procured from Gary lessened the blow of Rude's knot cannon from fatal to painful. Yet that wasn't the only noise that sounded. 2 other gunshots rang in the plaza, with 2 people gurgling their last breaths. Kim succeeded in this time that marksmanship needed to count, mortally wounding Rude, while DePaul had taken out Glenn in the lieutenant's place. Figuring that he's gonna die anyway, Cordy gets in one last fuck you to Harry, aiming a shot that Dubois doesn't have time to dodge.
One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the other from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses. You hear a scream behind you. Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human. An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant. Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers. Oh God, watch out. You see 2 crazed eyes stare at you through the burning meat and the flames. With his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you. Then he squeezes the trigger. The look of vengeance framed by melting skin. This is the last thing he will do on Earth. But he will do it. He will end you. Here it comes. Death. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass.
Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down!
Thud! Like a sack of spuds or a balloon deprived of helium, Harry crumples from the blow to his pelvis. All hell breaks loose, the remaining Hardys and Kim rushing to cover Harry as a firefight breaks out. In the place betwixt, Harry tries to assess the damage and the scene before him, but he's losing too much blood. Life is flashing before his eyes, try as Kim might to staunch the bleeding. A darkly white figure then rises behind the lieutenant, one bearing a wicked gift: death. Through the pain and darkness, right as he's about to pass out, Harry yells with all the strength he can muster to Kim. A siren's klaxon read loud and clear. Mechanically adroit, Kim takes Harry's pepper box and disperses the pale shadow, ending DePaul's life. The fight is over. But this life isn't. Kindled like an infernal engine, Harry wakes up in a now cleaned room at the Whirling 2 days after the Tribunal. Overwatching him is Kim. Sunrise, Parabellum. Diligence is his motto, so Kim gives Harry a rundown on what has happened since. Martinez has gone quiet, the harbor boarded up and barely anyone on the streets. The casualties of the Tribunal are as such: Cordy, Rude, DePaul, Glenn, Theo, and Angus. 3 and 3. Everard, in a move that I can't grasp the motive of, has sent the bodies of the mercs back to Crenell, and Wild Pines has yet to retaliate. The Hornets didn't get in, but golly, what a shit show. While alive, Kim and Harry took a beating, the former a concussion and the wound to the latter's left thigh, opening up a can of worms that'll have to be pushed aside for the moment. The case still needs to be solved, disregarding the lack of backup from the 41st Precinct, or if Harry winds up addicted to pain meds and needing a cane, or worse. It all comes back to the lead: the bullet and ballistics. The islet. The last location. B triple prime. the island. With how serious a turn things have taken, Harry dons his assigned RCM outfit, the commander's jacket and matching cap, before hitting the road. Right before the Tribunal went down, Clausier fled for who knows where, so maybe her now empty abode might have a clue for the two lieutenants. A note on her desk alerts our boys to a parting gift. A red thread tied from Clausier's bed to the whirling's antenna. A trajectory line. Following right to B triple prime. Clausier did spend her whole time after the murder looking out into Martinez, so her ballistics would be on par, if not better, than visual calculuses. Lillian's boat should be tarred, so Harry and Kim finally have a path. Heading downstairs, Gart and Harry finally bury the hatchet due to Dubois' actions. Titus and his remaining boys are even more grateful. Waving off Harry, the two finally coming to fully respect the other. Outside in the DCA's plaza, seems like Cindy finally got that inspiration she was looking for as a giant mural silently honors the spot where the Tribunal took place. Un jour je serai de retour près de toi. One day, I will return to your side. The medium from which she has crafted the mural makes it highly flammable, Harry burning the lettering into the ground as both a permanence method and to make sure that the Coalition really sees the message. Kim seemingly agrees with Harry's choice of action. Trying to get the news of the Tribunal through to any outside sources is met with static as Harry tries just that to silence. A Union invention. Contacting Jules for any confirmation about the Puta Madre lead doesn't get Harry anywhere besides a cold reality that some of the members of the RCM are on his take. Doesn't answer Harry's specific need, but good to know. Before heading towards the village, Harry and Kim notice Gaston sitting alone on the bench near where he and Renee would play pétanque. As if motivated by the interactions with Harry, Renee got off his keister and wanted to get back into the workforce. He was hired by the Union to overlook the Whirling's yard as a preventative measure for crime, but he ended up suffering a heart attack on his walk home after a shift. The Union found him dead, not in his military uniform, but plain civvy clothes. Looks like Renee let the past go. Leaving the old man alone, Harry and Kim hustled to the fishing village, but it's like Dubois on autopilot. He jaunts over to the phone booths near the Feld building and begins dialing random numbers. The first few calls are to no one of any importance, but the last call Harry makes is to a long-distance number. A number somewhere in Grod, the city of Morova.
Your index finger on the rotary dial, then pull down on the number, then move one up, and repeat the motion twice. Strange. This is not how you started before. You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It is another destination on another Isola. Some far-off nation-state. 005 is Revachol, ZOC. 001 is Grad, on the Gradian Isola, where the telephone was invented. The next two digits you dial are the area code for the city of Mirova. 414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air. 1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling. Yes, 451-67451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks. 451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones, calling in the night. The saddest sound in the world. Both pitiful and terrifying. You feel your pulse rising with each ring. Calling still. Ringing by the bedside of a dark but capacious apartment with long windows. You know this to be true. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. You just do. And you know it is going to hurt. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. Calling. 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 Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small. The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello?
On the other end is a woman, tired as it is early in the morning for Gradians. As Harry tries to hold a conversation with the unknown woman, she shoots down any attempt for our guy to explain what is happening. There is history between this woman laying in her bed with her husband right next to her and Harry. A deep, painful history that she seemingly wants to forget, while Harry feels burdened by. The call disconnects at the height of the melancholic spat, and though Harry tries to get back to the number, what more can be said between the two parties? Both have gone their differing ways. All Harry can do is focus on the case and put his ex Dora behind him, like she's done him.
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Because it's me. Look, I don't understand what you're saying or why you're calling me. You seem drunk. Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. Yes, I'm in my rover. Sleeping.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money. You dial the number again. 26 pulls of the rotary dial. The machine eats the coin, and a terrifying ocean of distance rustles in your ear. In the middle of it, a familiar ring. Small, distorted, calling, calling. Calling, 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 calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Come on, you know why. The headset lands in the cradle with a clank.
As there is nothing left to do, a conversation with Lillian gets the 2 cops a boat to the island, a former communard base during the Revolution. The Net Picker's twin boys go there all the time, but have since stopped after an encounter with the Fire Guy. Someone is on the island, so it'd be rude of Harry and Kim to leave him waiting. Exploring the old ruins of the fort, a makeshift living quarter is found. Left-wing theory books strewn about supporting the working model I've presented about the killer. However, Harry's leg starts throbbing with pain, making it damn hard to focus on rummaging through the ruins. Luckily, the quarters do have a bed, Kim standing guard over a sleeping Harry as Mr. Dubois experiences one last dream. The dream that the brain and limbic have been trying to protect Harry from.
Dolores Day, the innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship airbag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the Holy Queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. Win her back? How does that fit in here? And what is the Holy Suzerain doing here anyway?
Hey. I mean, hey to you too. I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
In a fucked up abstraction, Harry's mind has merged Dora, his ex, with her innocence Dolores Day. The backdrop, the day that Dora left Harry's life. What follows is a masturbatory critique against Harry, Dolores cutting through any and all words our guy says to a singular point. Harry was wrong, and Dolores Dora is right. There are some points to the caricature's words, Harry ain't a saint, but it rings hollow with how absolute it comes across. Last time I checked, only Sifs deal in absolutes. It all reads like listening to your thoughts past 3 a.m. where every minor character flaw gets blown way out of proportion by a sleep-deprived brain. In conclusion, I'll see you in the story analysis for a continuation. Seeing his partner suffer from the dream as he wakes up, Kim offers condolences and an understanding to Harry. 'Tis the nature of RCM officers to carry baggage. Continuing the search a bit worse for wear, a blast door is blocking further entry into the island. Gas is needed for the generator to power up the switchboard, but when the cops find it, they also find the sniper's nest. A rifle of the make and model the two are searching for could be easily braced against the concrete bunker to take a shot, easing the technicalities of the trajectory. Lining the floor of the room are those same Tiamatiri cigarettes found at Land's End, furthering a connection to our unseen killer. Fuel in hand, Harry and Kim unlock the blast door to a sea of Maybells and a lone, tired-looking soldier. He's no older than possibly 70, about the same age as Renee, a relic of the past still living in the present. This is Josef Lilianovich Dross, the deserter, the fire guy, as the twins call him.
Into the extinguished fire before him, he raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours, unclouded by cataracts. His eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
The what now? I can't hear you. I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position? Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up. My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
All this man has left is hatred for the world, his weapon of bloodletting a Triangong 446, another artifact of the failed revolution. An initial dialogue with the deserter has the remnant of a forgotten age sieve of rage and fury, contorting Harry and Kim into fascist pigs, but something is odd. His body reactions don't fit, as if his emotions are twisting in on themselves at intervals. First is first, establish authority, Harry getting Yosef to drop his rifle in fatigued disgust. It is the murder weapon. Going on to questioning now, Yosef drops his life story. A commissar for the commune of Revachol under the Insulindian Citizens Militia Wing, the precursor to the Revachol Citizens Militia, Yosef fought during the beachhead invasion of Martinez but went AWOL during the carnage. Reaction, he calls it, a symptom of a bourgeois mind, but I, Harry, Kim, and others would call it fear. fear of death. No amount of blaming the bourgeois will ever change that, and it comes across as politically insane to frame the conflict as Yosef has. He resumed duties after the war was over, a holdout soldier chained to a finished conflict. Time has moved on, uncaring as the universal force is. In his one-man crusade, he's chosen to steal from the masses to continue the fight instead of building the system he wants to create, growing addicted to pain medicine while suffering some unknown physical disease and possible dementia. A bitter man, no different from the mercenaries if dropping of racial slurs tips you off. Still, Yosef hasn't surrendered, never signing the Revacholian instrument of surrender.
I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw.
He just couldn't. He nods, but he can now.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting. Always waiting. For her to return.
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution. Always. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do.
What has he done? Perhaps a confession would lighten the load.
Yes, what? To get things going again? Fan the flame?
There is no flame to fan. There is nothing left of the world, of our dreams.
Yosef continues to function as a commissar despite wanting to retract from humanity as a whole. His body seems to be going that route, but before Harry can pursue that line of questioning, the cops need a confession. It doesn't take a lot of greasing to get Yosef talking about Ellis with all the evidence Harry and Kim are drowning in. The rifle, the bullet, the ballistics, the Maybells, and the tracks in the pinball workshop leading to the peephole. The course of the investigation winds Yosef up into a fury, admitting that he shot Ellis, his comments on the deceased expressing an engulfing further that the RCM only cares about the bottom line of the liberals, of the fascist corporations, and moralist systems that beat Revachol into the ground. Where was justice when the revolution fell? When people died by the hundreds? The death of a paramilitary fasci in Dross's eyes was a critique against the shit, what the world has become. A confession is a confession, but what was the motive?
They'd all drowned in the lower levels, or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love. All the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. You see the fear and power in its eyes. Then you know that the bourgeois are not human.
Now is not the time, Lieutenant Yefreto.
I had to. I had to fight it. I could not stop anymore. Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone. Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow? Iblis. The black-eyed angel. How does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
You're insane and grotesque. Everyone steals. Vegetables, supplies. It's the life of a dog.
Interestingly, there are two avenues to this question, politically and personally. Obviously, Dross viewed the Krynelmerks as an extension of the forces that crushed the revolution, but the old man did have a sick attraction to Clausier. Smash both thought trains together. Why should a government-trained baby killer be comforted in the arms of some woman? The killing of Ellis was a means of punishing Clausier. Yet, she's gone now, somewhere across the Bay of Revachol turning her own set of tricks still. With how long Dross has been evading the world island hopping, it would make sense that someone else other than our duo would find him. Edgar Clare. A young social democrat paying respects to their forefather, a useful idiot who catapulted their rise to power. The former forewoman didn't show up to the election because she was assassinated by Yosef under terms of sticking it to the man. If you couldn't guess, the Clares took advantage of Yosef to further their own agenda, quickening the old soldier's spiral into misanthropy. About the only positive relationship Yosef had was with Renee. Relatively speaking, they never met physically, and Yosef wanted to blow the brains out of Renee's head, but that thought kept the deserter going, as macabre as that sounds. A strange relief comes over Dross when Harry lies to him about the old carabinier, the detective wanting to see an honest reaction before laying on the news about the counterpart. Another black day in a row of ones.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform, like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A petanque maniac race traitor. I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth.
Save the treat for later?
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one for him. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Yes, of course. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. Must be torture, not to be throwing his balls for a whole week.
He seems relieved. Could he have been worried for him? He reminds him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of another thing, but no. It's just the hatred.
Yes, where is he? I hope he doesn't have debilitating arthritis. Or kidney stones. He can still come out to play with balls and get shot in the head, right?
Oh my God. He's even worried for him.
No. I waited too long. I waited too long and now he's dead?
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
They're all dead now. Fuck him.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else. But no. It's just hatred.
All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing his head explode. Now, God damn this world. Fuck you. You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had. To love. To colonize the Pale. It's all fucked.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
For a man his age, he should be a wreck, yet isn't. Or it's hard to piece together. One moment Yosef is animated beyond belief, another dour and frail. There's no connection between the symptoms leading to a cause. An overdose? But on what? Whatever, with the day getting late and everything extracted from the deserter, the murder weapon, a confession, and a motive, Harry and Kim move to arrest Yosef, but the older man's symptoms reach a zenith. He's afraid of leaving the island. Not because of his crime, but because there's something vital to his survival here. Reeds shake and quiver, an unseen but not unhinted audience watching in silence. The Insulindian phasmid, much larger than a man's forearm.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation. No, listen. Listen now.
No, it would take a whole day on this island. You go and transport the prisoner. I'll be here. I can escort him to the pier with you.
This world? What are you talking about? Is this... us?
The wind is cold from the east. Your skin is crawling suddenly. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place.
What are you talking about? There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you, with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
I can see it.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Invisible to Yosef, Harry and, to his relief, Kim can both see the cryptid, regal and eloquent amidst its camouflage. 2 officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia have discovered a long-forgotten species pivotal to their investigation. As Kim readies his camera to ensure evidence of the phasmid's existence, Harry communicates with the alien insect through the medium of the Inland Empire. Softly, the phasmid speaks of the joys of life and the greatness of the universe. Humans, a violent miracle new to this world, unwittingly polluting Elysium with toxic pale. But in spite of that unintentional apocalypse, the phasmid, nay, the other arthropods of the world have been watching, witnessing the struggle of one Lieutenant Double the Afrader, Harrier Dubois, honoring his suffering day in and day out with tranquil hymns of encouragement. Detective arriving on the scene.
For a long time.
No, you are. The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system, ominously new to the planet. The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants that you are going to destroy us all. It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you, eating away at reality. A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind. You're a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident. We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if you misplace us all one day, or just forget? So it is already happening. Soon, one of you will close your eyes and open them to see that none of this ever existed. No, there is one more. Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you before you go. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. For all mankind. She was hell on earth. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
Picture in its place, the puzzle completed. A ruin finally left in the past, spurred on by the words of a miracle. Life changed. Harry lets Kim document the phasmid before it skitters off, possibly to never be seen again. A parting gift it leaves. Clausier's documents and Ellis's helmet. Back to the deserter, the phasmid's presence would explain Yosa's mental instability now. Whatever system the cryptid uses to disguise itself, it must have a neurologically poisonous effect on humans. Like past Harry to the bottle, Yosef needs the fluidic substance of the phasmid, as without it, he is but a husk of a man. For all his boasting of rejecting stimulants and opiates, Yosef got addicted via alternate means, but the case is closed. Time to return. Waiting on the fishing village's pier is Harry's posse from the 41st, Jean, Jadot, and Trance. An impromptu peer review to ensure Harry's place on the force. If this was a test, Harry passes it with flying colors, recalling the whole Martinez investigation and side tasks that I've spent this whole tab going over while having recovered his important gear. Little details, though, to go into. Yeah, Harry might just be this side of insane, making him a poor choice for Madre to turn him into a peony. It's been a few years since Dora and Harry broke off their relationship, and Harry was originally a high school gym teacher in Corone before joining up with the RCM under Dora's encouragement. Explains all the sports gear he has on him, his dance moves at the club, his ridiculous cardio, his lack of knowledge concerning homosexuality, everything. All loose ends tied up, including information regarding Harry's background. A gold star all around, and what's more, Harry and Kim's partnership was so strong that Mr. Dubois convinces Mr. Kitsuragi to leave the 57th for a spot on the 41st. Spring will be rough in Revachol, the return looming in the distance. Our story finally comes to an end. The RCM packing up for Martinez, Kim in his own car, Harry joining his squad mates as they head back to the station to possibly handle the paperwork of Yosef and prepare for the future. Above anything else, Disco Elysium isn't simply a story about a down-and-out cop attempting to solve a murder case with extreme consequences looming in the background. Like some of the other subjects on the show, MGQ probably the best one because it's an H game on the offset, that is the lure cast out into the sea, a little morsel to ground the audience before hitting hard with deep ramifications and philosophical fiddling. In this case, Disco Elysium plays a duet, exploring the character of Mr. Harrier Dubois and the human race as a whole by juxtaposing the two together as a means of compare and contrast. If I were to take a clinical approach, the actual meat and potatoes of the plot is this. A war veteran caught up in fits of political admonishment and extreme jealousy repaid his homeland by murdering a perceived enemy of a foreign nation. The deserter, whose issues laid outside the Phasmid's influence but was drawn into acting upon them by it, bore allegiance to the communards, while Layli was a representation, nigh a scapegoat, for what the greater political bodies of Elysium did to Revachol and Martinez. In the meanwhile, a proxy war between the ultra-liberals of Wild Pines and the socialist of Bardor's Union has grown into a barely contained conflagration because of the murder plus growing political unrest within the district, because the area itself attracts failure like flies to shit. The fascist monarchy failed when it was overthrown, the communards failed when the moral interns slammed their hammer down, the ultra-liberals failed when they hardlined profit above all, and the moralists failed by constricting the region as a zone of control. Under these stressors do RCM Lieutenants Harrier Dubois and Kim Kitsuragi have to navigate the minefield of a murder case. On the whole, and continuing this surface-level dance, Disco Elysium paints the mural of political danger, of how ideologies create battle lines and shape histories for better and worse. That honor, loyalty, and brotherhood, which traditionally bear the gifts of good inclination, can be turned into a vicious parody of what they mean. But Disco Elysium, and by extension I, aren't a fan of the objective model of storytelling. A worrying trend of filling out wiki sheets, claiming that if the story doesn't move forward, it's filler, and removing little character tics and emotions for the sake of truncating a plot to its conclusion. In fact, Disco Elysium does the exact opposite to underline a lot of its major themes, gluing it together via long-winded loquaciousness and indulging in incidental moments. There is a plethora of topics to cover as the story pinballs between humanistic folly and triumph of many flavors, the impact of political bodies on the mega and mini scales, among other issues that I will and probably won't get to. I think where I will begin is actually the end, as Yosef the Deserter and Harry are closer in a likeness than they are separate. It all stems from the why. On the axis, they couldn't be more distant from the other. an island apart for a fitting metaphor. Harry, in spite of the downward spiral he's subjecting himself to, is a successful cop. Accomplished in the line of duty is describing it lightly, doubly so when Harry far outpaces the 90 percentile banner that a good number of RCM officers find themselves under. 3 kills, too, an amazing low ball for a Jamrock officer, indicating Harry's signature approach to be persuasive as opposed to belligerent. Kim has a body count of 6, further highlighting this professionalism. In paperwork, a model that the law should strive to be. Yosef, darkly reflected in the edge of this comedic guillotine, can be singled out by his moniker, the Deserter. When the revolution was in dire need, Yosef answered with absence. Whether it was reality's pressure cracking the porcelain soldier or internal strife poisoning the well of reasoning, it's inconsequential. A turncoat is a turncoat, unconcerned with its victim. Weakness, understandable or incomprehensible, shelled Yosef as the beachhead lit up under artillery fire. White-hot flame, ringing oblivion, and unabashed violence coalesced into an urgent goal so ingrained into the living. Survive. Was Yosef right to ghost lest he give up his? Candidly cryptic, pleasantly vile, oxymoronic. What hallowed power deemed Yosef's options as suitable? The communards? Cancerous is this conjecture because it can be laid in on itself. What glorious providence guided the moral intern, or the monarchy? Who carries law responsibility? Who, without a shadow of doubt, to trail behind their ordained righteousness with a cackling slight, was right, rhetorical, paradoxical, entangled in a labyrinth of sanctimoniousness. All would say they were right to smite their enemies as if they were the devil himself. It is within this framework, a flawed, highly reactionary, and blindly loyal mindset, would Yosef endure years of a personal war that no longer existed in the public eye. Because chasing the past only leads down dark roads. Both the figureheads of the plot tie themselves together with this red strand. Call this a corkboard, as this through line connects numerous elements together. 1,000,000 stars in a galaxy called the Milky Way, a factor that silently unites the citizens of Martinez, of Revachol. Keeping it big like the local wig for the time being, Harry and Yosef swirl around their respective black holes in a spiral of doom and decay. For Harry, it was the handling of his ex. He single-handedly blames himself for her resignation from his life. Harry dragged Dora down into his substance-filled damnation, actively encouraging the worst between the two until she couldn't stomach it any longer. It was Grodd or the ground. 1 ticket please, leaving Harry a singularity. Solitary confinement turboed idled hands for extensive drinking, snorting, and partying. Whatever anchor in Harry's life was swept out from under him by his own faults, or seemingly one-sidedly so. A massive undercurrent orbiting Harry is his unreliability. As a narrator, we can never be certain of the truthfulness displayed in the dismay Harry exhibits anytime he reflects on X events gone by. Harry as in noun, person, place, thing. Hard-lined into an antagonistic guise, the ancient reptilian brain, limbic system, and spinal cord occupy the same identity as the openly helpful skill sets composing Harry's personality traits. Despite outwardly opposing the other, embodied in Dream 3 with the skills proposing to Harry who the collective should live for, the internals of Dubois all want to protect him from the memory of Dora, symbolically characterizing her as Dolores Day within the recurring nightmare. Small note on the Mother of Moralism, a figurative deity within Elysium's background that catapulted humanity forward. A cult of personality loved by the people and revered as an innocence, assassinated by a member of her personal guard because he thought her signs were off. How can God be fallible? No, it is surely the mortal that's truly at fault. As an aside, talking gods or political systems here? Always blaming the little guy instead of inspecting inward and wondering why a revolution comes knocking on the door. Bit of the old interweaving there, as back to Harry, he carries the guilt and blame of Atlas to what I would deem an unfair degree. I won't and can't defend his actions we have clear pictures on. Harry wallows in the muck and mire of depression without seeking help, at least before this newest blackout. Jean, Dubois' partner and satellite officer, can quote Harry as wanting to get worse. Many characters carry a slight, some small, others large, from Harry. Sylvie and Gart endured their worst customer ever, while the officers of Precinct 41 watched a half-brother sink further and further down the rope, to even the citizens of Martinez reluctantly dealing with our guy's antics when he stumbled in for questioning. Disaster looms over Harry like a cloud heavy and dark, an ill omen that seldom needs an introduction with how self-evident it is. A bright white rectangle on a blazer or cloak. We never receive any kind of closure or precise retelling of Harry's early years or his time with Dora leading up to Martinez. Fragments to a mirror that is purposefully opaque. I feel unfit to judge Harry's character the way that the others within the story do because I wasn't there. I haven't seen hide nor hair of his absolute worst moments. While I can glean that the observations and put-downs labeled at Dubois are probably accurate, and we do see the impact he left on the days prior to the blackout, too much is left in the shadows for us to piece together a proper portrait of the man. Rather harsh to build the monument of an everyman with only his negatives. Yet that isn't what I'm concluding to. Harry himself believes all that I've said above. Why he's so unreliable is because Harry has framed the past in such a way that makes him the biggest scumbag in all the land. You don't deeply personalize the failure of a relationship by warping the other person into a saint or godlike entity unless you have overwhelming guilt to the point of caricature. In a way, it completely removes the other's agency in the association, limiting one side as just and the other evil or wrong. Humans are flawed, deeply so, but that doesn't mean the emotions we feel come from a place of legitimacy. We know that Dora did love Harry, that they were in a relationship, and that it went sour. The hows are partial and dominating. A confusing conversation drifting between dreamscape and nightmare is the prominent straw we can grasp on the two's relationship, but littering the go-between are long bouts of double talk and vagueness. Simultaneously, Dora was a bad influence on Harry, became a bad person because of him, wishes him well in his future life, but declares that he'll always be stuck in hell. Paradoxical statements can be true. The argument here is determining what can be deemed as fabricated. It all reads hollow and obscure, as if reasonings and explanations are secondary to exclaiming who gets left holding the bag. Why does the Mirage of Dolores have a disconnected sidebar lambasting Harry's financial situation? You could theorize that the real Dora did have a bone to pick with Harry over the measly income he brought in as an officer of the RCM, but the vitriol carried by Dolores, encapsulated by her dropping a fuck for emphasis, rings more personal, as if Harry is critiquing himself under the guise of another person over his chosen occupation. This parses well with rigorous self-critique, as there's never a stated range for the thought that limits what it can critique. The bio lists a masturbatory episode in a locker room, a thinly disguised bout of false imprisonment / kidnapping, and accidentally shooting a suspect in the groin in the same category, removing connotations and seemingly judging every wrong, regardless of intentions, Harry has done under the same standard. I don't have to entertain the disjointment these memories produce. Harry is a big ball of self-loathing that can't give himself any credit. It's what makes the conversation with Dolores so painful to sit and listen to, as there are multiple moments where what is being said doesn't make sense or add up. Like I said, Dolores flip-flops so much that it's hard to take anything she says seriously or realistically. honestly. The whole scenario of the dream stinks of a spoof, of a sitcom version of a breakup where one person is solely in the wrong and the other is completely in the right. I mean, the whole scene is set up exactly like Casablanca, right down to the wording of some of the excerpts, making me want to disregard the conclusions made in the dream as wholly unreliable. All it's missing is a "here's looking at you, kid." If I were to entertain an idea of actuality, I would take it reasonably. Vic Marr does aid this a bit, though how much Harry told his partner about Dora is subject to debate on the truthfulness scale. The one point I choose to believe as a hard fact because it stands out so much is that Dora inspired Harry to fight the good fight, to be the change in the world he wanted to see. We know that RCM officers are paid literal scraps, so he didn't get into it for the money, and it seemed like Harry had his stable profession as a gym teacher before he switched careers, insinuating that Harry didn't want to simply stand by. He was living in Corone around the time, a somewhat wealthy district of Revachol, and with wealth comes the usual suspects: corruption, crime, and displacement. While Grand Corone houses the bourgeois, there is a noticeable ghetto near the Jamrock quarter of the district. Safe bet is that he lived within that area and taught many students that were affiliated with illegal activity. Harry's no stranger to that. The 15th Indo tribe. Hustling and stealing was their modus operandi, yet they weren't spared from the harsher edicts of reality. Half gone to car accidents, the other to drug overdoses. This was Mr. Dubois' childhood, and seeing that of his friends from this time period, he's the last one standing, you can connect the dots of a gym teacher becoming an officer of the law. Why should a child's future be taken away from them at such a young age? We know from Kuno, Kunoes, and the other younger characters of the cast, the Speed Freaks plus Cindy and the Skulls, that delinquency isn't the cul de Mamadakwa. It's very real, very common, and is exasperated by the state that Revachol has found itself in, a byproduct of the failed revolution and the formation of the zone of control. Lawless is too pretty a term. My logic center zones in on this as one of the few credible explanations for Harry's sudden switch into law enforcement, and a nascent cop has to start somewhere on the totem pole. Chiming in from the 57th, Campbell for 9 months, juvenile officer for 15 years. While we don't have pinpoint framing for how long Harry was on the lower rungs of the RCM, I feel secure in guessing that, like Kim, at least half of Harry's career was spent at the bottom. I could get into semantics, as both Harry and Kim have about the same amount of years on the force, though the Jamrock district that the 41st looks over is wider and scarier to work in than the 57th Industrial Harbor, and Dubois has more than double the cases solved under his belt than Kitsuragi. The point I'm making has little to do with numbers. Kim, while not showing it that often, suffers from trauma and stressor disorder from his time as a juvenile officer. It's why he keeps his interactions to a minimum with Kuno, the Speed Freaks, or anyone younger. Shockingly, this is a common disorder that numerous officers suffer. It comes with the job, like the outfit, the badge, and the gun. Theoretically speaking, Harry must have seen his students as victims and suspects alike. One day you're teaching aerobics to the class dealing with the resident clown, the next his or her brains are splattered in a desolate alley and you have to find their killer. No telling what the early case files of Harry Dubois contain if his later ones like the Unsolvable or New World mural cases weigh heavily on his psyche. Straight edgewise, Harry nor Dora knew what he was getting himself into. It's all fine and dandy to fight the good fight, stick up for the man, change the world, but that's a hopeful and ill-equipped mindset to handle horror. The underbelly of the world chews up the idealists and leaves them broken messes. Reality infrequently sugarcoats the bleak, the abhorrent, the dismal. We have a phenomenal description for this. Out of depth. The cleanup crew to a pile meltdown. A high school gym teacher wasn't prepared for the cop life and nor was his middle-class, artistically inclined girlfriend, soon-to-be fiancé, able to understand what to do. This is the heart of the balanced viewpoint I'm holding Harry's relationship with Dora under. Immaturity. A summer fling that was never meant to be because neither side knew what they were getting themselves into. For Harry, this is apparent. The drinking, the partying, the turmoil he inflicts can be taken as cope. His way of dealing with misery to the extremity of wanting to end it all. It contextualizes all of his weird outbursts and bizarre mentalities that, while effective in the line of duty, and I'll get to that, isn't healthy for Harry to surrender to and pushes those around him away. He can't turn off being a cop as it means so much to him to the detriment of his whole entire life. See, speaking in lists, going down the task chain, all the fourth wall breaks that poke fun at the RPG format of the game. Mentioning paradoxes before, Harry hates what being a cop has turned him into in spite of his success in crime solving. The pre-game outburst in Martinez that we get a second-hand account of more than suffices for evidence on this angle. If he weren't a cop, perhaps Dora would still be in his life and substance abuse nary a blip on the radar. But that misguided martyrdom leaves out the golden rule of tango. It takes two. While requiring a bit of math to create a time frame, which thankfully Date of Birth Generator grants us by giving away Harry's age as 44, by taking Harry's years on the Force and his age, we can get the number of 26. That's somewhat young, with Dora's age ranged between 32 and 38. I'm more inclined to say she was on the older side, subtracting us down to 20 when Dora met Harry and convinced him to join the RCM. Adding in other factors, Dora comes from a middle-class family, so her worldview was probably skewed on the side of ignorance. And let's be frank here, 20-year-olds don't make the best decisions. Miss Ingerland was ill-equipped to handle the stressors that would inflict Harry while on the Force. Layered on top of going to college, dealing with her family who hated Harry and the cost of his RCM training, and the man's rather poor coping mechanisms, Dora had a full plate and a small stomach. It leads to a case of love outweighing suffering until it was unbearable. I don't know if I'm right to assume this, but Dora leaving Harry seems like a mixture of discontent and self-preservation. Harry's idiosyncrasies grew too large for her to handle, so Dora left him to circle the drain by himself. In spite of, wanting him to chase his dreams and become a cop, ignorance was her cross to bear. Quite a fairish assessment, but in Harry's fucked up mind, he sees himself as the pariah and takes total responsibility for Dora leaving him to self-harming degrees. He can't let the past go or see the bigger picture. For as wordy as I've been covering Harry's hangups with the past, Yosef's dilemma is easier to understand and come to grips with because it's outright stated with no hintings of inconsistencies. Unlike how uncovering the who, what, when, where, why, and hows of Harry are to the pointed extent that the murder case becomes secondary to introspection, the actual reasons for Yosef killing Laylee is practically dropped on you right at the end when the interrogation happens. Incomplete details and hand-wave coincidences smokescreen the whodunit to emphasize a few things. In our interests, the fact that the internals of the murder don't particularly matter compared to the second-to-last letter of the alphabet. Looking at the hanged man case from a top-down view, the failed logic is aptly apparent. Ruby couldn't have done it because her souls don't match the ones found in the pinball workshop, the caliber of the bullet is fired by ancient tech that no modern-day Revacholian would take the time to repair and maintain, and absolutely no one heard the shot. It is also why Clausier, despite acting sus, is innocent of the murder, adding that the shot came from outside the room when she was getting busy with the victim. Hard to be in two places at once without a doppelganger or multifoliate personality phenomena, and while some would dismiss this as refutable, her personal relationship with Alice makes a murder by her hands illogical. If there's one criticism I have against Disco Elysium's story, it would be that the intrigue surrounding the murder isn't as built up as the rest of the tangents, quests, and what have you. Ruby really does get pushed to the front as a means to an end when simple deduction rules her out. The mystery? completely relies upon the crutch of the hidden bullet, leaving no other swerves or conundrums to cast doubt on the killer's row. You can practically absolve all the listed suspects because of how telling the bullet is, and it's the earliest clue you find. It rings of last-second suspect, where all the leads have been exhausted with no arrest to be made, only for the real perp to be fingered in the final hour because of sheer coincidence. Harry and Kim head to the island because it's the last place for them to check, with Clausier providing a hint if she wasn't arrested, otherwise they go there for no specified purpose other than maybe the shot came from there, as hurriedly detailed by visual calculus. A hunch with no indication of greater thought processes. And if we're including storytelling faults in the wider variety, of course the shot came from the furthest out point, the last one listed. There's no veil surrounding the inner workings here, but while that might be a negative for me when it comes to the cop angle of the story, explaining why Yosef did what he did in this same vein more than makes up for it. To be blunt, Yosef is a political officer of the Commune of Revachol. Stressing political, he was closer in terms to a commissar than a soldier, whipping the forces of the commune into a stupor with bouts and speeches praising the glory of communism. Basically a bulwark of faith, so to speak. Yosef, body, mind, and spirit, represented the ideals of the party, what every member should strive to be. What a slap in the face then that at the first signs of artillery fire, Yosef ran away, a paper tiger doused with cold water. Fighting the good fight, or upholding the virtues of the party, mean oh so little when the guys in charge are far away from the splash zone. In the infamous words of R. Kelly, a fight for my motherfucking life! A pawn played without a care in the world. Just like the fascist Guillaume to Fricelle and Fricelle to Drisant, the ultra-liberal Wild Pines to the mercenaries, and the moral intern to the RCM. Someone else's bitch to die for their purpose. A large body of power will neither be incorruptible nor completely without self-interest. They want to live a continued existence like the rest of us no matter the cost, self or not. Call them evil apes duking it out on a big ball or a worm caressing its boundless treasure, the truth changes not. Dolores fucking Day named her standing forces the Army of Humanity, partially because of the optics. Back to our sniper friend and Half-Light, probably in overdrive, Yosef hid until the inevitable happened. The commune had lost a war they couldn't win, and Revachol was placed under the ZOC. Of all the theorizing on the state of Elysium, I feel that this is one of my more confident hypotheses because of the exact nature of the anti-centennial. Coming to mind are events like the Russian Revolution, the outcasting of Revachol's monarchy in absolutely bloody fashion, and the end of World War II, beachhead landing of global forces to oust public enemy number one, leading to world instability as vying bodies fight over perceived territory. Hey, Mazov went the way of Hitler during a counter-counter revolution, and Revachol is even split into East and West, one side decidedly better to live in than the other. While the thoughts and narration love to make the joke that all communism does is fail, it isn't one out of lighthearted self-deprecation. I bring this aside up because Yosef must have known the ins and outs of his party, acting as an enforcer of it. This makes his retreat darkly self-aware, as if the mask slipped to reveal a hole where the face should be. There was never going to be a future for the commune, as it was never meant to last, and I think that's the reason why Yosef ran. Yet this moment of what the deserter would call weakness haunted him. Instead of throwing his life away in some inane pursuit of political glory, he lived as a roundabout critique against the party. All Yosef could do now was pick up where he left off, a relic of the war fighting spirits imagined and irrelevant. It was like a debt he had to pay to some invisible collector, keeping him on the island in another real-life parallel, Hero Anodic, right down to a visitation from an interested person, the Claires. While Norio Suzuki sought out Hiro both out of fascination and civic duty, he's one of the driving forces of getting Hiro to surrender, the Claires basically sucked up to Yosef as a way to curtail favor. Look guys, we're good social democrats respecting our forefathers when the end goal was advancement, personal gain, the foreman role for the local harbor. Yosef was played by his own side into an empty favor. The assassination of the 4 women didn't radically affect Martinez or Revachol. Hang on. Does that make the Clares bad communists / social democrats? First off, how are we constituting what makes a good or bad communist? Or fascist? Or ultra-liberal? Or moralist? Letter or spirit of the law? Who arbitrates on this matter? Aren't we all interpreting the rules of Providence? It's messy. Martin Luther had 95 theses decrying Catholicism, kicking off Protestantism. Belonging to the same party isn't equivalent to holding the same beliefs or viewpoints on the party. I would say Yezhov, but someone removed him from the picture. Leading to my second point. Were the Clares even communist or social democratic to begin with? This is where the mess becomes a shitstorm as it compacts problems exponentially. The Clares do personally believe in the movement and justifiably distrust the moral intern for glassing Revachol. They left without lifting an aiding finger to a hopeless people. On that front, Everard and Edgar did do some good, consolidating people into a sizable workforce, trying to police the streets, charity, but only if you look through the vat of slime and riches they've amassed. Neither brother is forthcoming because they're erring on the side of crime bosses who happen to be political provocateurs. The Debattadors Union is politically opposed to Wild Pines, but indulges in the same vices. AKA a few illegal practices here, some underhanded tactics there, employing a bit of misrepresentation, and the men on top of the group getting richer as those near the bottom stay poor. Who do you want your overlord to be? A faceless conglomerate or the Slug Brothers? Need I remind you that the brothers are motivated by revenge, those damn middle and upper classers? And good intentions are the best bricks on the road to hell. The goal is to free Revachol at the end of the day, but to become as blackened as the ones who entrapped it in the first place hollows your morals. Doubly so since the brothers are leaning in on the confusion. The Clares want you to mistake them for power-hungry sycophants who use people and throw them away. Emotionally acting on the injustice is the basis for the war with Wild Pines in the first place. It's this route where I proposed my question from. If the Clares are such proud communists / social democrats, why this circus? Why pretend to grift? Why uphold certain tenements only to play loosey-goosey with them? Everard and Edgar love their chess as well. Oh no, a few of the Hardy Boys got killed in the Tribunal. Good thing there are more bodies for the pyre. And I really hope there is a pyre so the whole world can see how many bodies have been burned. The implications are cold regardless of the brothers' hidden intents and reeks of what I usually say for large power structures. Or, as I would say as Yosef, men without ideals are only animals. The idealized tenet of communism and social democracy is that we're all in this together, no one is selfish, but it's as if Yosef felt the sting of betrayal again looking at the works of the Clares. This time not because he ran away, but because he came face to face with the damning truth of politics. It's a zero-sum game. Yes, there are people who forge the hopeful world they want to live in within the political sphere without dismantling who they are, but it's a hopeless reality of dog-eat-dog and climbing the totem pole. Like Survivor, but instead of a vote casting you off the island and back home, you get shot in the head and made an example of. Played on a global scale with global ramifications, seemingly in favor of the elite who tend to pervert or misguide their chosen supporters into starting culture and or class wars as a distraction from issues that matter. Oh, but you better blindly support your side, otherwise you're a turncoat. I'm not the type of guy you ask political advice from in this current day climate, as swearing complete allegiance to a side without an ounce of self-introspection ain't my style. Practice what you preach, people, otherwise you're just another hypocrite who lacks awareness. Like the monarchy claiming to care for the people, only for the last kings in line to get drunk and high off Well, not power, that's for certain. Like the moral intern who's all about world stability, yet doomed to revival to a wasteland. Like the ultra-liberals who support the free market only to bully you into submission because it's their game. And like the communists who prop up the working man only to pull the ladder up because a leader has risen above the masses. What had once given Yosef purpose was now taint, rot, bile. Any grander purpose of his pathetic little war engulfed itself in a blaze of hatred. Shit. It's all shit. The earth is shit beyond the point of redemption. Everything failed, and everything will fail. A black day that never seems to end. A precarious world. He became exactly like the Mercs, a funny comparison as both sides are opposed but shared the same pain. Earlier I said Cordy and Ellis were beaten into the shape they were in. Yosef, Cordy, and Ellis were molded by their surroundings into the broken people they became. The systems that led both sides, the communards for Yosef and the various governmental bodies for the Mercs, took ordinary people, shredded them to bits, and reprogrammed them for but one purpose: a tool of violence and suppression. I pity the parties involved, as no one should suffer the scrutiny of these controlling structures so intimately, to cease to be as a person and become what is, in essence, an automaton for uncaring regimes. The face of capital isn't the only body that takes its mask off to destroy all that you love. This is a facet of all so-called congruent governing forces. A perceived enemy must be dealt with, even if the so-called threat has shown nothing but loyalty. Martinez's scars are never giving clear indication of the events that took place besides the ones spoken frankly about like Feld. Who knows how much blood was spilt and by whom between the monarchy and commune? War casualties seldom include fighters alone. We saw how Everard was with Gary, so who knows what the communards must have done to loyalist citizens or those perceived as such. A knock on the door for those that want a real-life comparison. Vice versa, the monarchy, in all its pomp and circumstance, wasn't afraid of bloodshed either. Any citizen could be a sympathizer to the commune or an agent in hiding, so round them all up. Yet whatever mass grave Yosef brings up, it's not only filled with the remains of the commune per the moral intern's wishes. It's sanctimonious to claim otherwise. Insolinde is a blood ground of countless bodies, a miracle no more. Yet instead of rejecting these harsh, overbearing dominions that think little of those caught in the crossfire, the Mercs and Yosef retreated into their arms as if rejecting the truth. No way Crenell are the bad guys. It's impossible for the communards to be anything but just. I said pity. I don't sympathize with the living Mercs or Yosef as they continue to carry out the wishes of their parties without question. Their reaction to loss was rejection, a self-absorbing maw that will rip itself away from the world as a resentful artifact. They want to see the world burn as repayment for injustice. A hellfire of insanity that'll take the innocent and guilty with them. But one can't not lose in the precarious world. That's life. Bringing me to the major factor that dissolves the connective filament between Harry and Yosef. Against all odds, Harry still carries the light of hope within himself. Police work and poor relationship management has taken its toll on Harry like the failures of communism did Yosef, but only one of them, or in this case 2 parties as I'm including the Mercs with Yosef, did as the thought criticized. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away, turn into salt or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Ironic that Yosef hid on islands all this time. This isn't absolving Harry, he is a personified disaster, nor does it excuse his appalling self-esteem or habits. He still chooses to work for the RCM because he knows it's the right thing to do. He may not believe that he can get better, but Harry applies that thinking squarely on himself. Ultimately, Lieutenant Harrier Dubois strongly believes in people and their sacredness. It's a uniting factor for a plethora of Harry's attributes, some definitely more overt than others, but it's a common denominator even with the decidedly aggressive or morally gray cast members. Titus and Harry's relationship starts off with the hardy leader not respecting the detective, only for the two to develop a rapport during the interrogations, leading to Titus informing Harry he would make a good hardy boy, while Harry shoots back at Titus that he is RCM material. If Harry didn't care about the people around him, he wouldn't see past the tough exterior of Titus or come to understand his position. He would simply label him as a social democratic stooge or a wannabe tough guy. Cordy does just that during the Tribunal, and it would be safe to say that Yosef would do the same or regard him as a low-life traitor to the party. Even after getting the Hardys to fight to acquire their information on the hanged man, the first option Harry can choose to say to Titus is an apology. Failing to convince Ruby not to kill herself sees Harry almost have a mental break. Not 2 seconds earlier, the trucker was mere moments away from sonically imploding our guy and Kim through the power of pale noise. Undeterred by the realization that a shootout is inevitable, Harry still tries to convince Cordy and the other Cornell mercenaries to stand down, imploring Ellis's brother that the hanged man wouldn't have wanted this. For added significance, Harry's suggestion line of disarmament is slightly more effective than his rhetoric-based one. There's Yosef, of course, is when he begins to psychotically shut down, Harry takes the criminal's well-being far harder than the arrest. And about a dozen other characters all get a bit of the Harry brand of empathy, like the working class woman, Kuno, all the shop owners from Gart to Plaisance to the dice maker, to what I think is Harry's crowning example of how much of a people person he is. The Speed Freaks. Building up Disco Elysium as a club for Anodic dance music and incidentally discovering a hole-in-the-world leaking pail is entirely optional and isolated from the murder investigation. It conveys quite aptly the lengths Harry is willing to go for random people he just met. Above all else, it solidifies the fact that deep down inside, Harry is a good person who's struggling with his own faults. It's why I love that initial counter with Estelle on the ice, because in the most roundabout way, Harry legitimately helps the girl overcome her self-esteem problems with a non-sequitur about Contact Mike the Boxer. It's framed as a random factoid that Encyclopedia brings up after a slight bit of word association, to which Harry himself dumbfoundedly derides as his Johnny mnemonic brain doesn't have the name of his ex somewhere stored in it, but has trivia answers. Yet rolling with it turns out in the long run like not staking your authority over a cell when you see she isn't wearing a hat. Going in to talk to Andre, Noid, and Egghead confirms that the group are what amounts to the free love crowd, but have also been roped into a drug side gig. One of these isn't a criminal offense, and the other is optional to the enjoyment of the scene. Zoning in on this notion does lead to some resistance from a few of the members, Andre and Noid, but it speaks so heavily to the spirit of Egghead that the usually one-note party boy gives an impassioned speech about how the Speed Freaks have seen nothing but failure. An Anodic club built out of a church can't fail. Won't fail. Just like that, Harry manages to parlay the foursome into dropping crime off the books while still focusing on what they love. Which in turn can also be applied to Suna, as Harry jumps through so many hoops to get her research done, establishing a friendly relationship with the Speed Freaks and Suna, that the two crowds wind up collabing for the discovery of the hole in the world. The unconventional methods Harry uses has problems and weighs on him mentally and emotionally. This Louis Theroux methodology of interview and interrogation is far more effective than the traditional cop procedural that Kim follows, because Harry is able to come to terms with people, their hopes, their dreams, their desires, their failures, their regrets, their flaws. That does leave Harry open to all sorts of quirks and mannerisms, like the constant question asking, the expression of political theories, and whatever nonsense his brain tries to process out, and the aforementioned drinking and partying, but it leads to an almost fourth-dimensional level of thinking. From speaking to Ellis during the autopsy does Harry receive the revelation of sticking his hand into the dead man's mouth, and La Revacholier warns our Dick that Revachol will cease to be in 20 years' time. I think that's why Kim is so utterly important to Harry as a character, because he's the ground. Kim is a lot more subdued than Harry, preferring to project a front of stability and logic as an officer should. However, and one detail I absolutely enjoy about his character, the interplay between the two detectives highlights that Kim doesn't try to dictate Harry unless he engages in continually risky behavior. Kim has the patience of a saint for all the shit Harry does, and where others have given up on the 44-year-old, Kim doesn't have that experience. His eyes are fresh, allowing him to deal with the faults of his partner with a new perspective. That means Kitsuragi isn't nearly as critical as Harry's precinct because the man can get results. One of the quotes that sticks with me from Disco Elysium comes directly from Kim. Detective, each one of us has our part to play in the world. My part is to solve crimes. I'm under no illusion that my role isn't a minor one, in the scheme of things. But I embrace it because it's my role, and it's yours too, Detective, whether you accept it or not. In short, it's Kim explaining to Harry that while things might be uncertain, Dubois can always rely upon his background in the RCM. That no matter what, whether it be the brain goblins causing Harry to doubt himself to just an awful string of days, Harry is a cop of the training and mentality of a damn good one. Little sidebar, Kim uses the complimentary detective as opposed to the pejorative officer. Kitsuragi isn't bringing down Harry or trying to harsh his mellow. He's giving honest heart-to-heart advice to a half-brother who needs it. We see how Precinct 41 is with Harry when he fucks up. While Vicmar is captured by Decor during the radio in as worried for Harry when the latter regrettably informs the station of his missing badge and gun, they still tease the man out in the open about that and his habits. Hell, during the return, Vicmar grills Harry over the small details right in front of Kim despite the two having solved the case. But instead of ghosting Dubois, Kim rightfully sticks up for his partner by listing out all his good deeds and providing ample details to ensure that what is being claimed really did happen. Along this thinking, Kim snitches on Harry if he has been drinking and doing drugs during the case, but doesn't let it become the focal point. He throws that info out matter-of-factly before getting right back to the debrief. This isn't a hand wave or belittling the issue, but instead Kim looking at the big picture, taking the good and the bad together. He doesn't let nihilism completely overtake his viewpoint on Harry, nor idealistically let the man coast through his problems without addressing them. There is a realistic hope to Kim's backing of Harry. The ultimate message of Disco Elysium. Hope. Throughout Revachol, people are hopeless and nihilistic. The world has beaten the place down with a hammer and said, no. Corporations, faceless government bodies, and the elite decide what to do with Insolinde. A place that once captured the greatness of humanity, the Insolindian miracle, has become a trash heap. It would be so easy to turn out like Yosef or the Living Mercs. To quote Tyler the Creator's Yonkers, fuck everything, man. It takes a real person to keep moving forward even in the face of adversity, to try and right the wrongs that have come before and build a better world. To me, this takes precedence over everything else in the story as this permeates throughout each and every main task, side activity, and conversation. Defining this theme poignantly is Harry's one-on-one with the Insolindian Phasmid. Prefacing the categorical payoff is the hunt for it first, wherein Harry can consistently exhibit excitement in the face of Kim, who becomes increasingly exasperated at the probably improbable animal. Kim tries to stop you from learning about cryptids from Lena in the first place, but after some cajoling, he bats away his annoyance with an argument I can succinctly describe as, "What the hey, it's not hurting anyone." And what else is Lena gonna preoccupy her time with while waiting for her husband Morel and friend Gary? It gives her that bit of hope, recounting her knowledge of cryptozoology, knowing that Morel and Gary won't put themselves into too much trouble, and what else? Harry gets bitten by the bug and opts to go look for them since the water lock works. Finding the twosome does lead to a bit of a kerfuffle, particularly when conversing with Gary due to his belief in fascism, but it's all addressed and accounted for, Harry convincing Morel and Gary to head back to the Whirling because of health and safety, but also since Harry has dipped his toes into cryptozoology. Tequila Sunset knows what to look for, after all. The cold Mama Dakwa has heightened his senses. The road becomes bumpy at this development, as when Morel and Gary rest up as Harry and a less than infused Kim check traps, the reality of the Phasmid appears to have been made up by Lena, leading to her doubt of everything. If a potential lie brought the cryptozoologists together, the truth would break them apart. Not so, suggests Harry. The Phasmid joined the two, but love has kept them together. In her darkest moment, Lena is brought hope once again by Harry, the guy who should have the shittiest advice on relationships, but continues to belt out banger after banger of earnest life truths. Even if the Phasmid is fake, the time spent bonding of discovery, whether introspective or extrospective, will never fade to the annals of time. Representatively, the Insulindian Phasmid is symbolic of the horizon of life we all look towards and follow, experiencing ups and downs as we go along our journey. Away from more metaphorical pondering, the Phasmid has a literal purpose within the plot as a cryptid that does indeed exist. It assuages Harry that all will be alright. Free from any influence, any external pressures, and, being a miracle creature, receiving genuine empathy from the Phasmid is the key in the lock for Harry. It pulls everything into perspective and tells him you aren't alone. A simple reassurance that means the world to our down-in-the-dumps detective, especially coming from a phantasmal beast that should regard humanity with fear and disdain. Which it does somewhat flowery, but under the context of this. The word miracle is parsed between the insect and man. IP, through no prodding or duress, under its own mental capacity, refers to us as the miracle. That we can withstand the faulty wirings in our brain and still be good people. That we can start cleaning out the rooms and begin again, hopeful for a better tomorrow by resolving the past. That we can step out of the ruins we find ourselves in, both literal and figurative, and make peace within and without. Life is worth living in the present, not spent moping in the past. Death comes for us all, but we shouldn't be afraid, instead joyous for the life we have on this precious planet of ours, capitalizing the point made by the Phasmid in which it describes how Harry will be risen up in a sky funeral a la a cycle of death and rebirth, as if to hammer home that Harry has finally given himself the care he deserves. The quartet of Volition, Inland Empire, Esprit de Corps, and Authority read as Harry's empathy and esteem for himself, his acceptance of wild concepts, his understanding of his fellow officers, and his reliability as a law official chime out with my favorite quote in the entire manuscript. Meaning has finally been restored, and following with it, hope. A hope that Harry can make a difference in a world stained by ugliness and filth that was once beautiful. Lieutenant Harrier Dubois wins the closure he deserves because he refused to give up when push came to shove and accepted reality when it laid its cards on the table. Disco Elysium contains a multitude of platitudes, observations, critiques, jokes, but most of all, hope. A hope of moving forward when the past seems to claw its way vengefully into your life. Funnily enough, of all the characters to perceive this tidbit, it's the overtly racist and ridiculous Measurehead. Following through, the fascism vision quest has Harry and Jean speak privately in the latter's mom's office, where he speaks shockingly candid, dropping this bomb. Here's the secret. There is no love in the past, only the present. The past is made of static images, distorted memories, demented nostalgia. This, the present, with all its possibilities, innumerable hits and misses, is far superior. It is a living organism. It once again ties the cast together, though this time in a heavily sided favor because everyone else in Martinez is living for something or someone. Joyce, her kids, the Claires, the revitalization of Martinez, Gart, his store, the Speed Freaks and Suna, their joint venture, Kuno, Night City, Cindy, her art, Morel, Gary, and Lena each other in their adventures, Kim his duties, and Harry the hope of it all, wanting La Revacholier to continue her existence past the threats she will face. A city, like the Phasmid, who loves her people unconditionally. Yosef and the mercenaries want it all to burn, to crumble. They wallow in the shit, tragically so, but choose to bring others down with them. Evil is natural. No kingdom of conscience, Mazovian socioeconomics, Revacholian nationalhood, or indirect modes of taxation will ever remove it from our systems. Ellis is right when Cordy uses his words to describe evil. It's just nature. This guy he used to say evil is when nature and spirit meet in the wrong place. You can choose the meeting spot, as when nature and spirit meet in the right place, a whole lot of good can happen. You just have to choose. Well, that was a slight bit rambly, but I think I got the point I wanted to get across. Take care though, I'm not covering exactly everything that happens within Disco, so I might be leaving a scene out or three, and because there is a bulk of topics to discuss, I'm selecting what I think is core to the experience. 40 hours is my total game recording time, and there's the variety of vision quests I'm partially including, partially not, as they're kinda half and half an exploration of the chosen political alignment, while also aiding in the central idea. I guess with all that said, I can end analysis with this, mostly because I've already said my point, and the final line of the credits captures the thesis well. Mankind, be vigilant. We loved you. For once, or at least from what I can remember of almost 100 videos, I'm at a bit of a loss on where to start. I guess I'll preface by saying I'm going under the final cut as opposed to the original release, as character voices do get changed and some parts of the game aren't narrated. I won't be covering these changes as I haven't played that first release, thus I don't feel confident in making observations outside of reciting history like I did in that tab. It's not my place to judge. That does get me somewhere, though. Linval Brown. If ever there was a voice for Disco Elysium, Linval captures it as the outright narrator as well as the voice for all the skills within Harry's head. There's never been a smoother jazz in reality than Linval's voice, but you don't need me to put that out there. You've been listening to him for the entirety of the video. He makes even the most mundane of observations or dialogue trees, which, to be fair, there aren't many of in Disco Elysium, stand out, but it's how he effortlessly captures the identity of the skills that puts him into a tier of his own. Since all of Harry's skills are facets of his personality, it would make sense for them to all sound close together, if not alike. However, in the minutia is where little ticks crop up for the skills that Linval plays perfectly. The first of the skills to grab your attention will probably be the intellect skills. Whether logic, rhetoric, visual calculus, or encyclopedia, there is a dryness to Linval's delivery, an almost matter-of-fact tone that highlights the detached nature of intellect. It represents Harry's clear-cut intelligence and states what it means without thinking of silly things like emotions. There's a tactfulness in its tactlessness, as if relaying information without caring what the other party thinks or feels. There's a general seriousness with the skill set that even when it starts dipping into comedic outings, intellect still upholds the straight man act. A superb example of this is when Encyclopedia dredges up from the depths of Harry's mind the background of Contact Mike when it plays word association with the words Contact Mike. There's no hinting of playfulness or misunderstanding. Encyclopedia, like a stony book, passes along the information as it deems it helpful despite Contact Mike lacking any context to the subject at hand. It busts in Tuxedo Mask style to declare its job done, before slinking off into the night when well and truly nothing was accomplished.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike. No. You're welcome.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
Even when an intellect skill fails to conjure up any useful factoids or ideas, it still presents itself as grounded. Logic can fail to connect the pieces and divert its attention to the witch doctor dropping the line Walla Walla Bing Bang, and still appears dry as Harry's love life. They can even be caught off guard, as when Plaisance uses the phrase desert pygmy shamans, rhetoric is seemingly blindsided by this sentence conjunction. The two lacking in the grounded description, however, are drama and conceptualization. Drama enjoys sticking out like a sore thumb, acting as a jubilant viper weaving in between the masks it wears. It speaks distinctively, enjoying a thespian vocabulary like the stage play it thinks itself in. While many of the other skills either refer to Harry by name or some other alias fitting our detective's description, Drama prefers ye old nicknames like Sire as if Harry were his king or lord. It's also apt to enjoy the finer things in life as pictured by the Cockatoo book. Logic clinically deduces that because cockatoos love to sing, neighbors would become aggravated since the decibel range that the bird can sing to is around 135. Drama? Yes! Birdie!
Cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Ouch. That must hurt. Not great for the neighbors. Performing? Yes, birdie.
I jokingly call Drama snake-like, but it does hang on S's from time to time, furthering that characteristic. Flowery is the best way to put it, incidentally calling attention to conceptualization. That one's fond of metaphors and imaginative cutaways. Almost none of what it says has its feet on the ground, instead preferring to meddle in the abstract. It puts ideas and thoughts to metaphors and sayings to create spectacular imagery within Harry's mind's eye. Yet compared to its associates, it's less clairvoyant or speculative in its musings. It doesn't dive that deep off the end like an Inland Empire or Shivers.
That's great. Until then, you should maybe start thinking about the funeral.
Sire, she doth not believe it wasn't you.
Aye. Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all. Why odd? Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Life world? Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Oh yeah? You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake?
Where intellect keeps the emotions off the table, Sai revels in expressing them. With the likes of empathy, suggestion, and authority in the lineup, Linval gets to flex a bit of range, from soft-spoken empath to sly and sneaky wordsmith to tough if trying to be fair with enforcer of the law. The overarching emotional state is captured, but there are little diversions within them. Authority might be the tough acting, straight shooting cop, but it falls victim to sarcasm and tends to jump the gun a bit. It leads to these odd failings where authority, in its infinite wisdom, will try to uphold its honor by frantically and impetuously rushing to endgame. Linval maintains his commanding aura as authority decides blowing Harry's brains out is the proper way of establishing clout over Titus. Suggestion lays on the charm thicker than a 3-layered cake, but beneath it lies ooze and slime. You feel extraordinarily skeevy as honeyed words fly out of Harry's mouth, insincere as a one-night stand. Linval's naturally smooth inflection makes it hard to pick this apart, as suggestion can speak an honest word with genuine charm, but where the distinction is drawn is between the lines. Empathy is one of, if not the most earnest of emotions. For good when it humanizes those around Harry, and for ill when it flies off the handle. Linval can emote with transient joy when others are having the time of their lives, just as he can sink to utter sadness when it can be felt from those around Harry. Empathy is a heavy lifter for Linval, as it captures a wide range when it makes its observations, a detail shared with Inland Empire. As I will say later on from here, or earlier as nonlinear scriptwriting is in play, Inland allows Linval to be goofy and say some of the oddest digressions in Disco Elysium. Back to Plaisance, as it has one of my favorite little ditties by Inland, when the bookstore owner bangs on and on about evil business-stopping entities, Empire gets swept up in the fear of it. Crossing the threshold and into the darkened memories of the DCA bastes Inland in even more terror, continuing far after the entity theory has been disproven. On the imposing side of the scale, when Linval gets to express the weirdo ideas of Inland is when you get some of the funnier line reads and inflections. Proposing ideas like the living tie with equal parts intrigue and worry, or going on these far-out tangents with such certainty. By far the best performance that Linval gives as a skill, and I know I haven't covered all the categories, but it's a powerful performance, is as Volition. The king of uplifting your spirits, anytime Linval's Volition pops up, expect poignancy at high levels. A few compilations of Disco Elysium quotes on YouTube have more than a fair share of Volition in them, because of how the skill is framed within Linval's tone. It's your sanity. The little voice in the back of your head that urges you to push forward, that comforts when the going gets rough, that builds you back up after being torn down. The compromised monologue carried by Volition when you see through Clausier's deception is an all-time performance. In fact, if I may be so inclined and reading ahead in the script, or making this point now without having covered all the skills, Linval has the hard job of acting across himself that he pulls off flawlessly. Again, it lies on his cadence and mannerisms to personalize the skills as their own abstract individuals. Volition acts as the base, the control from which all the other skills branch off, heightening some ticks over others. In the compromised monologue, they are each and all displayed, Linval swinging from cold intellect to understanding side to aggressive physique. I say aggressive, but physique is where the differences are played up on an almost individual basis. Half-Light and Physical Instrument come out belligerently in their upfront confrontational manner, compared to endurance and pain thresholds underneath masochism and above it all nature. Electrochemistry, meanwhile, is the lounge lizard, never stepping away from its party vibes as it pushes them on you. Ironically, it's Shivers that's down to earth, regaling its visions in a stately manner, as if the wind doesn't have time to beat around the bush.
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide. You have never been there. They don't need the law east of the river. Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play. Midnight news and reruns. A yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Coal leaks into a puddle beneath a dead man's feet. He swings from a tree, bloated. Droplets of rain slip from his cold cheeks. A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
My only complaint with Linval is that for Motorix, I can't really tell what he does to spice up the skills. Granted, Motorix being normal compared to the rest does make the lineup stand out in an auspicious way. Most that does come to mind is Salve-Fair's chill demeanor. Where the performance rises above the rest, however, is the subtlety in how skills approach situations. I'll keep coming back to the Tribunal, but it's a microcosm of a few strong aspects. Whenever Harry finds himself in a goofier or lighter of heart moment, his skills will act up and pass around their ideas. Interrogating Everard has composure lean into the dirty cop angle as he workaround answer to the missing gun. A valid response to getting the body down is by shooting it. Trains of thoughts that shouldn't have left the station because of their obtuse rails. Come the Tribunal or any other scenario that requires discretion or tact, the skills cut away with the humor. There is genuine panic in Linval's voice as Suggestion tries to talk down Cordy, or Pain Threshold commenting on a not canon beaming Harry. Whenever Harry is in life-threatening danger, you can see the mood change in his head in real time. Interestingly enough, because Linval is voicing the skills, it creates the distinction between the voices in Harry's head and the man himself. We technically get the best of both worlds in Disco Elysium, since Harry text boxes at characters throughout the experience, allowing you to conjure up how he sounds in your head, with the ancient reptilian brain scarcely voicing its critique from time to time. Mike Goodman's raspy, gurgling vocals betray the exact nature of the brain and Harry's age as witnessed in the karaoke scene. It's easy to mistake our guy as far older than he actually is, sounding like a 60-year-old smoker, but because we never directly hear Harry speak, again, the smallest church is attributed to the brain, not Harry, it's another layer of unreliability surrounding Harry. Doubly so when the other two bodily functions, the limbic system and spinal cord, are also voiced by Mike. Yeah, the squealy alien-sounding limbic system is also Mike alongside a whole other cast of characters like Roy, the Necktie, and Rude.
Rattan! Now is the time! Oh, you will see. Pass the spirits! The blue medicinal spirits! Grab the bottle and uncork it! It is time to unleash the other world!
The bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth are as crisp as the northern winds, howling somewhere, lashing the boardwalk with brine and rain. An ancient warmth crawls under your skin.
Now, Rattan, take me off! Rattan! Have I ever lied to you? Just take me off!
Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing.
Before continuing, I have to give this credit to a number of people on the cast, from side character to main actors, the likes of Mike, Tegan Hitchens, Joyce, Lena, the working class woman, Tariq Khan, Everard, Andre, Glennon Egghead, and Mac McGuire, Titus Hardy, Raul Courtney, Courtnair, and a few of the other dock workers, put a magnifying glass on the range of the cast. These are truly talented VAs that don't fall into the same voice problem that even the best of the best fall into. Looking at you, Steve Bloom. Tariq's nasally unhandedness as Everard plays a part across from Tegan's Joyce, and how she's far more upfront and nice compared to her contemporary, but both are hiding their true selves. Everard entertains his dark side so people don't realize his true ambitions as a supposed man of the people, citation needed, while Joyce is chummy as she can be with Harry as a way of paying back her role in the downfall of Revachol as an ultra-liberal. Tariq and Tegan's delivery is pivotal in keeping this congruency hidden until the very end of their task chain. But even among their other characters, you can see how well Tariq and Tegan differentiate their roles, as it's surprising that the worm-like Everard and the pumped-up Egghead have the same actor, in the same vein that Lena and the working class woman have the same core. Of course, I'm not only amazed because of the range, but how they make their characters stand out, whether minor or major. Max, Titus, and Raul have these same central principles in upholding justice, but you can easily tell the difference between Titus's flawed, if well-meaning attempts to protect Martinez, and Raul's self-serving mentality when it comes to the hanged man. Both drip machismo, yet with Titus, it feels more like he developed the personality as a form of pride for his city. He's a good old boy who was a star player in the high school sports scene that developed into wanting to see his hometown grow into something more than the rubble it has been blasted into. Raul is the exact opposite. The abuse hurled at him by his father, coupled with the lengthy tenure in the military, molded Raul into his toxic persona. There's little peaks and nods to the type of person Raul can be. We see that when Harry shows him the hanged man picture, but he can't appear to be weak when dealing with others. It's either pure aggression or nothing. Titus recognizes the importance of de-escalation, and all that bluster Matt gives him fades away to legitimate concern and empathy. See attempting to talk down Raul, or when he's informed about the pigs. there is a softer, more amicable side to Titus that he doesn't downplay. But joining the trifecta of Linval and Mike as the main voices of Disco Elysium is Julian Champenois' Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Like his role in the story, Julian keeps Kim right on the ground, never keeping the character above a monotone. Besides when the strangeness becomes overbearing, there is a lot to ingest with how Kim comes across.
From the pain. It's nothing. You're alive. That's what matters.
Sunrise, Parabellum. It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago. Wait until it wears off.
Dramamine? Then it's not that bad. Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day. 2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water. Yes, the joke wasn't funny anymore. I took it off.
The close proximity of death must have made the lieutenant contemplate his life choices. He's done with the jacket.
Sunrise Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Isn't that written on your...
Cops like it. The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely. Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay. What happened? You threw an improvised petroleum bomb at the Major. A firefight ensued.
He does not answer, and searches for something in his coat pocket instead. A smoke, most likely.
Very. He died in the hospital.
A blood-stained killer.
You're an officer of the RCM. As retaliation, the rifleman tried shooting you. He hit the cuirass. I heard it go off. I was looking for a clear line of sight to him.
He sounds a tiny bit sorry he did not find it before you got hit.
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
Writing, as it can't be understated, gets mileage from subtext and overtext. Garth Marenghi might think writers who use subtext are cowards, but there is a well to dive into when examining Kim's written and spoken dialogue. My favorite display on Kim's behalf is the whole of the delinquency side arc, starting with Kuno and potentially ending with either the Speed Freaks or Pinball. When you first engage with Kuno, Kim's blunt response to avoiding the red-haired gremlin seems out of evasion. Kuno probably doesn't know a lot about what happened to the hanged man. He speaks as if his blood is 100% speed, with a morbid interest in nonsensical tangents and outright aggression, and wasting time on the job isn't exactly what an officer should be doing during an investigation. From the outset, there's a false inference that Kim doesn't like dealing with the youth because he finds them annoying, and enforces that stereotype that cops don't like the youngins. Their music style makes no sense, they speak in nonsense, all that jazz. It contrasts with Harry, who pulls the Steve Buscemi "How do you do, fellow kids?" card, and ultimately wins over Kuno by separating him from Kuno S. The Speed Freaks are in the same barrel, though Kim was right to avoid them on the outset because of their dealings with Everard leading to the drug lab idea. Kim seems to be keeping himself professional, as detailed by his manner of speaking and tone, as though he won't not talk to the Speed Freaks. He and Harry question his cell while also looking out for her hatless head. Kim doesn't want to be dragged by them. This all takes a turn, however, when you discover the pinball workshop in the back of the Whirling, Kim opening up a wound from the past, framing his interactions with the youth of Martinez in a different light. Prodding enough has Kitsuragi explained that he worked for 15 years as a junior officer and spent 9 months undercover in an illegal pinball ring. 3 full trimesters of nothing but pinball and juveniles, plus whatever illegal dealings they dealt in. Suddenly, his avoidance of the youth reads more like Kim not wanting to trigger his PTSD, not because he has a grudge. He's keeping his distance because of the sordidness of the spot, not because he dislikes juvies. And due to his air of professionalism, Kim does indeed grin and bear it, both for the case, as seen with Kuno, or when Harry pulls the lieutenant into a wacky side task, such as with the Speed Freaks or Cindy. Compounding this further, Kim, past his monotone, does try to treat kids carefully, like with Plaisance' daughter or Carter's children. Looking through the dryness of Kim's tone shows a beyond empathetic man simply wanting to do the right thing in a world that could be better. He's balancing his ethics as a cop, presenting an unbreakable composure with the authority to match, with his nature as a person, soft-spoken, caring, and understanding of others. The confrontation with Ruby is key in this little quibble, as instead of coming at her all authoritarian-like, Kim supports Harry's approach and basically clears the air of the who, what, when, where, why, and how. There is a preference for dialogue as opposed to jumping the gun, Julian's Kim acting essentially as the paragon to Harry's renegade? But that said, Kim isn't afraid to get weird with it from time to time, Julian's deadpan delivery making it interesting to pick apart the character both as a player and as Harry having the skills chime in. There is so much to Kim and his mannerisms that make him worthy of a character examination, all from the way that Julian carries his tone to how Kim has been written. It brings me to his character portrait, as not only is it a far-off reference to an event in the game, the Sunrise Parabellum conversation after the Tribunal, the framing of the shot, Kim illuminated by a backlight almost halo in shape, non-verbally speaks for what kind of character and person he is. It all brings me back to the first line regarding Kim from Esprit de Corps about how if the world came down around Harry, Kim would jump in to save him.
In greeting, if an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why? He is your half-brother.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
That singular quote is explored over the course of the title, both verbally and through the written portion. When you do the shout out on Speed Freaks FM, Harry can explain to Kim that a voice led Dubois to the Netpicker's kids to learn about the radio station, which earns a somewhat sarcastic response from Kim pointing out the voices in Harry's head probably aren't related to the Hangman case. It's only when Harry brings up La Revacholier does Kim not comment, preferring to look at Harry with what is described as a long gaze. Lacking high decor means the meaning of it will remain hidden for you to ponder, asking questions about the type of person Kim is in relation to Harry, but passing the legendary check has the skill confirm that Kim feels powerless in the face of the affliction Harry carries. Kim wishes he could do something to help alleviate Harry's mental turmoil, but he regrets not knowing how to broach the topic. I doubt Disco Elysium would be the same without Kim or Julian's performance of the character, because he is so integral to both the growth of Harry as a character and to act as the counterbalance in the world within the game. Otherwise, all Harry has in his corner for the most of Disco are his skills, and sometimes even they try to force certain mindsets onto our guy. Keeping graphics for last and skipping over animations, as they are well done when the game does decide to go for a bit of action, spin-kicking Measurehead or the Tribunal come to mind, but rarely pop up besides the walking cycles, incidentally underpinning the mundanity of it all, like how real life isn't all that spectacular. The soundtrack, composed by alternative rock group Sea Power, credited under British Sea Power for Disco Elysium, is hauntingly beautiful as it is robust in tone setting. Some of these tracks are etched into my mind, as are their locations. The title track of the game, Disco Elysium, doesn't play at any grandiose moment, but instead takes up residence as the theme for the fishing village. It's a slow, somewhat dour track, as if highlighting the decay of Martinaise, that the war crushed the area into the ground. And yet, there is an undertone, or at least I think so, of hope that hasn't been driven out. That the people of the district and possibly Revachol can rebuild from what has happened in years past. It's always when this track plays that makes me more introspective of the events that have happened to Harry and to the setting at large, as if the area was once this giant on the worldly stage before falling down into the pit it has found itself in, which can easily be attributed to Harry as well, the 10-minute epic of a song serving as a capstone for the revelations within Disco Elysium. It's called Disco Elysium for a reason, as it honestly feels like what I've said about it can be extended farther out than where the story takes place.
Revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast. The waters turn black, Coal City in the shadow of San Martin, a boom town, back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet. Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume, where the Philippian kings were interred with their doctors and their admirals. Mausoleums, burial chambers, leaf gold still remains on the double door of the morning. Yes, to peel the gold off with his fingernails. Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums. And for fabled relics, their parents let them. They go deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain, in the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent.
Hearing the song while listening to Joyce detail the tale of the Insulindian miracle is bread and butter, hand in hand for describing the world at large. A tired and morose living, but one holding out for hope in a better tomorrow. The continuation with the track title names is seen in Martinez proper, the city's theme instrument of surrender. Carrying the lead role for the track is a single lonely horn that only gets joined by an accompaniment of hazy and distorted synth? Strings? I can't tell, they follow the horn after half the song is finished. So, near the beginning, there is a somewhat jovial sense to the track, especially as it greets you on your way out of the whirling, but the longer that instrument of surrender continues, and the more you uncover about the history of Martinez, there is a somberness to the whole affair. In a way, it's an inverse of Disco Elysium, the track, as it starts off all triumphant, or close as it can be before being swallowed up by the doom. The horn itself becomes harder to pick out from the distortion, as if what was once glorious has faded to the annals of the past, only to be revisited by the nostalgic and those desperate to return back to it. To take a step back from the downtrodden, Ecstatic Vibration's totally transcendent of the theme of the speed freaks in their tent and once they move into the church has got to be one of my favorite tracks because of how it works into their side task. When you first meet Andre, Noid, and Egghead, all they have going for them is a dinky little 2-beat that makes up the core of their track. It highlights how small scale they are, that they are on the ground level despite wanting to become club superstars. EVTT lacks any shape or form to itself. It is a nothing track for a group of nobodies. But as you continue down the chain and get them into the church, it becomes louder, more pronounced with a heavier presence of an actual backing track. Harry has given the freaks a bit of confidence by backing them and actually getting them into the church to start their club business. But something is missing. Their tape isn't complete. Rounding out the task between the freaks and Suna is when it becomes whole, turning into an energetic and bombastic bit of Anodic dance that signifies how far Andre, Sal, Noid, and Egghead have come with their dinky little club plan. You hear this all in real time too, listening to Ecstatic Vibration's totally transcendent evolve into its final form. Acting as the theme of the Tribunal, Crenell, Downwell, and Somata Censor is a twangy ditty reminding me of old westerns, and essentially the idea of frontier justice, that the mercenaries think what they are doing is right in what is considered a lawless district. The whole scenario indulges in that mindset as well. There's the hanged man, of course, drawing up ideas of the classic Old West tradition of the gallows or isolated tree hangings, kinda like what Silas Greaves and his brothers went through, shoutouts to Call of Juarez Gunslinger. The Tribunal is more a Mexican standoff as three parties are involved, the two conflicting sides accusing the other of being the modern-day version of a hanging judge in order to uphold the peace. And if you want to be extra pedantic, Cordy does wield a revolver like a proper cowboy or outlaw as his main arm. Yet even away from the more analytical side I'm taking these songs under, they are perfect in setting the tone. Tracks like Martinet's Terminal B and its thumping heavy machinery as if personifying the cargo crates and cranes, the doomed commercial area's tense strings heightening the horror of exploring an abandoned building, or the many variations of the Whirling in Rags tracks capturing the vibe of the day are all really great. This is a case of it's hard to pick out an exact track as the best, as it's clear to me that Sea Power put so much time and effort into creating a cohesive OST that, much like the best in the industry, helps solidify or capture themes expressed within the story. It's hard not to get overtly emotional on the boat ride to the island as Burn Baby Burn and its ethereal vocals wail out wanting to be free, knowing that the culprit has probably been cornered and the end of the investigation is at hand. Same with the smallest church in St. Saëns, as it encapsulates all the pain and strife that Harry has carried into Martinet's finally being let free.
The sea, its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever.
Musically speaking, this is like what I said previously in Deadbolt on how a soundtrack can inform the audience about details within the plot that aren't told by dialogue or character interactions. That doesn't mean, though, that these sound effects are skimping. There is just not much to cover. Each associated skill family has a tone that alerts you to its presence, whether intelligence and the aural version of what the light bulb signifying have an idea sounds like, to Motorix's odd delay as if anticipating an object moving, to Physique's guttural whine that trails off, to finally Psyche's sudden beep acting as if you came to a realization. There are also the dice rolls drowning in a sea of orange for failure or green for successes. This is one of those so apparent things that it doesn't need much of an observation from me to get across why this is so great. Finally making it to the visuals, the in-game graphics are a somewhat muddy and dark sprawl that sometimes gets splashed in with bits of color as if the worn-down nature of Martinez, if not the world, has led to a depressing color scheme. That's not to say that there aren't glimmers and dashes of life. The Whirling in Rags is a lively little place in the center of town, and while Plaisance' bookstore does have a stuffy air to it, the warm wood floors and pleasant greens make the place welcoming, but damn is Martinez depressing. It makes sense then that the first proper look into the world is within Harry's room at the Whirling, because it really is Martinez in miniature. Here are the sub-districts within town, the doomed commercial area with its falling apart buildings that is overlooked by a torn up apartment complex, the industrial harbor stacked up with nothing but crates that is, at best, a gentle reminder of what the ultra-liberals have done to Revachol, and the fishing village that is the equivalent of a desert with as many ruins to industry and technology like the Feld building and the church. Past all that are the memories of the war, whether physical with the bullet holes or former outposts, or phantasmal like the ghosts of the victims at the firing line. Martinez becomes its own character, sandwiched between the new and the old, the past and the future, hope and despair. Before I go into a Danganronpa reference and get completely sidetracked there, you can tell that Martinez was originally a place to be, making its current state that bit more dire and dour. While settled next to the bay, Martinez is an industrial and commercial jungle, nature itself having been pushed out to the boonies. It represents the worst of all roads, of bloated capitalism, of ignoble fascism, of self-important communism, of aloof moralism. Those four paths each had their part to play in today's Martinez. The statue of Philippe, a seemingly grim reminder that history has torn the place a new asshole. Whatever hinting of irony proposed by the art students who currently remodeled it captures that detachment that all the parties had with Martinez. That they were so worried about the end goal that the people got lost in the process. And yet the fact that Martinez still stands is a testament to the spirit of humanity, that tragedies can be overcome and ruins can be rebuilt. If I had one word to describe the citizens of the city, it would be hardy. They, for the most part, don't give up. Adversity has strengthened a somewhat tight-knit community that looks after its own. You can see that with the Hardy Boys, Cindy and the would-be Skulls, and the students. Like how the old saying goes, once you're at rock bottom, all you can do is go up. Hey, it's almost as if the choice of having the story take place in a rundown area was purposeful in telling a tale about becoming better. Last on my own personal task chain for this section is, of course, the character portraits. There is no understatement to say that the art of disco is heavily drawn from Ireland's own Francis Bacon, and some hintings of Frank Frazetta, at least when it comes to my own eye, as some of the character portraits have Big Bang of Frazetta's own self-portrait. Bacon is one of those artists that's well worth looking into because of his style and how he captured the human frame. He wasn't afraid to get ugly with it, as life itself can be ugly. Surreal and abstract are too light of terms to describe his pieces, but his influence can be felt all around disco, particularly when looking at the skill portraits. Each one is ostensibly human, twisted into some shape or form that emphasizes flaws or peculiarities. Logic's peeling face is ripped straight from Bacon's self-portraits, the likes of Sauveur and some of the physique skills, namely endurance and pain threshold, take cues from Bacon's slaughterhouse paintings, and overall there is a massive amount of no-face or messed-up face going on with the skills. Even the seemingly normal faces like for Authority or Hand-Eye have exaggerated features that shoot them straight into the uncanny territory. It would make sense as Harry has a distorted view of himself, not recognizing himself as human. Yet it speaks volumes that the portraits easily get across what each skill conveys. Drama's legion of faces inform you that it centers around lying or playing the part. Pain Threshold's wired up man illustrates the pain he can withstand. Reaction speed is basically a series of after images of a face. Like the work that it was based on, you can gather a multitude of ideas and meanings from how the skills look, and we haven't even gotten to the people yet. As if embodying what I said earlier, the people of Disco Elysium are typically on the uglier side. Harry and Kim are no lookers, Everard is a mass of jelly rolls and slug meat, Joyce's angularness is too sharp, and the list goes on. But just because people look ugly on the outside doesn't mean they are inside. It helps to enforce the mindset that at the end of the day, aren't we all people trying to live on this planet? We all have our own faults and issues, some that dwell below the surface, others that boil straight up, but that doesn't mean that first impressions are correct. Harry's mistaken for someone 20 years older than his age because of how hard life has ridden him, and yeah, the initial look at the mirror doesn't paint a pretty picture, bloated and sore as it all is, but behind those pained eyes is someone still raring to go, someone still wanting to uphold justice and believe in the hope for a better world. I guess I could have forgone the rambling I've gone on by saying that Disco Elysium is a masterfully presented game, one that you don't witness all too often. Disco Elysium is a CRPG through and through, entailing a lot of ideas made famous by tabletop counterparts like Dungeons & Dragons or Vampire the Masquerade. For a brief rundown, as CRPGs are one of the many breeds of the genre, what is the defining feature here is the translation of pen and paper to automation. And essentially, instead of physically rolling a dice to determine outcomes, the game automatically does that for you. Traditional character building is also in play, a la your classic tabletop counterparts, alongside somewhat slower character progression that makes you think about your decision making and how to utilize specific skill synergies. It's okay, to best demonstrate my point, formulate within your mind's eye a version of Persona where instead of set party roles for characters, I.E, healer, tank, DPS, debuffer, that you have to take full advantage of in team composition, CRPGs allow you to build any character for any need. There is some diffusion within CRPGs though, as not all are the same, and trying to count the differences is a task for Sisyphus. Like, technically speaking, Fallout is a CRPG series because its whole leveling system is based off of GURPS turned into the special framework, but then you play some of the later games and it's a mishmash of CRPG ideas and FPS philosophy. Same with Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, or to an extreme extent, the Soulsborne franchise due to Miyazaki's heavy inspiration from pen and paper RPGs like HeroQuest. I guess I could have pointed to Baldur's Gate as the example, as subjectively speaking, I err more towards the top-down view, dice rolls, and character building as the representatives for CRPGs. This ain't even getting into character alignments, free-flowing story threads, or other multiple minutiae that makes covering CRPGs as a genre messier than the geopolitical problems of modern days. So out with the philosophical dilemmas and with cold hard facts, or until we round back. On difficulty scale, Disco Elysium is somewhat hard to place even when bumping the game up to hardcore mode. Briefly, as hardcore doesn't actually change much, rolls are weighted against you, though you earn more experience to level up. Why I've labeled Disco with this epitaph is that failure is somewhat vacuous to quantify properly. Before even getting to the meat and potatoes of the dish, let's go over structure as Disco Elysium places you in the ruins of Martinez for a total of 10 days. Your major task is a whodunit, figuring out the highs, whys, and whos of the Hanged Man case. Laying it out on the table like that may seem small in all regards, but the supposed lynching has a number of twists, turns, curveballs, and suspects to investigate and finger. Oh, and if that wasn't enough on your plate, Harry's downward spiral has led to acute amnesia and the misplacement of vital officer paraphernalia. You know, the good stuff, like parts of his outfit, his badge, and his gun. If it hasn't already been said, oh god, Harry lost his gun. What this means is that sometimes stepping away from the major investigation to follow a lead, or even goofing around on the clock, has its own benefits. As Harry would call it, a mega stereo investigation. There is a lot to do, and not all of it is important to the Hanged Man, but might have some payoff for Harry or events later down the task chain. Martinez, despite the rubble it was bombed into, is a nifty little seaport you can easily get lost in because of the distractions. While you are timed from the word go, you have to be especially sluggish to run out of days. Speaking of, it's best if I showcase what a day is to get knee-deep in these guts. Day 1 will always begin the same no matter what you choose. Harry wakes up in the whirling in rags without memory, decency, or his regalia. Finding your scattered clothes should be a first priority, but not much is stopping you from leaving the room, talking to Clausier and Kim so the day can begin properly. After speaking to Kim, you're free to tackle whatever part of the case you want, from conducting interviews to examining the body. Days usually start at around 7:30 a.m. and will last until 2 a.m. where time stands still. That's no exaggeration. Time refuses to move on from 2 until you hit the hay. There are advantages to this, as while most everyone closes up shop at 2100 hours before going to bed at 2, some activities don't need to be accomplished during the day, and a few Revacholians don't sleep. A few events, it is better to hold off on them and get them done in one run rather than waiting for a day to pass. What will stop you, however, are the various little, and big from time to time, skill checks blocking your progress. Outside the lengthy conversations you'll find yourself in, which by the by is the only way time passes, skill checks will be one of your many companions next to Kim, the skills themselves, Harry's tie, and La Revacholier. Checks come in 2 variations, white and red. Both can be failed, but only white checks can be repeated after either putting a point in the relative skill or by uncovering a hidden detail that adds a bonus to your roll. A perfect example of this would be getting Perlodon off Roy. With high electrochemistry, you can easily see Roy is on Dawn, but taking the time to look around his shop and speak to him gives you a few points to your roll because you notice the signs. Granted, this can also work in reverse. Refusing to step up to Titus when he appears on day 2 hurts your roll on the authority check. I can't list all the ways you can aid or detract from your rolls because while some sequences it is easier to know what will provide a bonus or detriment, these can come from miles away. Of the most famous checks, getting your composure bodied when Clausier is brought up by Titus, or the first meeting with Everard in Pain Threshold screaming to you about the uncomfortable chair are the ones that come to mind. Red checks are a single time check that are stringent to the same bonuses and detriments, though this is where I have to bring up the consequences of failing, as this provides the wrinkle in difficulty I mentioned up top. Failure most of the time will cause Harry either physical or mental damage, but can lead to either completely different routes or even advantageous outcomes. Case in point, the savoir-faire check when running from Gart or the physical instrument check during the Pétanque game. Failing both actually provides more benefits than succeeding, as you can barter with Gart on the former and have an easier time on a later check with Renee and can get a thought in the latter. In fact, to get certain clothing, you have to fail a check. With all this talking about skills and checks, let's get to the stars of the show. Harry's revolving cabinet of personas dwelling deep in is psyche. Separated into 4 categories, Harry's main attributes are split into intelligence, psyche, physical, and motorics. In those subdivisions, there are 6 skills in each grouping. For sake of simplicity, I'll cover the range as a whole before going into singular abilities. Intelligence governs your thinking capabilities, your smarts. Solving crimes takes a thinking mind, so the brainiacs and intelligence got you covered. Before continuing, while you can play a pre-made Harry, at the start of the game you can make your own, which allows you to put skill caps for each family, as well as set a signature skill that increases it by 1 point, plus the level cap for the family, as well as raising the level cap for that family. So if you put 4 into intelligence, all those skills will start at 4 and can be leveled up 4 times to 8, unless you also made an intelligence skill a signature, which bumps the learning cap to 5. Got that? First up is logic. Your ability to put 2 and 2 together and draw conclusions without needing a full plate. Basically, logic and a few other skills are self-explanatory. Logic pushes you to think realistically with what has been presented to you, and there are positives and negatives to this. Cutting away again from the explanation, don't think of Harry's skills as skills, but as pieces of his personality. The higher a skill grows, the more likely it will influence his overall mentality to the point of obsession. Likewise, if a skill is too low, it has little grip within the maelstrom that is our detective. 4 is the minimum number of points where a skill will begin to affect Harry for positive, and around 10 when the skill becomes a detriment. Or should, as some don't really play by this rule. Encyclopedia is the mental Rolodex. It kicks in to provide definitions to words you may not fully understand. With how talky everyone is, perhaps learning what a word means can provide an upper hand or breakthrough. Rhetoric is your classical debate skill. Charisma in other games. There are a few subset of skills dedicated to debate, but have a lean to them. Rhetoric is your level-headed speech ability. It picks apart arguments and ensures you come out on top by defending your position. Drama is equivocal to a combination of deceit and performance in Dungeons & Dragons. To tell a good lie, or even spot one, you have to turn up the theatrics and become the actor. So go on, sire, play the part. Conceptualization is another third of a category of abilities. Imagination. Like with rhetoric, conceptualization is the straight-laced one, able to present vivid images to associated words. Artsy-fartsy types like would-be art cops need conceptualization in their lives. Rounding out the intellect attribute is visual calculus. One of the weirder abilities because it is strictly tied to Harry's cop background. Laying out crime scenes and collecting clues is the domain of visual calculus. It is one of a few abilities that can be leveled up extremely high with no consequences. They call it the Sherlock scan for a reason. Away from intellect, psyche is the attribute associated with emotional awareness. People aren't machines, thus while you might be able to sunder arguments with sometimes appealing to the better half is the approach to take. First up is Volition, one of the 2 health stats of Disco Elysium. Without Volition, Harry has the mental fortitude of a used napkin, and any little slight will be the end of the world for him. Cops need morale in their line of work, though Volition represents sanity in equal parts, drowning out the nonsense and protecting you from harm. Inland Empire is the second of the 3 imagination skills. If conceptualization is the straight man, Inland Empire indulges in far lateral thinking, whereas conceptualization will engage in word association and come up with cool ideas on the spot. Inland loves diverting into para or supranatural ventures. Want to talk to Harry's tie or the Hanged Man? Inland Empire has you covered. Empathy's focus is on the 10. To understand the characters around you requires empathy. Authority is another cop-centric skill. Pulling rank on civilians, establishing yourself as anything but a limp dick requires the authority to assert your importance. In that same vein, Esprit de Corps can be taken as the brotherhood of the law. law. Another skill that can be leveled to double digits with no consequences, decor peers past the veil of cop lingo and mismanagement to the heart of Kim and the RCM. While esoteric to a degree, in gameplay, decor is basically your empathy for your fellow lawmen, a regular occurrence with moderate points in the skill either being insights into Kim's mental scape or visions of other officers on duty. Finishing up Psyche is Suggestion, the smoother, more agreeable version of your charisma skills. As rhetoric dismantles objections piecemeal, Suggestion prefers buttering up and charming would-be verbal opponents. The downside to this is you and only you can notice how much of a sleazy car salesman you're coming off as. That's theoretical, however. Practically, Suggestion is one of the best skills in Disco Elysium because the downside it offers lacks any stinging jab. A split then happens in the attributes. While intellect and psyche deal with conversation, physique and motorics directly affect the world. Physique can be truncated to your physical prowess, your strength. Stepping up to the plate first is endurance, the other health stat. You will undoubtedly take a few blows, whether from a long arm of some racist merc to knocking on a door too hard. Endurance is the safety net of the body, preventing it from dying to a heart attack or something of the such. Going hand in hand, pain threshold is the resistance to the various ouchies of the world. A stiff chair or rude remark won't make you budge if it can't overcome the horizon. Physical instrument is the power behind your limbs. From yanking open locked doors to silencing someone's yammering, physical instrument handles direct confrontation. Electrochemistry is the pleasure center. Drugs, drugs, drugs. Looking for more drugs, so you can take them and hopefully understand what they do. The inner lech that wants you to party 24/7, but the illegal substances of Martinez do provide bonuses of their own in exchange for health and shame. And as long as you follow through with your duty, who cares how high you are? Completing the imagination trifecta, Shivers can be considered clairvoyance, but in an extreme sense. This is your connection to the district of Martinez and the city of Revachol. If Inland Empire conjures up personalities for the inanimate in order to spice up the gray tides of Martinez, Shivers has the land speak its honest truth as the specter known as La Revacholier. Both complement the other and are what I would deem mandatory for story revelations related to Harry and the case. Squaring off another triangle, Half-Light can be split into fight or flight response, as well as your prowess in intimidation. Half-Light has its feet on the ground, wanting to stand and fight for your life or turn tail and run from danger. From overall physique to the neat details, motorics are the fine motor skills and senses. Going with the theme, hand-eye coordination dictates how well Harry handles his firearm, or when any sort of object needs to fly through the air towards or away from our man. From catching coins to dropping spirit bombs, hand-eye has its fair share when dealing with crooks or investigative obstacles. Perception is another one of those self-explaining abilities. To see the details of the world, one must perceive them first. Reaction speed is the buddy of hand-eye, as to begin attempting to catch any stray items flying squarely at Harry, you need to have intuition. But that's not all, as reaction speed helps catch insults and think of witty comebacks so you aren't left fumbling the bag. Savoir-faire, true to its style, is finesse. Sneak Kings able to steal right from under the noses of others, or flamboyant articulators need a good solid ground of savoir-faire. Otherwise, you'll be a bumbling mess. Interfacing is the direct relationship between man and machine. Fiddle with locks, read the exact make and model of the machinery around you, and stick your hands in dangerous equipment with nary a worry. Finishing out the skills is composure, the poker face. Like with pain threshold, composure allows you to hear bad news and keep your chin up. You can't be seen sweating during an interrogation, and vice versa. Composure criticizes the front others keep until their secrets are ripe for the taking. While this rundown hits the general focal point of each skill, this doesn't properly display the relationship between them. A lot of Harry's personalities sync up with each other in massive ways, a great observation of this captured during the ending of the Working Woman side quest. With enough points into composure, perception, and empathy, the 3 skills will be quick on the uptake for the woman's tells, allowing you to deliver the bad news without crushing her spirit. Interplay between the skills is the backbone of engagement within Disco Elysium, thus I can't logistically cover every instance of cooperation. As with any game that has its own skill system, you aren't freely given the golden spoon from the start. By earning experience, can you spend skill points on leveling, completing tasks, following up with specific dialogue choices, and a few actions reward that juicy EXP, doled in quantities of 1, 5, 10, 30, or 70. A total of 100 experience is needed to earn a skill point, no more or less. Disco Elysium has no quote-unquote level for Harry that is a culmination of everything. He'll never be a level 35 superstar fascist cop if you catch my drift. Clunky segue dropped harder than Harry's badge ahoy. If the multitude of skills wasn't enough, also at Harry's disposal are capo types and political alignments. 2 smaller elements connected to the overall thought cabinet. A thinking man likes to ponder the world around him, thus thoughts crop up from time to time for Harry to internalize within his thought cabinet. In exchange for a skill point, you can increase the space of your thought cabinet by 1 to a total of 12, and thoughts themselves make up another part of managing your skills alongside drugs that raise skill levels for a set period of time, and clothing that buffs specific skills when worn. Where thoughts differ from the rest is that you have to mull them over, taking an amount of in-game time to internalize completely. While a thought is being speculated on, it might provide its own temporary buffs or debuffs before giving way to the answer to the thought's question when the timer on it runs out or provides a concrete modifier to Harry. Fully meditating on a thought locks it into the cabinet, a skill point needed to forget it and free up space. In short, thoughts can be a gamble, as their conclusion is unknown, but they provide the means to increase learning caps or offer extra benefits like more points into a skill or passives that affect gameplay. The thoughts themselves are a bit tricky to gather, as certain lines of thinking require dedication to viewpoints or digging deeper into Martinez. Examples of the former are the capo types and alignments I mentioned earlier. Repeatedly choosing to express specific beliefs regarding Harry's style of copying or political intrigue will have the skills present to him thoughts matching what he has exclaimed himself to be. Focusing on being a money hustler will lean Harry towards the ultra-liberal party, while embracing nationalism will have him become a fascist. Continuing, expressing at every moment that he can that he's sorry will make Harry a sorry cop, while indulging in superstardom will bring out the superstar cop. Outside of additional thoughts tied to these mindsets, as all of them have a related thought to internalize, and some minor changes in scenes, capo types and alignments are outright parody. You can become every single cop and political muppet with no detriment besides some skill checks, and the missable part of these are the vision quests accessible on day 4. Shifting to the latter, thoughts can be gathered from interacting with NPCs, items in the environment, or completing quest chains. Punching the available trash bins, doors, and post boxes will give Harry the anti-object task force thought, while covering the topic of missing persons to the right people will grant him the searchlight division thought. The biggest takeaway from this system, however, is that some thoughts are mutually exclusive. You can't get the Bow Collector and Caustic Echo in the same run, as the setup for both involves what you choose to do with Harry's permeables. Ace's High and Low follow this trail as well, though Low is a better version of High based on what your interfacing is after shooting the Hanged Man down. With about 50 thoughts in the game, you can pick and mix to a good degree like Harry's wardrobe. Clothes are easier to cover as they provide or subtract points from skills as you are wearing them. An easy way to min-max is by choosing the best outfit for the job, as while some clothes add and subtract, there are others that give only benefits for wearing. The Pinball Maker's Jacket is a nice example as it grants +1 to empathy and hand-eye with no drawbacks. Meanwhile, a piece might add +2 to a skill while only removing 1 point from another. The Nerd Glasses heft up Encyclopedia by 2 while downgrading Perception by 1. Clothing is separated by category, including shirts, jackets, shoes, ties, glasses, pants, and hats, and there are a good number to find simply lying about, as vendor items, and also as rewards for tasks. Finishing out stat lines are drugs. Tasty drugs and booze. In exchange for a health stat, so 1 pip of morale or health, you gain a +1 to a stat category and all skills within it. Booze and speed damage health by 1 while raising physique or motorics by the same amount for an hour, while ciggies and Perolodon hurt morale for an increase in intellect or psyche for the same amount of time. Of the 4, Perolodon is the hardest to find as the other 3 are sold by either legal vendors, Freet has Sigs and Al Ghul, or by less than reputable sources, I.E. the drunk sell speed. All drugs, however, are listed as tools, additional items that add effects to the world. Outside of some, like Harry's missing gun, which you have to find, or the spirit bomb, which needs to be bought then made, tools are outright given to you from the start via Kim's toolset. With 2 hands, you can equip 2 tools to use, but outside of drugs and the flashlight that should take a permanent residence in a slot, you'll only really be fiddling with tools when either a skill check needs one or a locked box containing goodies comes up. Said goodies being the aforementioned clothes, items to sell, quest items, or money. While you can play the game with keyboard and mouse for movement and selection, the mouse can literally do everything from moving Harry with point and click to highlighting objects in the environment with right click. A massive aside for drugs, by the way. Kim does keep track of your usage for the in-game debrief. You get, I think, 1 freebie of drug consumption before Kim starts documenting, so if you want to play straight lace, that's your limit. Partially extended off this is the good cop, bad cop system that dictates your relationship with Kim. In essence, the more legitimate police work you do and the friendlier you are with Kim, the more he likes you. This affects roles as well, specifically the final Tribunal one, which determines if you save Kim from the hospital or he gets replaced by Kuno during the island investigation. Death occurs when you run out of health or morale, ending with a little dialogue and newspaper clipping, though there are a few alternative failures like sleeping in the trash. You are sent back to the main menu and have to reload a save, whether an auto, manual, or quick save. Saving can be done whenever, so death isn't too frightening. As long as you have a healing item on hand, Disco Elysium will enter slow-mo to give you the chance to recover from damage before killing you. Likewise, you can heal whenever you want as long as you have found or bought any healing items. Great for when you do face damage or you fail a roll you probably should have passed. As I can't get into all the nuances, let me end off here with the calculation of skill checks because it is hard math. So each skill check has a defined skill it measures and a challenge rating from trivial to impossible. In total, 9. Trivial, easy, medium, challenging, formidable, legendary, heroic, godly, and impossible. These are split between passive and active with a different formula for both. Since passives are somewhat negligent as you receive a bit more bonus information except in rare instances where a passive actually has weight, I'll cover them first. Unlike actives, passives are built off a base of 6. A trivial passive is 6, then you add 2 for the next difficulties until you reach Formidable's 13, where you then only add 1 for the rest of the levels until Impossible, where you add 2 to the maximum of 18 or 20. So it looks a little something like this. The calculations for passives are based on your current skill level for a skill, plus any passive bonuses you have added to 6. So for a medium encyclopedia check to pass, you add your current score and any bonuses to 6, and see if it equals or is greater than 10, or sometimes 11. The starting encyclopedia check at the beginning of the game is a medium, granting this calculation. 4 plus 0 plus 6 equals 10, thus determining the sound that wakes Harry up as Kim's car. Active skill checks are built off of a scale of 2. Trivial is set to 0, then you add 2 until formidable, giving you this range. As you see, only the added 6 is removed from the passive check formula, but in its place are dice rolls. Calculating a successful active check is done this way. Current skill level plus modifiers added to the dice roll with a number equal to or higher than the check's difficulty a success and vice versa. Where this becomes tricksy is the latter 2/3 of the formula. Modifiers include the clothes you wear and drugs you take, but also previous dialogue choices and actions taken. Shooting down the corpse, for example, you can increase your chances of success by closing one of Harry's eyes, in the same way you can lower them by responding to Kunos's jeers. Tools in hand and items in your inventory can also aid your hard stat number, like finding the rifle making the identification of the bullet easier. Hard stop, modifiers just affect your number going into the dice roll. Dice rolls are dice rolls. Instead of a singular d20, Disco uses 2 d6s to determine your odds. High enough skill points and modifiers can circumvent a low roll, in the same way a high roll can overcome low skill points or modifiers. Active skill checks are never automatically passed. The dreaded snake eyes. 2 ones. Rolling a 2 or 3 if you have Precarious World is an automatic failure regardless of the points and modifiers you have outweighed the roll. This is called a critical failure. Flipping the script, a 12 or 11 with Precarious passes a skill check even if your hard numbers are too low to reach the difficulty level. Likewise, this is a critical success. Now, there are a few other bents to skill checks that can make rolling or numbers matter not. Impossible skill checks are typically there for flavor text or to demonstrate a point, like the one more door or the reaction speed check at the end of the Tribunal you have to fail, and some regular checks do have safety nets. If Kim is with you and you need to pass a red check, chances are a failure means Kim will pass it for you unless shown otherwise. Instances of this include discovering the key to the apartment complex left by the smoker on the balcony, or removing the cable from the hangman's neck if you fail and choose options to stop Harry from continuing the botch job. There isn't a party system in the traditional sense, but Kim does follow your every move from sunup to sundown, giving you a bit of leeway on failure. Though some tasks do require you to do things behind his back. Stealing shoes, anyone? Severely undercovered in this story analysis, the buddy cop relationship of Harry and Kim is a massive selling point of Disco Elysium's story. This fantastic dynamic can be traced back to one singular root: Kim's introduction. By this point, here's all you know about Disco Elysium. Whoever we are playing as is a drunk son of a bitch who's gone on a warpath of everything and everyone. He's a cop who may or may not have told a prime witness that they want to have fuck with them, and the hostel owner is, well, hostile. Basically, the world doesn't like you very much and will try to get you again and again. Then, right as you go to leave the whirling in rags, you see him. An orange bomber jacket wearing glasses man. You may not know anything about the type of person he is, but the Esprit de Corps passive check that tells you everything you need to know about where Kim stands. Another one of my favorite quotes in the game. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why? He is your half-brother. Besides the massive amount of foreshadowing that the line does, it paints a neatly vivid picture of the lengths that Kim Kitsuragi will go to uphold the honor and duty of the RCM, that despite the personal hangups of Harry, he believes in him, and he sticks true to that description all the way up to the end of the story. I firmly believe that without Kim, I don't think the many character moments for Harry land because of his fellow lieutenant acting as the balance, a grounding reality in the insanity that is Harry's mind. There are so many moments to call attention to with Kim that simply listing them out would make this video even longer than it already is, so I'll try to hit the highlights or at least some of my favorite scenes with the 57's best. I think that might be the starting location here, the pissing competition. In the structure of the RCM, each precinct has a region they cover. While not given a clear idea on how many precincts exist, unless the book Sacred and Terrible Air divulges any information, we know that of the two that are mentioned, the 41st carries a heavier load than the 57th. Kim's precinct holds dominion over the greater Revachol Industrial Harbor, itself tied to Terminal B within Martinez, where Evrart and his union works out of. That's the edge of the area if we are looking at a map. In reality, the 57th operates near the unseen Terminal H, GRIH, one of the richest areas in the Revachol Bay. While I don't doubt that crime affects the harbor, Revachol is Revachol after all, because of the growing unrest between the Union and Wild Pines, in comparison, GRIH is a smaller landmass than the circumference of Jamrock. Jamrock, the district. I feel the need to specify because Jamrock is a city within the district as well as its name. Here's some of the major locales within the whole of Jamrock. Central Jamrock, Grand Couronne, Boogie Street, the Pox, the Burnt Out Quarter, Villalobos, and Martinez. Jamrock right in the middle is Precinct 41, who has to make sure those locations aren't running rampant with crime. I may have failed to mention these little tidbits since I tend to write these scripts out of order tab-wise, but Boogie Street is a well-known hotspot for illegal activity. Hell, it's called the Boogie Street Shakes, thank you Kim, when you have a hankering for drugs. The Pox as a sector is overrun with a disease stemming from a wartime hospital. Villalobos is home to premier gang leaders like La Puta Madre, who has actively sowed corruption within the RCM, and Martinez, if you haven't guessed by now, is a bombed-out shell of its former glory, lacking in any basic government structure. I can see why Harry, possibly legally insane, and Joan, clinically depressed, turned out the way that they did, having to deal with a massive workload, and that's barely even covering outside precinct issues, as what happens when someone from Jamrock winds up dead or missing in a place like Coal City, a place that everyone talks about with melancholic disgust and stressed pity. There's supposedly gold in them there hills, so ratlings make the journey to scour riches in the tunnels of long-forgotten kings, mostly to wind up dead or disappeared in the process. Who gets to inform the families or loved ones then? Work has piled up and continues to do so, wrapping me right back around to where I began this little tangent. Challenge pissing. Martinez is a gray area landing in the middle of the rock known as the 41st and the hard place, the 57th. 3 long decades have been wasted on a ridiculous rivalry determining who actually pleases the city, as no one wants to be left a bag holder. To potentially call an end to the squabble, Harry and his unit have been sent as representatives of their precinct, while Kim and Alice Demetri theirs. Whoever scores enough, I don't know, favor? 100 points? Respect! Is determined the winner and doesn't have to deal with Martinez ever again. Meanwhile, the loser lays claim the city as part of their zone. But that makes it seem like Kim didn't volunteer because in reality, he chose to work on the Hangman case. Spoiling the sport, Kim elected to solve the murder because he neither thinks he is the best officer from the 57th, asserting his humbleness because I would argue he is, nor does he see the purpose of the game. Police work is police work. It needs to be done so the world can hopefully run without falling into chaos. Especially for a city like Martinez, which has been a heavily affected area since the crumbling of the Commune. A Wild West town this close to dissolution, kept afloat by the harbor, and stuck in the middle of a boiling riot. Near side to Coal City, if you catch the drift I'm sending. No one cares about the smallest city in Revachol. It's all about shipping and freight. Kim sees it the opposite. Martinez is a place where the RCM is needed because they can make a difference with the populace. If a cop is protecting the interests of some nebulous regime instead of the general public, what intention does that get across? Making a game out of the murder of a living person bleeds mistrust. It's dehumanizing to the victim, transforming them into a pawn in a background turf war. The badge and uniform are devoid of significance when misused. Kim knows this to be truthful, and off he went. Harry, meanwhile, doesn't have a concrete reason for taking the case. Best I can assume is that the blunder in the church led to the 41st wanting to clean up its reputation in the area, though Harry might have a differing reason akin to Kim's. But he can theorize in his impaired state that he was placed on the job as a joke. A gaffe. The 41st will surely lose because Detective Dumbo is on the scene as punishment for something forgotten. Quick as a whippet, though, and extraordinarily honest because Kitsuragi has just met Harry, Kim proposes that if that was the case, the 41st is not only unnecessarily cruel to a fellow half-brother, they're in for more than a shock. Seems that Kim's esprit de corps is notably high to make that educated guess off of Harry's interviews with Joyce and Everard and his dealings with the dead body. While not only a nice little pick-me-up for Harry by Kim that ensures that the former is doing great policing, it brings up the idea of choosing to do the right thing in a world gone down the drain. It enforces an earlier moment where Kim bemoans moralism during the Day 1 debrief as its version of do good means stagnation, and a later part of the story, specifically the Night 3 dream when Harry's internals are verbally lambasting him, causing his skills to fire back in retaliation. While some of these are political and smell of the pickles Kim tries to keep out of because it undermines the cut and dry intents of the RCM, it's the trio of volition, shivers, and logic that speak to the heart. You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world. One conversation at a time. It's not about pushing an agenda, but helping those in need. About protecting a city from the villains that wish to lay ruin to it, about fighting for what's right and just regardless of what the party says. As a bit of a come down from that massive wall of praise, I brought up as a bit of an offhand joke that Kim has high esprit de corps to deduce that Harry is a good cop at heart. Well, there are some hintings that Kim has the same skill set as Harry, revealed in the smallish conversation tree you have of Kitsuragi when you speak to him as an NPC, and the few comments the skills make on his actions. Determining how Kim handles his mental deduction, conceptualization will note that his level for the skill is pretty low as he doesn't imagine the facets of his personality talking to himself to work out solutions or think out ideas, which would also dictate that his inland empire is astonishingly meager. Empathy will then chime after Kim flips through his notebook that his medium for talking to himself is done there. Getting the secret out of Kim has your authority match his legendary difficulty class. Using the formula from earlier and suggesting that Kim lacks any modifiers, 14 minus 6 is 8, giving us Kim's authority level. Not matching it has authority, and empathy acknowledge that while Kim does have authority off the charts, he takes his duty professionally and will never misuse it. Two of the notable examples of Kim sharing skills with Harry is when Kitsuragi uses his pistol, hand-eye coordination making sure to point out key details. When it comes to the dead body, hand-eye specifies that Kim's inability to land the shot is due to two factors: the wrong firing stance and Kim's poor eyesight. I can be led to assume that there is a permanent debuff to Kim's hand-eye perception because of his less than 20/20 vision, akin to some of the thoughts Harry carries in his head, like actual art degree throwing off Harry's hand-eye in indignant anger because of how shit it all is. Yet when the time comes, Kim can roll high as the killing blow on Rude is plainly stated as an unbelievable shot by hand-eye. Mayhaps a few modifiers aided Kim in that role. There's a funny little animatic covering the return that essentially visualizes this idea I've been banging on about, the top comment placing Kim under Harry's methodology. I personally like to believe that every officer of the RCM has their own version of what Harry has. Unmentioned within the story recap, as this is a deep character detail only obtained by investing into a thought, is that Kim is homosexual. I think a pitfall that writers and creatives, especially studio-mandated ones, but it can happen with any of them, stumble into nowadays is making representational characters one note or a caricature. How many times has Disney pulled out the "we finally have a gay, transsexual, or non-binary character" only for them to be a background element or a token? Easily removable for the wider market who still backwardly believe that homosexuality, transsexuality, or non-binaryism is some cardinal sin of society or some self-righteous nonsense. In a related sense, Luther from Detroit Become Human, shameless plug for the LTA and Real, is the much maligned magical Negro or MAF, magical African American friend, trope that removes any autonomy from who he is in favor of stereotyping. People shouldn't settle for blanket lip service where a character's sole trait is their sexuality or identification. It removes the human aspect in favor of a label when people are more than what they are or believe in. It's why JJ from The Missing is wonderfully written as a trans person, because she's written not as one note but three-dimensional. Her struggles with her identity part and parcel with her love of Emily, her friendships with her professor and fellow classmates, and her dealings with her mother. We come to a full understanding of who JJ is, free from labels that would deem her as this or that, and fully rounded like how any good character should be written. She's treated as a person, not as a patronizing object or tool for brownie points. As a, "look guys, we're an ally standing in solidarity," when it's clearly optics and currying favor. Kim is indeed written much the same way, his character front and foremost, as opposed to hackney writing that would have him espouse a singular trait for the entire adventure. To even learn that Kim is gay, you have to internalize the homosexual underground thought, then ask him about sexuality, to which our partner will annoyingly ponder why you even care about what other people get up to in their free time. Like, the fact that Kim chides you for obsessing over other people's sexuality instead of focusing on more pressing matters like police work highlights the point I'm making about how we hyper-focus on these granular details to win some irrelevant culture war or greater approval in all forms of society, whether in support of or in disapproval. Kim is gay. Hard stop. He doesn't make a big show and tell about it. It's simply a part of who he is. He's no less a human for being gay in the same vein that he's no less a Revacholian for being of Saolite descent. It's those that would call that to the forefront and make it a be-all, end-all that's the problem. Because why should you care about what other people get up to if both parties are consenting and aren't harming anyone? That's always been my golden rule. Love is love regardless if it's between a man and a woman, a man and a man, a woman and a woman, a they, them and a woman or a man, or any other permutations you can think of. No one should be able to dictate that, and those who spend hours upon hours obsessing over such elements are either weirdos or clearly have an agenda to push. While Kim is usually depicted as the serious one of the two detectives, I do like that from time to time he does get swept up in the absurdity because no harm is being done. There's the Boogie Street Shake scenes I mentioned earlier, but there's a good few others, like how Kim doesn't even try to stop Harry from singing karaoke, applauding his efforts in spite of success or failure on the role, the amazement Kitsuragi has over Harry scoring high in pinball, the dance sequence at the end of the church side task, or having him put on the matching jackets taken from the would-be skulls. For the last one, I love how Kim decides against wearing the jacket after the Tribunal because the room has been read. Any happy fun times remaining in Martinez have gone out the door, and he is right with how somber the tone has become at that point of the game. Still though, he doesn't dissuade Harry from lighting Cindy's mural despite the connotations it has for the return, i.e. the rise of the socialist Democrats in Martinez leading to nuclear fallout. Probably one of the best character details that you only pick up on after a playthrough is Kim's usage of the words officer and detective. At first glance, the words seem interchangeable. Both are correct identifiers for Harry, the last one rounding out his trinity of titles being lieutenant. It's only when you pass a passive decor check does the skill inform you that Kim uses officer when angered by Harry, and detective when he's being friendly or jovial. Suddenly, certain options become even more heart-wrenching as you can feel the dripping disappointment from your partner. Going down the path of fascism has Kim drop officer left and right because of some of the more overt racism the aligned characters spew. It's one of the few things that get under Kitsuragi's skin, as you can see with the first interaction with the racist lorry driver, or Gary. You have to clarify to Kim when dealing with Measurehead that you don't actually believe in his insane rhetoric and are merely placating the giant as a means to opening the harbor door. It's rather difficult to get Kim to hate you because of his core tenet of police work. You can take drugs or drink on duty, and as long as you can still stand and do your job, that's what counts at the end of the day. Kim knows how hard RCM officers have it. Take the horrific neckties quest. Not to fly off on a tangent, even if it is related, the horrific necktie is a selling point for dumping levels into Inland Empire. I can't describe what accent it is going for, and it almost always greets Harry with Breton before opting in for the terrible options, but its upbeat attitude makes it beyond likable even if its suggestions are garbage in the long run besides buying the petrol. You feel its disappearance when you take it off and make the Molotov, but at least it goes out in a blaze of glory to become the beautiful necktie and reminds Harry that deep inside he is a good and caring person before warning our guide that Rude is going for a shot. A far cry from the noose it appeared to be at the start, and I like to personally believe that its revelation alongside the Phasmid and La Revacholier helped Harry overcome his little dark age. Back to Kim, whenever Harry's tie starts going into overdrive, Kim doesn't blow it up into a big fuss. Not unlike the Franco-Nigerian cavalry, the tie butts right into your conversation with Kim over the status of the hanged man as it wants to jump to conclusions. Settling it down, you tell Kim that your tie is acting a bit like an ass and you have to placate it before returning to theorizing. Just a slight eyebrow raise before thinking nothing of it. Shoving the tie into the bottle of spirits and everything before then, though, has Kim finally ask the loaded question about the neck friend, and while your skills can tell you to lie, acting truthful and committing to the bit of the talking tie has decor analyze Kim. The job is rough and leaves its marks. No quippy remark or stoic retort, just a silent wish hoping that Harry keeps it together. Whatever Kim has for empathy, it must be rounding near double digits, even if he does let his skepticism over esoterica rear its head. Those 4 words are all the confirmation you need of how forthright Kim is. I can see it. He doesn't try to deny the existence of the Phasmid when he's staring at it, or introduce theories explaining why the detectives can see it. He accepts what he's looking at and states the obvious as a sign of solidarity. All up until seeing the cryptid in its majesty, he's sworn up and down how stupid the study of cryptozoology is. It's one of the few conversations Kitsuragi will stop you from engaging in unless you persuade him. But as soon as he sees the bloody thing, he no longer puts up that front. He accepts that the reality he's living in now has giant stick bugs in it and rolls with the punches. In fact, Kim is the one who wants a picture of it, criticizing how everyone who sees a fantastical beast never seems to get it on photograph. And as luck would have it, the photo helps in showcasing how good of a cop Harry is when it comes to the return. Whenever I play Disco Elysium, I always make sure to poach Kim from the 57th because for Harry, he is that missing piece. Unlike how the rest of the 41st put up with Harry either begrudgingly or fob him off, Kim treats him with some decency even at his lowest. It's hard not to call Kim a saint because his patience is the closest to one. No matter how wacky or out there Harry decides to get, Kim approaches his newly acquainted partner with supernatural levels of compassion. The RCM's motto is justice, union, prudence, and force. You can't say to me that Kim doesn't live up to that standard. He puts his whole heart into being an officer of the law, into helping the downtrodden, those in need, that he's legitimately a spark of light in the crapsack world of Elysium, even if he won't admit it. A rather striking line that helps illustrate how irreplaceable Kim is comes from reading the Dick Mullen book. When it posits about the world, you can bring up that there is no point in solving crimes because the world is so evil. The book then fires back, asking if that is true, leading to you picking that the world isn't all bad with friends and family, allowing you to pick Kim as a friend when you have no other options. Without mincing the quote, the book and decor hit you with this. Make sure you don't lose him. You'll not find another one like him. It is true in more ways than you know. He and Harry, if you play him like a recoverer, hit that same kind of button that the likes of characters such as Max Payne or UBW Shiro Emiya do, trying to do the right thing even if it's hard or less than rewarding. Funnily enough, Harry is the alcoholic drug-sniffing one, making him like Max, and Kim plays close to a realist akin to how UBW Shiro tempers his optimism with realism. I just like that character archetype, alright? I can't help but continue to bring it up. On a lesser extent, it's why I enjoy the ending of the Moralist Vision quest, because it represents Harry taking on his responsibility instead of leaving it. Solving the Hanged Man case is something he and Kim have to do. To leave with Warship Archer would mean running away from his given duty, a duty Harry has sworn to uphold as an officer of the RCM. No amount of scientific discoveries will ever change that, and even then, it is implied that the Coalition offs Harry because he knows too much and rocked the boat. That's something that the Vision quests explore, the positives and negatives of the politics they explore, and why people choose to believe in them. Details like how the moral intern wishes to improve society and human life by taking a moderate view and consolidating the viewpoints of everyone, but because they do it incrementally and bureaucratically, progress is so slow that it slants closer to stagnation. How can anyone take on law responsibility if they have to go through a million channels and fill out dozens of forms just to enact a minuscule amount of change? Staban and the communists believe in the better future built brick by brick in their political religion, as it puts people first, raising them up to the level of what amounts to demigods and masters of their fate, but the problem lies inward. Communism is closer to a religion than a political science with its own dogma and infighting. Psychic turnips that feed off the spirit of the workers so there will always be food and other spoof-worthy propaganda. The number one rule of communism is to debate other communists and complain about them. The beliefs self-defeating in practice and execution. What better way to prove your argument true than by elimination? Gulag or wall. It stops being about the masses and becomes the one. See any communist regime or cult of personality ever. The tenements are wishful thinking that draws in the youngsters before sacrificing them to the meat grinder of its own system and figureheads. Measurehead embodies the competitiveness of the world the way his belief in fascism does. Living life and continuing your genealogy is a zero-sum game where you can't undo the past and your choices have ripple effects whether they succeed or not. You have to be the best lest you be left in the dust. However, fascism takes this to the extreme, segregating others for simple facets of their characters because they are a perceived enemy to your lot in life. Can't be with them because they aren't pure, whatever the fuck that means, leading to the barring of procreation for set groups or castes. Think Starship Troopers the film and how you only become a citizen with military service. It's a return to traditionalism to the point of becoming a baser animal. A caveman. We've evolved past that point and don't need a repeat. The Habsburgs are proof that bloodline purity is a hogwash. It too falls into the same dogma as communism. The guys in charge, whoever's at the top. Ultra-liberalism, in this case the stand-in for capitalism and neoliberalism, looks at the world like a creative sandbox. Why live with the boring and drab when you can reconceptualize the shit out of everything like Idiot Doom Spiral? You make something that people will want and they'll flock to you. This path is open to everyone. And yet, ultras are obsessed with the rat race of making bank. Oh, you don't have so-and-so net worth? Get out of my face, you peony. Buy my product, don't make your own, otherwise I'll run you out of business. Oh, or if I don't like you, you don't get my business. People turn into commodities that can be bought and sold for any price for anything. Fight a proxy war. Your life isn't on the line. Nameless, faceless mercs are perfect scapegoats. And all these political bodies hate each other for reasons minor and major that even going into them would take a fortnight to sift through. Bottom line is, Disco Elysium looks at the good and the bad by highlighting the people as people. You come to understand them even when they hold onto thought processes that are antagonistic or delusional, sometimes both. Not me referencing a past video again, but it reminds me of the likes of Lazarus from MGQ. His hatred of monsters came from a background of losing both a friend and lover to one. He, like Marcellus, felt betrayed by Alice the 16th when her mother had wishes of coexistence. The co-founder of Ilias Cruz further spiraled into blatant insanity when he accidentally killed his friend, a wound from Alice's attack blinding Marcellus in one of his eyes, for an observed betrayal. Lazarus ultimately wanted to become a martyr as a means of redemption for what he had been through, giving us clear insight into all his thoughts and beliefs, in the same vein that following through the Vision Quest does with their related characters and ideologies. It separates that boundary and removes the veneer, going a further step in presenting all the political bodies as going after the same thing, a hopeful future. As a bit of levity from the deep philosophy, or as deep as I will get on this channel, it can't be understated that the comedic timing of Disco Elysium is phenomenal. This is a category I'll have to hit the high notes because for as dark as the story can get, it keeps its finger on the comedy as well. Introducing yourself to Gaston and Renee has Physical Instrument wanting to get handsy with the petanque balls, leading to two outcomes. Shot putting that shit into the river or accidentally perfecting your petanque game. Either way, someone's pissed. Renee because you threw a ball into the water, or a mixture of Physical Instrument and hand-eye because it felt wrong to play the game properly. Like, fondling your sister's breasts wrong. The whole of the Fortress Accident Where All subplot examines the world of game development by fictionalizing the real-life development of Disco Elysium into Where All Untethered. Quite a dark joke in retrospect. Kuno and Kuno S's whole banter alongside the observations made toward them is equal parts offensive as it is hilarious. Kuno S is usually never referred to by name. The narrator or skills opt for calling her either a thing, a boyish gremlin, or some other combination of bestial qualities. Never her name or any female identifiers. Meanwhile, she controls Kuno through, I would say subtlety, but she's always loud and vulgar like the boy she controls. Kuno is Kuno, ruler of Night City, Rage City. Kuno doesn't give a fuck what you think, but Kuno doesn't want to be lame like his pig and his partner who dressed up like a whore to sneak into Kuno's house. About everything that comes out of the kid's mouth is a banger, whether emotionally or comedically, because he has no filter. It goes without mentioning the back and forth between Joyce and Everard is funny on principle because Harry roundaboutly passes the buck between the two, though selecting which information to baton is where some hilarity happens. You know, like telling Joyce, Mr. Everard's helping me find my gun. Mr. Everard's helping me find my gun. Mr. Everard's helping me find my gun. Mr. Everett's helping me find my gun. Cue massive amounts of time skipping ahead and a brain reset later. Informing Plaisance about how she raises her kid is wrong has logic or rhetoric, I can't remember, poke a hole into her argument with, there just isn't a good argument for being an asshole. That's before getting into the hoodoo voodoo shit about supernatural entities that feed on negative energy, or the conclusion that the bookstore owner is on the right track since the doomed commercial area is one of the few centers of the localized pale problem that has manifested within the church. And yet it leads into a somewhat wholesome moment of telling all the store owners the nature of matinees, leading to each of them deciding to give it their all for each of their businesses because of either an attachment to the area, Gart, or because people are relying on them, the dice maker to her friends, or Plaisance to her daughter. Earlier in the chain, you get the Dick Mullen hat from Plaisance's daughter for the reconciliation between the two. Leaning back on the serious side of Disco Elysium, the Working Class Women task and the Tribunal itself details more of the work that officers of the RCM have to engage with, particularly the dreaded door knock announcement. Police work is more than catching the bad guys and serving justice. It's informing the public and restoring autonomy to the faceless. We see that in the main story with Ellis and how his brother about loses it when regaled with the facts of the former's life. The logical argument barely puts a dent into the hard murk, but hearing how his younger was stuffed into a leaf compactor when he was a baby strikes a nerve. Underneath that aggression, bravado, and military training / brainwashing, there is a person. Cordy is the only still living merc you face at the Tribunal that doesn't fully come across as an automaton soullessly pressed into the shape of a killer. You feel the pain of his and Ellis's childhood, how they were beaten by their father and possibly forced into the military, where many of their worst habits like the bold-faced racism was either picked up on or encouraged by their commanding officers. It reminds me a bit of First Blood in the way how John Rambo returns back to the US, a man without any skills besides killing, and the public essentially forces him to rely back on those talents because he gets backed into a corner. I've always gotten the feeling that once Cordy and his brother were discharged from whatever service they had, that's when they were snatched up by Crenell, as what skills do you gain from being on a battlefield most of your life? Of course, movie Rambo is sympathetic. He limits himself to property damage, and only kills, albeit accidentally, one officer who put himself into a precarious situation, with Cordy erring closer to the book version of the character. Cordy isn't a good person, but he is understandable. The hastening of the Tribunal a reaction to many factors. The anguish over his brother's death, the pressure of having to fulfill a commanding role, the languishment of being an outlier in society, wanting justice to be carried out, and those listed are simply the internal factors. Who knows what badgered him externally, having to Paul and Rude as squad mates? In a way, he's no different from the Hardy Boys who carry out their own form of authority in the streets of Martinez, but the how of it is where a separation happens. For all his gruffy posturing, Titus Hardy is a man of the people and understands the weight of his actions. He isn't completely blinded by self-righteousness. That's why Harry and Titus are so alike and become respectful of the other. At the end of the day, they're doing it for those they've sworn to protect and serve, not for personal gain or indignation. It's why Harry picks up and follows through with the missing husband case for the working class woman, because someone needs to do it. Why should an admittedly poor husband be left out in the cold, a faceless death with no closure? There's an uneasiness upon learning who the boardwalk body is, knowing that sooner or later the woman will need to be informed. It's hard for both parties. Harry because he has to be the deliverer of bad news, and the woman as the receiver of bad news. Cops have to maintain an air of professionalism in the face of tragedy and deeply emotional situations. You become invested in a person via investigation, knowing that they are dead. In a way, cops form an attachment to the people their cases bring them to, whether they are alive or not. Tangentially, we see this firsthand at the end of day one when Harry sees himself as the hanged man way before we even begin piecing together the boardwalk body. Much like how the woman has to hold her composure in the face of the truth so as to not be overwhelmed, Harry has to keep his when speaking it. Kim is right to say it's the hardest part of the job, as you have to maintain an air of detachment while emotionally affecting people. Hell, we even see that with Ruby when she feels betrayed by Tommy and the washerwoman, Harry carrying out his duty inadvertently hurting friendships. It's easy to see why cops get bad reputations or coping behaviors because they are stuck in the middle. Can't afford to be too emotional, otherwise your ability to fulfill your duties becomes harder than it needs to be, but disengaging with your emotions turns you into a rock of a person who easily steps on those of others. It's an utter war zone for the mind. A not so clever segue into talking about Martinez the city. The stark reality of Martinez is a perfect setting for redemption because the city itself is a rubbled ruin, barely trying to squeak by. The bullet holes are still fresh if you pick up what I'm putting down. Ideas go to Martinez to die. Every landmark, from the trashed Feld building to the torn apart statue of Guillaume to the rundown church, are examples of failure. It has led to others theorizing that the deserter is the personification of that failure, which piqued my interest enough to mention here. There is a literal firing line you can puzzle together where it's heavily implied that the troops on the line can be represented as anyone. It's never forthrightly stated that those executed were part of the commune, the monarchy, or the moral intern, nor are the ones executing them given identity. The ambiguity of the firing line implies that enemies were within and without. Perhaps it was the commune, monarchy, or moral intern enacting their own war crimes on their enemies, but it is also safely said that the line was a case of court-martial. It's not uncommon for a politically backed military to weed out dissenters in the ranks as an example of where questioning the regime gets you. I could depressingly point to reality, but I like to have fun, so it's kind of like commissars in Warhammer 40k. Low morale? Shoot a troop in the head. That'll get everyone back in line as they tar pit some bugs with the strongest flashlights in the Materium. In other words, inside interference played much part in the downfall of Martinez, as did outside intervention. But in the decay of the city in the modern age, there lies a community that is closely knit, that wants and hopes for something better in their lives. The city fell before the people did, showing that even in the roughest parts of the world, hope for a greater tomorrow is a strong motivating factor to see you towards the future. It's a mutually beneficial relationship Harry has with La Revacholier and the people housed within her sanctuary. The hope of the Martinez people inspires Harry to hang on to his own hope, which feeds back into the people, creating an Ouroboros. A good deed is paid forward, which happens in so many parts of the story that to count them up would take me too many fingers and toes to do so. As volition tells drama when letting Clausier off the hook, maybe not. Mercy is rarely a complete mistake. As I could be here extolling the moments that I enjoy the most for a not insignificant amount of time, I'll leave with the thought monologues. While the thoughts have their own issues on the gameplay front that I'll tackle in the next tab, each one presents a problem and solution that either highlight facets of life or relate directly to Harry. With 53 in total and all but one voiced, you get some hard truths that burn brighter than any spirit bomb alongside wacky side distractions. Thoughts like cleaning out the rooms that urge Harry to remember the good times as he moves forward in his new life instead of hanging on the bad, or Mazovian socioeconomics criticizing the wrongs of the world. There are so many that drop absolute bangers. Data Birth Generator, while giving us the age of Harry, drops a massive pipe bomb in favor of the overall theme of Disco Elysium. You were born in the year 07, in the last year of the commune of Revachol, right before it fell, in the old military hospital on the ground floor where people usually came to die during a snowstorm. The revolution had about 1 year left to go and the fires were still burning bright. There were explosions in the blizzard. This was 44 years ago. You are 44 years old. The bloating may never leave your face, but beneath it, you still have some years. You still have some hope. On the opposite side, magnesium-based lifeform has Harry yell from the city streets that he's some evolved form of humanity, guided by magnesium and molded by it as if he was some sort of silicon-based rock human. Dare say, go out and listen to each and every one of them on your own time as Linval gives it his all, whether digging deep into the soul like with Lonesome Long Way Home. There, at the end of the street lined with pine trees, a small house no larger than a matchbox. 11 Voyager Road. You no longer live there. Those times are gone, and so are those people. Why did you come here? Why are you still here? And where's the dealer? You have to get back to work. That's all you have now. Presenting strange ideas to ponder about like in Kingdom of Conscience. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky at the dark shapes of coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on Earth. Or out-and-out comedic such as in Coach Physical Instrument. Could it be that, shut up, namby-pamby. This train of thought ends abruptly. It's leg day. Straighten your rhombus muscle. It's shirts versus skins. Take your shirt off, Namby. Your skins. Again, I've only scratched the surface of all the goodies in Disco Elysium because there is a ton to sift through. It's expertly written, meaning the only real dilemma I have with the game happens to be in that element. It goes without saying that the worst aspects of Disco Elysium aren't tied to the story at all, but the gameplay, particularly my gripes with the thoughts and the thought cabinet. Again, this has absolutely nothing to do with the flavor text or what they represent. Each one is beautifully narrated and provides insight to the various pieces of Harry's fractured past and psyche. Where the thoughts become a troublesome act of balance is what they provide to his skills. Mostly the fact that you won't know what an internalized thought will provide until you waste time thinking about it. Russian roulette, if I may be so punny. To begin, you will always have 3 cabinets open at the start of the game, providing you a bit of experimentation with what thoughts you can find, but 3 is nowhere near enough to take advantage of the system. That's why you can spend skill points to gain space in your noggin, which ultimately provides a better choice in the long run because of how limited leveling will actually get you. You cannot spend points to increase learning caps of specific areas for Harry. Only thoughts can do that. That means, statistically speaking, not dumping levels to unlock cabinets immediately is a poor decision, but you still have to plan the time out for a thought to learn what it does. Reading ahead in the script, this can lead to wasting skill points later. During the time of deliberation, a thought can provide its own modifiers to Harry's skill, essentially throwing you off your game if you want to devote time to completing the idea. Time is the massive resource in Disco, so having a minus to skills can cause a hassle in its own right. Do you decide to spend time chasing a lead knowing you're not batting 1,000, or pull away from the investigation to finish a thought unknowing if it provides a boon to your current build? In steps that hint I dropped earlier. Not all thoughts provide positive or concrete benefits. You won't know until you finish the internalization process. Add these factors together: limited thought space, hidden effects until completion, and time sink. There's nothing more frustrating than completing a thought only to realize it adds absolutely nothing to what you already had going on, or is even detrimental in the long run. Finger on the eject button is a prime example because while contemplating it, you receive a nice fat +2 bonus to authority and suggestion. It can't be understated that intelligence and psyche are the most checked skills by Disco Elysium, so getting that high of an effect proves to be helpful, for as long as you never complete the thought. Finishing finger on the eject button replaces the effect with suicidal inclination, adding only flavor text, or as I like to put it in gameplay terms, bubkiss. The time investment of 2 hours just to get slapped in the face and having a cabinet be taken up by what amounts to a time bomb in the head is darkly hilarious on a story front, as is the idea of wasting time mulling over something to get nothing. Gameplay is an annoying ordeal, as not only was the time wasted, to remove a thought from a cabinet and out of your head, you have to spend a skill point. If you aren't in the know of what thoughts do, that means lugging around dead weight until you get a chance to remove it. This has the opposite effect as well. Some thoughts are so overpowered that there is no reason not to pick them. Jamais Vu, Derealization, Actual Art Degree, Wompty Dompty Dom Center, and possibly Mazovian Socioeconomics, if you can fit it in, are must-picks for this simple reason. All provide experience points for specific checks. AAD gives 10 experience and a morale heal off of conceptualization, WDDC 10 points and 2 real for encyclopedia, Jamais Vu gives 1 point for clicking on any orb in the game, and MSE, while the weakest, still gives 4 points for selecting communist dialogue options. Like a disco record, intelligence and psyche are the forefronts of Elysium skills, so not internalizing AAD and WDDC when both conceptualization and encyclopedia, 2 common intelligence checks, pop off with errant observations daily is tying one hand behind your back and trying to fistfight Contact Mike. Their downsides can easily be washed away too, as AAD's -1 hampering of hand eye only comes into fruition during the autopsy and tribunal, while WDDC's -2 to suggestion can be circumvented with, having high starting psi, leveling up the skill, or clothing. That's a separate complaint I'll get to, as that's more leveled at the importance of skills rather than the thoughts. Other thoughts can displace these negative effects as well, formulating the cancerous center at the heart of the thoughts problem. Just look them up. I know this is an outside solution to an inside problem, but with all the hassle juggling thoughts has, from wasting time to taking up Mind Palace real estate to guessing if a thought is a hand grenade or not, it just isn't worth sticking your head in blind to see if you'll still have one. We're talking about reloading saves and undoing parts of progress here merely because of not knowing. Remember, this is in place of directly boosting level caps of skills like you would in Fallout with the intense training perk or other methods like the body mods in New Vegas. I haven't even begun to talk about the various thoughts that provide indirect help, as they are a moot point. A good portion of thoughts don't have immediate benefit, but instead influence dice rolls or reopen checks. Now, before you ask me why I call this a negative, putting points into the relative skills not only makes checks easier, but for closed checks reopens them. It leads me back down the line of thinking reserved for finger on the eject button. It's a waste. Messily, the likes of the Experience Quartet overwrite this matter, as there is always the old-fashioned tactic of save scumming, so getting locked out of white checks should never be a subject of contention when they are passable. Saving room for later, white checks are the heavier weighted ones here compared to their single-time brethren red checks, though some are important. Back to the topic on the top of the list, manipulating dice rolls has this same quality. Pumping points into related skills has the same effect and doesn't involve jumping through hoops. Volumetric shit compressor exists solely for this reason, as it's kinda expected by Disco Elysium that you've forgone physical stats in exchange for intelligence and psyche. Like a glass cannon, you learn then forget V's SC because it only has a singular usage of unclogging your investigation of the dead body, still hitting you for a 30-minute internalization period and a skill point or two. At least with Remote Viewers Division, it makes all side checks easier, so it has a purpose if hitting drama for -1, which can't be said for the Precarious world, as it is functionally counterproductive. A plus and minus to criticals mean you automatically fail on 3s and succeed on 11s. Shrinking the window both ways tends to roll lower than higher, especially if you no longer can hit 3. Wrapping around like a verb to treasure, higher points and skills can offset a roll, circumventing low numbers on a non-precarious die. It's a matter of, do you want a higher ceiling for failure with a lower ceiling for success? Personally, the application for Precarious never seemed advantageous compared to hard numbers. A 3 can entirely be salvageable even before getting into other bonuses from previous actions. Where my diatribe against the thoughts reaches its drawn-out conclusion is that they are mostly hidden. Some thoughts are given out as freely as Everett's comic checks. Others are attached to such specific conditions that you'd have to be free from Earth's gravity to foresee the path to them. Ladies and gentlemen, Torque Dork. And, to a lesser extent, overproductive honor glands. You want to know how obtuse Torque Dork is? You can be immediately blocked off the pathway to it right from the start of the game. Having 4 Encyclopedia means Harry will identify the racket that woke him up from his stupor as Kim's car. Torque Dork requires you to have 3 or lower Encyclopedia, so you fail the passive check, so you can pass a logic check later to acknowledge the kinema as the source of the noise. Then, with moderate interfacing and enough perception to see the entrance to Kuno's hideout, you can jump into the dockyard to examine a crane, only to talk to Tommy about his lorry. For this segment, you need 4 Encyclopedia and 6 interfacing to understand his vehicle. Finally, on day 2, you can speak to Kim about his kinema to acquire the thought, which thankfully only takes 25 minutes to internalize. A +2 bonus to interfacing. Did I mention that Harry can't learn his name in all of this? Convoluted is understating the process, and wasteful is too light a term. To build such a character and trace the steps mean you are either well in tuned with your new type abilities, or you busted out a guide, because I don't see mobile suits as a commonality in today's time. If you have enough interfacing to allow Torque Dork a plot of mental land, you don't need its bonus. Equally in the Bass awkwardness is the elusive honor point system for the capo type. Supposedly, you gain an honor point by partaking in honorable actions, which there are a good number of. In practice, it's essentially walking back on certain actions. Things like returning Lena's pen when you ask for it, or forgoing money when the option appears. Besides the tight screws put on you financially during days 1 and 2 making money a sore spot, overproductive honor glands authority learning cap increase for picking through the honor options from the other more helpful combo types makes it the weakest one. You guessed it for the reasoning if you've been paying attention thus far. The backbone of Elysium's best moments are built off the skill system and how each has a part to play. Well, I wish I could say that. In actuality, and as I've previously mentioned, the balance is all over the damn place. Building a squarely physical or motorics Harry has no upside. You aren't getting into fistfights, shootouts, or confrontations all that often as you are with verbal debates, wordcraft, and politicking. I can count the amount of times that having higher physical or motorics for checks that mattered was a net positive on one or two hands. Phrasing it that way because while you do enjoy a higher deluge of passive dialogue for the likes of physical and motorics, perception and half-light popping off pretty consistently, hard checks still come down to flexing mental or emotional superiority. Yet, dividing it down further, the weights shift again. Shivers, next to Inland Empire, stakes a claim as a VIP skill despite its placement as a physique skill. Multiple checks test Shivers, all of which are important whether on the progression front or world building. The complete conversation with La Revacholier within the church wherein the fate of the city is hinted at is only gotten off Shivers. Searching for Ruby is based on the stat as well, and while there are a few ways to reopen the wall after failing, it can be quite annoying to bash your head on the Feld building hoping it opens up. This doesn't count the various passive checks or thought bubbles, as Shivers has the most, dictating it as a story-driven stat through and through, so not building it up. Hint, the Bow Collector is a guaranteed thought to take due to its +3 Shivers, as you miss out on some relatively cool scenes and trees. If Shivers is put on a pedestal for its influence, I sadly have to put the likes of Pain Threshold, Electrochemistry, and Half-Light near the bottom tier of impracticality. Checks-wise, the 3 skills share about 4 active checks between them, so they aren't tested often, leaving them squarely as passive fodder. PT Singular Measurement is preventing you from taking damage, making it a pretty pointless skill, as by the time Disco Elysium throws punches your way, you either have high health/morale, or can heal it away no sweat. Electrochemistry's interruptions, while funny, don't provide enough insight for me to take it on as a constant skill, leaving Half-Light as the one that does indeed interject with neat observations. Things like how it represents the nihilistic viewpoint, as if you describe the world as a giant game of apes, you get this exchange between empathy, rhetoric, and Half-Light. The tiny apes are doing all they can to be better. It's not their fault. It takes time for the apes to change, and work. Perhaps what happened here was part of that time, and that work. The apes will never change. They are all evil. End of discussion. Granted, it could be worse. Savoir-faire lacks a concrete role within the skill lineup. Motorics has this generalized problem where some of the skills are interchangeable, particularly hand-eye and reaction speed get tested together for the same kind of challenges, and interfacing most of the time gives way to physical instrument for lock opening, but I can at least understand what the motoric skills are measurements of. Except, savoir-faire. Does it measure your sneakiness? Your style? Your finesse? Like Lex Luger? Oh no! Its lack of tests or even passives make me question the purpose of the ability, on top of it getting butted by other checks, in this instance interfacing for stealing items. Stealing, which isn't a common occurrence, and is circumvented by having money. By far, the single most annoying aspect of Disco is the checks, but not in the way you might think. 9 times out of 10, when you save scum or choose to do so, it's because a white check has failed. Extremely few white checks that fail open up a unique chain of dialogue, some springing to mind vomiting in front of the hanged man twice, tinkering with Egghead's soundboard for the ending of the Clybeside task, and buying items from Sai Ling. One gives you a thought, the other an immediate retry, and the last 2 giving you additional shop items to buy. All the rest I have seen spit you right back out and tell you to try again. Starkly contrasted, red check failures can lead to wildly varied predicaments. Right at the beginning of the game when questioning Gart, the end of the conversation will always go down the same line. Harry has to pay his tab of 120 real, otherwise he won't be able to stay in the hostel. Sauve-Faire decides at that moment, upon hearing that information, that the best course of action is to run away. Succeeding in it, you flee the scene, leaving Gart and practically everyone else confused, leading to a separate dialogue tree where Harry pulls the "I'm a cop and you have to listen to what I say" shtick to lower his tab. Failing it, meanwhile, has Harry make a bombastic showing of the double bird before crashing right into Lena, initiating a unique conversation with her and Gart, as you practically shake down the cafeteria owner for a lowered price by insinuating that Harry's injuries are more severe than they actually are. You do take a hit to health, but have an easier time lowering the price on Harry's head, and rather incidentally, you get introduced to Lena acting as a lead into her day one tree. White checkmark fails don't offer this roundabout nature of scene direction, where the entire mood or outcome changes on the spot. One of the biggest differences in the story happens off a red check fail, where you don't warn Kim in time so he gets injured, leading to Kuno taking up the detective's role in the finale. The outline of the island remains the same: find Yosef, interrogate him, see Phasmid the Return, but with Kuno's brutish personality, the nitty-gritty changes up quite a bit. While already getting a somewhat good insight into the little Hellion's life with the interactions around the body and the locusts, having Kuno as a partner explores him further and shows that he is a bit emotionally sincere. Referring to Kim as Binoclard, that's my word, I can say it because I wear glasses, has Kuno bluntly state that he doesn't know Kitsuragi all that well, thus the title, but Harry does, making his usage of the word often wrong. It is the little and big moments that make failure an interesting concept in Disco, because like in D&D or similar systems, both tabletop or on computer, a failure doesn't mean death or the end of the adventure. Instead, a whole new sub-path opens up, leading to a generous amount of replayability and character development. But only for the red checks, which aren't as common as the white ones. Fundamentally speaking, I was more than likely going to save scum off a white check failure than a red check one. Despite receiving a refresh off drug usage or pumping points into a skill, white checks typically block quest progress more than red checks, some of the major ones being understanding reality of Joyce and the Shivers check at the wall. It always felt like my time was being wasted if I chose not to reload a white failure, because the options you can follow are limited to a handful of choices that are all wheel spinning. Again, if white checks had the same follow through as red checks, it wouldn't be a problem. Heck, passives themselves offer a bit more variety to passing and failing than white checks do, a good example taking shape during the Joyce conversation when she uses the word billion. Encyclopedia can be left in awe over not getting the size and scale of the amount the number represents, and to be frank, thinking the number is anything but can be a challenge because it's a placeholder for something so substantially big that it doesn't register as real, but Harry can roll off the punches to get the definition out of Joyce without revealing his stupidity. That's an active choice you can make, as it does involve selecting some dialogue options, but it once again showcases that failure is more than producing a roadblock in front of you to overcome with sheer numbers. It's about creating differing scenarios and alternate solutions that may not be noticeable on a broad glance but are worth digging for. I like that white checks can be opened back up by gathering information from others, because at the end of the day, it still furthers the goal of getting the lay of the land. I might not be able to bum off Dawn from Roy at the start of our conversation, but by the end I know what he knows about Harry's gun and can retry the check due to picking up his tells. It isn't a gate blocking me out until I prove some arbitrary math equation as correct, and this only stings more when you do fail a passable check by rolling low. Snake eyes of a viper, most foul and duplicitous. I found that I'm more forgiving of watching a dice check end in failure as part of a multi-person session rather than a single-player experience because of the varying factors. The social environment has a stake in a dice roll, anywhere from schadenfreude, elatement, or awe. Low rolling becomes a joke. In the same vein, high rolling becomes a moment to be proud of. As I'm writing this, I'm playing a multiplayer campaign in Baldur's Gate 3 with a couple of members of the Inner Circle. Usually with long RPGs, I fly solo. Dice checks hold just as much attention as character building, narrative, or combat because of the social slant. Without an audience, whether playing together or watching along, it becomes simple number crunching where a decided failure on an easy check becomes a farce, but not in the comedic sense. It's big, missing a 97% shot in XCOM vibes. The opposite still holds its own as overcoming the odds, see the low composure check I passed on Everart, but where I can get a laugh out of friends or watchers when I fail to succeed in what can be best described as tying my shoes, as a singularity it becomes an annoyance. At least with XCOM, it alters the focal point of a fight and introduces a dilemma I have to manage before it outgrows my pace. Suddenly, the chrysalid I failed to body into submission has made its home munching on a civvy, or in the worst case scenario, a squatty I hope to save, introducing a zombie to the carnage that can become another chrysalid if I'm not swift in its removal. There's a multitude of layers to the failure instead of a binary no you can't do this right now. Juggling one plate led to a minefield of ceramic shards I have to get out of. It's indicative of the birthplace of CRPGs, the tabletop. I know games are made of code and aren't limitless. By their definition, tabletop RPGs are bound to the laws of imagination, whatever the DM can come up with to make the adventure that bit more engaging. Where my philosophical debate comes from is the design documentation of Disco Elysium. Why introduce a system that prioritizes a laissez-faire approach to dice checks where failure is upwards, then have a good number of checks be binary walls? Perhaps my favorite be-all example of the substantial gulf between white and red check failures is dodging the shot from Rude. There are a total of 3 outcomes depending on what you have discovered, plus all the minor passives that can fire away with their observations. First off, you can outright dodge the shot. Rude is learning the reality of CQB with a rifle. He won't be fast enough and you can pick up on that. Knot cannons are ungainly beasts at close range, and there's a reason why pre-Korean War infantry strategy put a decent focus on the bayonet or other melee armament. Secondly, he can just hit you. A solid shot to the shoulder that does 2 damage to health and has your pain threshold on overdrive if it's low. However, if you confiscate the chest piece from Gary, the shot becomes nullified if you do fail the reaction speed challenge. This affects the following scene the morning after the Tribunal, where Kim or Kuno will comment on if you dodged the shot from Rude, got hit by him, or used the kudos to tank the blow. I know, technically speaking, these are binary decisions slightly chosen at random via dice roll. These scenes were coded into the game and aren't what you call off script. But they aren't framed as such. They feel like natural conclusions to the events preceding them without a hint of railroading, unlike how failing to bother Silene for money leads back into that binary loop I hate so much because it isn't cleverly disguised. He's the only one with white checks worth mentioning because failing them grants differing items from his boxes, showcasing that Disco can give the various white checks alternate outcomes, but it feels like it can't be ours to do so. The mega rich light bending guy has the funniest checks in the game where you can pitch a failing idea of making money, yet fail in the role, meaning you pitch a successful idea to him, really playing into that fluid design permeating throughout Disco. Why make checks mandatory when there is fun in failure? I think one of the biggest shames of Disco Elysium is that I can't recommend it in good conscience. Not because the game is poor or awful. Disco Elysium is a once-in-a-lifetime making that blends so many ideas together expertly. It single-handedly captures the human experience while expressing complex views of morality, interpersonal relations, political bodies and their ideology, the sheer vastness of human history, and our marks on the world, while also being a damn good drama where truly remarkable characters make up the cast and is held together with thoughtful writing that inspires deep thought and humor of many shades in equal measure. It proves that artistic vision and creative merit can come from anywhere, especially from minds that you or I may not personally agree with. Creativity is a humanistic quality regardless of creed, ideology, or personal thought. If I had to relate this to the story, Harry Dubois is a fantastic cop regardless of all his hang-ups. The problem is that, like Martinez, the issues surrounding Zom and the back and forth of allegations and court threatening leaves this ever-thickening pale miasma around the title. No truer case of life imitating art. It really is the communists and the capitalists fighting each other again. None of the sides look particularly well, with mentions of IP stealing and workplace abuse not exactly the lightest of transgressions. The cold hard facts are this. Paying money to buy Disco Elysium on an official site like Steam or GOG is enabling a corrupt entity, much in the same way that buying COD on those self-same platforms ensures Activision continues grinding people into dust. The games industry is no stranger to this, as it is hard to document if a development was in good faith. Crunch, bad workplace practices, and burnout are sadly common even with respected developers. My dedication to this silly little show is testament to that. Buying games will never not be a fully clean transaction, in the same way that purchasing shoes will never not have the gaseous specter of sweatshops, or eating meat never not having the poisonous attachment to the horrid conditions of butcher plants. Those will always be underlying issues. Symptoms inherent to the diseases infecting industries so large. Point to any great monument of human testament and you will find these cracks in the political or religious pulpit, the entertainment sector, the business infrastructure, anywhere. That doesn't mean you are purposely supporting suffering, and ultimately this is a case of diffusion, where the ballgame of secrets and lies takes shape, where truth is a great relief, where companies prove what they honestly stand for when the bases are loaded. My takeaway is clear. If you want to buy Disco Elysium, seek out a key site if you must, pirate if need be. It is truly a game without a home, the efforts of the workers lost amid a sea of utter bullshit. Well, this took longer than I thought it was going to. Took so long that it's now 3 months into the new year. Whoops! I would usually do a rundown of all the adventures and topics we went on, but I can't really afford that luxury if I'm already down months in 2024. I can't help it, sometimes I like to go on these massive stints of written insanity. This whole thing was a whim after all, chosen because I'd finally beaten Elysium after owning it for a while. Granted, while I do think 2023 was a bit slow on the production scale, real life and uncle duties do dip into time, as I'm a guy who thinks that stuff is important, I do think I casted a wide net. A bit of schlock with some licensed trash and treasure, some mascots here and there, and a few auteur picks, as those are a constant, and I would consider them my baseline even if they typically take longer time. To me though, it matters not the time as long as I continue to deliver to the standard I set myself up for. I guess that's what 2023 was all about. So, what's next for 2024? Oh, hey, but I'm not a fan of